Welcome to Saturday here at Porsche's Rennsport Reunion 7. It rained overnight, but believe me, it has not dampened anyone's enthusiasm here at Laguna Seca Raceway. It is a kaleidoscope of Porsche's motorsport and road racing history, all on show here in the paddock. The real action, of course, is out on the racetrack, but if you want to see the celebrities, make your way to the autograph sessions. It is spectacular, and it is a day to be remembered. If you are here, you can say, I did Rennsport Reunion 7 like no other.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Hello everyone and welcome to a rather damp and chilly paddock. I'm Justin Bell with Amanda Busick. I mean, I said it in the open, it may have rained overnight, but you wouldn't know it by the enthusiasm of everyone down here.
I mean, it may be cold outside, but my heart is warm standing next to you. It's day number 2 here at the Rennsport Reunion number 7, and man, has this place lived up to the hype.
So when you went to bed last night and you reflected on the day, what did you think about? Because mine was, I could not believe that the amount of entertainment here. Everywhere I looked, there was something new to explore, and the way Jeff Swart has curated the way the cars look and the paddock and the way Porsche have done their graphics, it's like this bombardment of my senses. What was it for you as you
I feel like
look forward to the day?
every corner going around there was something new, right? But Ed Lowe did a deep breakdown on the Porsche diesel tractors, and race number 1 of that is today, and I know you're going to be
tomorrow.
A feature. Okay, yeah. That's all right, but I did do a pitch yesterday to see if anyone needed an extra driver.
Yeah. Well, I was also thinking, obviously, as a former driver, I was thinking, sparing a thought for the guys going out there this morning on the track. There's obviously vintage cars. You got Carrera Cup going out. Laguna Seca in the rain, in the damp, is a very demanding track, and it doesn't matter that these cars are here and they're beautifully prepared. They're here as sort of part of the history. When you're driving Laguna Seca, the corkscrew in the wet, you still got to have your game on. So, you know, we're having fun, but out there they're very serious.
I think that's what's kind of cool, is not only are we celebrating the festival and the love of Porsche inside, you can hear the race cars around us, but an action-packed full of day we're going to have from MotorTrend, Mac Morrison and Kristen Lee. Pump into the pits around for us. Sports car expert Shea Adam is on hand as well, but I got to go ahead and bring in my guys, John Heintoff and Peter Mackay. You guys take it away. I hear those race cars.
Thank you to Amanda and to Justin for getting us underway. We are right in the middle, just a little bit over halfway through the second free practice for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Welcome from our global broadcast centre. I'm John Heindoff. This is Peter Mackay. Before we go to the track, given that we've heard what Amanda and Justin thought yesterday, what did you think about yesterday?
I'm a bit blown away, to be honest. I was lying in my bed last night trying to process it all, of what we saw, the cars, the people. Even this facility, Laguna Seca, is a breathtaking place no matter what you go to see, but to have the gathering of Porsche family that we have is just superb. I'm really, really enjoying it so far. And we've got 2 more days to go, even better.
Today and tomorrow. Tomorrow with 2 point-scoring rounds in the 2023 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America the championship, should I say. We'll finish off with a final pair of races supporting Formula One at the Circuit of the Americas. This is second free practice. We were musing earlier on when we came in. The rain overnight and then further rain this morning, but already a drier line beginning to form around this 2¼ mile circuit. And we were just wondering how many would go out. Well, the answer is 30 of 37 have been out and set representative times. Tom Balamis from Kelly Moss hasn't been out. Bob Mueller from Octavio Tequila Racing hasn't been out. Tom Burrell for Nola Sport. Michael Merritt from McCartan Racing. Speedy Dan Clark in the yellow and green 64. Chris Palomo and James McCann. They have stayed at their awnings and decided not to risk the cars in these conditions. Now, is that a good tactic? Is it a bad tactic? We don't know. It will depend on what the conditions are like for a single qualifying session coming up later on today. Let's find out what the conditions are like at the pointy end of things as we bring in my normal Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup broadcast partner, Shea Adam. Good morning, Shea.
Good morning, Don. Down here in my happy place, the pit lane, and actually standing on the pit wall. Awesome to be able to come out here. Thank you to Johnny Knotts, the lead pit lane official, keeps all of us safe and allowed this to happen. But it gives you an idea of just how crazy the speeds are from these Carrera Cup cars rumbling by at max speed, coming up, crossing the start-finish line, my camera guy. But look at the pavement. It is so slippery. Even walking out here, it was so perilous. You had to watch every single step. So it has been a really good session so far. We have stayed green the entire time. Championship leader Riley Dickinson is out on the track. But the last time I checked timing and scoring, it was Alex Sedgwick who had set the fastest lap so far overall. In the Pro-Am class, it was the champion-elect Efren Castro, assuming he leaves here this weekend with at least a 50-point gap over someone else. And in the AM class, once again, Scott Noble leading the way in the race. So, John, is that still the case at times?
Of course not, Shea. Things have changed. Of course things have changed. We've got Will Martin for JDX Racing, who's put in a 1:31.2. Round about 6-7 seconds away from what we saw yesterday, and I think if it dries up, they're going quicker today. McElrea Racing's Tom Sargent in second, but the number 17 Porsche 992 Carrera Cup car is stopped out somewhere on the circuit, and I can't tell you where it is. And we've also lost the number 32 car out on the circuit. That's Kyle Washington for GMG Racing in the Pro-Am category. That's the yellow and blue car. So it's not been plain sailing for everybody. Our championship winner-elect, Riley Dickinson, actually was one of the cars that whizzed past Shea there, and she never flinched. Did you notice that? That was fantastic. Riley sitting in an unaccustomed 15th position at the moment, but this is not a session that counts for anything. So I'll give you the well, and of course there's Riley proving me wrong as he goes across the line in that white and green number 53, going down towards the first corner now, and he has just taken the point at the top of the timing and scoring. From Elias De La Torres and Will Martin in the classes, Efren Castro on the red and blue number 65 leads Pro-Am, and in Am it is Mark Kavame in the MDK Motorsports 43. Huge puddle coming out of the pit lane, Peter. At that point, really, you are just getting, it's like coming through a ford, and basically there's a small river there, and this is only practice at the moment. I suspect if that was a race, we'd need to get rid of, if this was a race, particularly if we were having pit stops, we'd have to get rid of some more of that water.
We would. The drivers will be warned before they go out to be careful of that going out. They'll all be, I would think right now, they'll still be on the Michelin wet tyres, the treaded tyre. The cars, they have a choice of a slick, which is probably not going to be quite optimal yet, but it's drying up all the time. But the wet tyre clears, that Michelin wet tyre clears the water out the way.
It's about 2.5 bathtubs of water when there's standing water every second that the Michelin wets clear.
2.5 bathtubs?
Yes. That's how efficient they are. They clear water for fun. What we've got at the moment is conditions that are transitional. There is no intermediate here, but the wet tyres don't come out of your brand new slick tyre allocation. You only get 4 2 sets of 4 tyres for the weekend. So you're getting free practice in a free practice session without taking anything out of your slick Michelin tyres. And everybody will be hoping that later on the sun comes back, the fog and the marine layer burns off, and the temperatures go up. Under 10 minutes to go. Riley Dickinson in the 53 leads in terms of the times at the moment. Will Martin just going through turn number 3 in that number 9 car. That's the beautiful. Comes through underneath the bridge. Sitting in behind him, the number 43, the purple and yellow car. That is one of the other classes. We have got 3 classes here: Pros, Pro-Ams and Ams. They are designated by different colours of numbers. And the cars are identical. It is the vintage, as Shea said yesterday, the vintage of the drivers and the experience that gets in, that gets you into those categories. So watch out for the numbers. Red are Pro. So there's the number 9 coming down through the corkscrew now. And that is Will Martin, 4th position for JDX Racing in the black and gold car. That looks difficult out there, Peter, there. It's not full wet, but it's by no means full dry. I would say that looks greasy. It is drying, but that's going to be tough.
Well, you've got to remember that Will Martin's raced in the Carrera Cup Great Britain in the past, and that changeable conditions are certainly what he'll be used to from racing in his native United Kingdom. Yeah. But in that series, they don't have anti-lock braking systems fitted to the car, whereas here in the United States, in the Carrera Cup North America, they do. So there's a little bit of a transition, a little bit of experience there for Will Martin. But I'd like to see more drivers from the UK come here and compete in Carrera Cup North America, like Will's doing, because you put yourself in the shop window of the IMSA teams.
Yes, there's ABS. That is basically a choice of the individual Carrera Cup around the world. And the thought process behind that, Peter, here is that Porsche Motorsport North America believe that most of these drivers, if they leave the championship, the pro guys are going to go on to drive GT4s or GT3 cars, which have ABS, but there's no traction control. The traction control is what you feel through the seat of your pants and what you feel on your right foot and in your hands. And this is fingertip stuff here. Every single control input that you are putting in, whether it's on the steering wheel, the brake pedal, or the throttle, the accelerator, you are balancing the car at all time. So Riley Dickinson, by the merest hint of half a tenth from Will Martin and Elias De La Torre in this second practice session. We'll have qualifying for you live this afternoon. Alex Sedgwick up into 7th position, another one from over the pond, and he is in one of the JDX racing cars, the number 98. Red numbers, they're 85 there. Just coming through. Oh, 3 wide for a moment. My goodness me, that was brave by Will Martin. I had to absolutely believe what everyone else was doing as he goes through on Jake Pedersen for Reardon Racing. He had a problem yesterday. That's the green and orange car. I still reckon we've only had 30 of the potential 37. This track surface, of course, relayed just after IMSA were here earlier in the year. It was projected that that would be done for the IMSA teams, but the bad weather actually put paid to that. So this particular championship, the first of the IMSA championship to use the new surface. 6 minutes to go. And Riley Dickinson is in the pits. He's seen enough, a 1 minute 30.4. In the classes Pro-Am, Efren Castro with a 31.7 is quickest. And Scott Noble has just jumped to the top of the AM category for MDK Motorsport in the blue and white number 10. He's on a rich vein of form, Scott, at the moment. His fortunes turned at Road America, and since then he has got the big mo coming into the end of the championship season, and he is battling for the AM Championship with his team leader, Mark Kawame, coming down to 5 minutes to go. We are live from Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7, and it's the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Damp conditions for these drivers, getting a feel for the track before qualifying. Just a single qualifying session to come this afternoon. Your ultimate best lap will set the grid for race 1 and the second best qualifying lap for race 2. However, and this is very important, and we'll remind you of this when we come to the qualifying, if you better your second race qualifying lap in the first race, which could happen today because of the changeable conditions, then that will then set the grid for race 2. So if we have substantially drier conditions by the time we get to first race on Sunday, and that is forecast, so prepare for big changes to the grid for race 2 on Sunday. Both races on Sunday here at Rennsport 7 2023.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
It's Super Saturday, right in the middle of our coverage here on MotorTrend's YouTube channel, presented by Michelin. John Hindorf and Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre for Rennsport 7, the celebration of everything Porsche. And the most recent Porsche race cars out on the track now, finishing their second free practice, Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. And with just on 90 seconds to go, Travis Wiley has jumped to the top of the times in Pro with Ryan Yardley in second, the two top racing cars. Then it's MDK's Jimmy Ibra and Varan Chosky for Wright Motorsports. It's getting faster. Riley Dickinson, who had the top time, has parked the car, and since he's done that, he's dropped down to 5th position. It's not qualifying, so he won't mind that at all. He's got the car in one piece for qualifying later on. Nicky Hayes in the purple and blue car, just heading through turn 7, the 51, turn 5, excuse me, the 51 car at the moment. But this is getting faster, and there is now a considerably drier line. And I'm thinking we are not far away. If this was going on for another 15 minutes, this session, it's not. It's got 43 seconds to go. I think I might be into the pits here for a set of slick tyres.
You can see also the cars moving around quite a lot more. That's because the wet tyres, as good as they are, with the tread blocks they have to clear the water, when that water goes away, the tyre starts to move and get and overheat, and that's where the grip goes away. A lot of big slides coming on with the worn out wet tyres overheating a bit.
Elias de la Torre actually sideways coming in to the pit lane 43 is Mark Varme. He's the best in AM for MDK Motorsports in the white, purple and yellow car. Just heading up to turn 5 now. These are dangerous times for these cars. There's not a lot of time as Elias de la Torre comes into the pit lane, and even on the pit lane speed limiter, just the 507 horsepower and the adequate amount of torque from this flat 4-litre, flat 6 4-litre, normally aspirated engine. Didn't break traction even coming into the pit lane. That's Tony on the VP Fuels, Racing Fuels checkered flag, bringing the second and final free practice session to an end for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Sean Varwig improves on his final lap in the number 2. I expect to see a very different look to the top of the times than what I've just mentioned. These last laps look to be improving from everybody, even though they've been out for almost half an hour on their Michelin wet race tyres. Yeah, that's a pretty broad drier line out there now. Travis Wiley then under 90 seconds with a 1:29.699. Will Martin in second for JDX. That's just come through on his final lap. He's jumped up and pitched Sean Varwig. Then Yardley, Libre, Alex Sedgwick in 6th, the man from the UK. So 2 Brits in the top 6. They know these conditions. Baron Chosky, Riley Dickinson in 9th, our champion-elect. Bailey Hall in his first time out. He's up from Australia. Has he seen conditions like this before? He's in 9th position with Michael McCarthy in 10th. 11th is Efren Castro, the first of the Pro-Am. And in the AM category, Scott Noble and Mark Varme separated by half a tenth of a second in 20th and 21st position. 7 cars that did not go out in that session. We'll have qualifying for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup later on this afternoon and both races tomorrow. The voice and the face that we haven't seen yet today is down in the paddock, and it's a very warm welcome and a slightly less damp welcome from earlier on to Kristen. Morning, Kristen.
Thanks, everyone, here at Rennsport Reunion 7 next to the Mission X, and Mike is going to tell us a little more about Porsche's electric future. Mike, what are we looking at here? What makes it special?
Yeah, so this is the Porsche Mission X, our vision of a fully electric hypercar. If we were to put it into production, it would have a power-to-weight ratio of 1:1, meaning 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 kilogram, 2,000 horsepower, 2,000 kilogram. It would charge twice as fast as the Porsche Taycan, which is pretty incredible. It would have more downforce than the current 911 GT3 RS. And last but not least, it would be the fastest road-legal car on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, no matter what.
So you talk about the Nürburgring. Is this a race car, or are we looking at a production car?
It's a production car with a number plate.
So we can think of it as the natural progression to the 959, the Carrera GT, the 918, because we went gas, hybrid, and now we're going full electric.
Absolutely. This would be the first fully electric hypercar.
And what are some of the lessons that you guys have learned from all your years in motorsport and electrification and have applied it here?
Well, the aim is always to bring the power up and the weight down. Thermal management is crucial, battery technology is crucial, so we are really talking and looking at the future here right now. We are talking about technology that is not even there yet, but will come, and we know that, and this is what we would have to put together to make this incredible machine a reality.
That's awesome. Well, so much to look forward to, so many future products coming down the pipeline, most likely, can't say, because only Porsche knows, but thank you so much. Amanda, back to you.
Thank you, Kristen. And man, the activities and excitement are just continuing to unfold here in day number 2 at the Rennsport Reunion number 7. And this has been a popular place all weekend. Our legends of Porsche get to join for the autograph session. This line was pretty thick all the way up to this morning. Andrew Davis, thanks for being with us today. Man, I know I've been talking to so many drivers and just the legends here that this just becomes a weekend, almost like a homecoming. You get to see your friends and people that you don't see over years, but from your standpoint, what's like the highlight?
You know, to be honest, this is the highlight. It really is. It's a reunion. It's called that, and it feels like that. Not just from the drivers and the teams. It's great seeing old cars I've driven or old teammates and new teammates. It's also the fans. I mean, we're all bonded by this relationship with the brand, with Porsche brand. It's cool because we all have something in common. So, I mean, it's just such a positive environment that you can't not have fun. People are like, wow, you're smiling all day. I'm like, well, how can you not? This is just, it's such a special event, and it's such an honor to be amongst all these drivers and a member of the Porsche family.
This is going to be a really cheesy question, but you got to give the fans what they like. You were a co-driver with Patrick Dempsey. I saw him roaming around here earlier today. Maybe a story about Patrick that we might not know?
Well, I'll tell you, Patrick's a great guy, good friend. I had a lot of fun with him in 2014 when I drove with Dempsey Racing. That podium that we had at VIR was really special, so we've shared a lot of special moments. But some of the funniest moments were actually at autograph sessions where typically people would say, hey, can you hold the camera and take a picture of me and Patrick? I was like, you don't want me to sign anything? Like, no, you just need to hold the camera and take a picture of me and the movie star, right? But Patrick's, again, a great friend, good guy, great driver, so it's good to see him back around the paddock.
That's what happens to me when I'm walking around this place with Justin Bell. Everyone's like, can you take my photo with Justin? Thank you, Andrew, and seriously, thank you guys for sitting here with the fans. I know they appreciate it. Dane Cameron also hanging out. He's been with Penske for 5 seasons now, and Dane, I'll get in here with you and just, as you sign this poster with your race car, just your tenure with Penske and just such a pivotal brand with Porsche.
Yeah, it's been really special and quite an honor to drive for Mr. Penske, and to have my second sort of tenure here has been special, and to combine that with Porsche as well. So certainly it was a dream come true. The first time to drive for him, and always being a sports car driver now, Porsche was a brand that I kind of aspired to be a works driver, see the success they had in many different projects. So when those two parties were coming together, that was the thing. I was like, I want to be there. I need to be a part of that program. So certainly a dream come true to be a part of this here. And my first time at Rennsport, and loving it.
When you get to be surrounded by all this, and as I was talking to Andrew about, there's been fans here for hours. How would you describe the Porsche fan?
Oh man, just so passionate. And really when I think and you see what's here, to me there's no other brand that really combines the motorsport side, with the manufacturer. Everyone maybe has a history of motorsport, but nothing that's maybe this continuous or has this amount of depth. And you see the different types of cars, from prototypes to obviously the road-based cars, and you really just see the passion people have for everything Porsche, whatever it is, whether it's a road car, a customized car, aftermarket, racing, prototypes. They live and breathe the brand with a passion, and it's just so cool to see cars all in the parking lot. And one of the coolest things I saw from the area, actually, so I was driving home or here from my parents' house, and seeing license plates on 911s from British Columbia, guys going down together in kind of little caravans, so to speak. So to really see the reach that this event has was really cool, and you kind of see the anticipation really coming up. Just driving down on Tuesday or Wednesday down here was really cool, and then that really set the tone for me of like, this is going to be big when we get down there.
That's so awesome. Dane, enjoy your weekend. And Shay, I know I'm going to come to you here shortly, but I can't lose this moment because I talked about him yesterday, and I finally have him sitting here. He needs no introduction. Hurley Haywood. Hurley, and just taking in Rennsport Reunion number 7, just walking around here. I tried to find you yesterday. You're a popular man. How do you make it around these joints?
Well, this is my 7th Rennsport, and it just has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. I love the fans, and they want to get close, and that's what makes the Rennsport concept so special, is that the crowds can get in and actually talk to the drivers, touch the cars, talk to the engineers, and it just makes for a really wonderful weekend.
Hurley, I feel you are synonymous with Porsche, the gift that this has been to your life.
Well, Porsche has been my life. When you look at, this is the 75th anniversary of Porsche. It's also, I turned 75 in May, so it's special from that standpoint. But, Porsche has been such an integral part of my whole entire career, and without them, I don't really think that I could have accomplished everything that I've done.
Thank you, sir. Shay, I'm sorry, I could not lose that moment. That is my first time ever talking to Hurley Haywood. Girl, take it away.
Your first time ever? Well, he mentioned that he and Porsche are the same age. They're actually the same birth month, if you go back to it. So Hurley is Porsche through and through. But speaking of Porsche, we've got icons about to come out on the racetrack. And one of them I have to feature. Well, the first one that's up there is the Coca-Cola car. That one I actually had the Hot Wheels of when I was a little kid and wish I had it. I'm coming to take it back from you, Will, my nephew. But that's all right. We've also got the 00. This is a car that we talked about a lot yesterday, but the one I really want to feature is this 48, because this is one of the new 935s. This is one of the cars that they debuted a few years ago. They built it on the GT2 platform, but this car is so special. Very limited production, so to even see one here is beyond expectation. To see it about to go out on the racetrack, it's other levels. So keep an eye when this car is out on the track, because not only are these cars rare, but the fact that they're getting to go out on a racetrack, now we're going to get to see what the 935 is all about, John.
Oh, sheer envy for both Amanda and Shay's positioning. Hurley Haywood, an absolute gentleman. Time spent talking, time spent listening to Hurley Haywood. You try and talk as little as possible. Even I try and talk as little as possible when Hurley is around. And then those beautiful cars down on the false grid. We're clearing some water. King Canute actions here at the moment as we're turning back the tide. But getting the water to run away from the banked entry onto the circuit from the pit lane and making sure that everyone can use that. We'll have the heritage cars out on track shortly, and we'll bring you one of our vignettes of Porsche of the weekend. It's been wet, it's drying, there's art on the walls, it's Rennsport, it's Porsche.
In the stereo cop circle the block, yeah, I guess he on a neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a good got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses.
Schenker, official logistics partner of the GT4 E-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917-10 came on boost, or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour, in the rain, in the middle of the night?
You know, race cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center. and you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event, which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
Work going on plenty down at pit exit. Perfect opportunity to say thank you to all of our volunteers, whether they were checking our passes when we came in the dark and the wet this morning, whether they're on duty for track services that is going down at Turn 1, and of course the people that we can't do without in any motorsport meeting anywhere around the world, are highly professional volunteer marshals who give us their most precious gift, the gift of their time. Thanks to one and all. Without you, we can't go motor racing. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre, overlooking turn number 4 on the shelf with our heritage cars going out on the track. And we want to do one of our little features, our little pictures of Porsches this weekend. Porsche always looking forward, as we saw from Mission X, also with an eye on their heritage. And a marrying of now, the future, and the back catalogue, if you will, is the Porsche 935. The white number 48 car, just going through the first couple of corners at the moment. Underneath this very recognisable heritage-styled 935 carbon bodywork is a GT2 RS. These cars, absolutely outstanding, need nothing doing to them to be very impressive indeed. Porsche giving you what you want with the heritage and the new cars out there at the same time, and with that particular car, blending them both in perfect harmony. And that car is not, in fairness, Peter, it's not a competition car. It was... it's not homologated. However, it has been in competition.
It has. It was designed to be a very fast track tool, the GT2 RS with that 935 body on it. But Jeff Swart has had a lot of success with the Ingram Collection 935 at the Pikes Peak hill climb. He's got fantastic amount of horsepower, turbocharged, heavily turbocharged, just like the 935 of the late 1970s and early 1980s. I tell you what car I'd like to be in though, John, is that black and orange Cayenne, the Trans-Siberia car at the back of the queue as they go up the Rahal Straight, the black and orange machine there. That's what you need for these conditions.
That was a special edition car for off-roading. They were made in very small numbers, and there was a road-going edition as well of that car, but that is actually one of the competition cars. Another car that is absolutely legendary, the Zero Interscope 935 at the front of the field.
Wonderful machine. Interscope, Danny Ongaius and Ted Field were quite the combination back in the day. Yeah, the Flying Hawaiian indeed for Interscope. In that they ran either 0 or 00 on those cars, but the 935, that's the original from the late 70s, heavily turbocharged, and it has a little wheel beside the 4-speed gearbox where you can adjust the turbo boost. And John Fitzpatrick, who was regarded as one of the best in those cars, he could really play with the boost and get that little bit more down the straight, then wind it off so you didn't completely fry the engine. It was an art to drive a 935.
These cars at demonstration speeds at the moment, but we have similar cars to all of these cars will be out racing this weekend, and that is the pure joy of Porsche Rennsport. This is the 7th edition. It's been a while since the 6th. I thought I couldn't see anything better than when I was here last time for the 6th edition, and in every single way somehow Porsche Motorsport North America have put together something that is absolutely outstanding. The good news is that the track is drying very quickly, and that means that when we get the next set of competitive running cars out there, we should see some really interesting times. The sun beginning to break through. It's Super Saturday, day 2 of our coverage from Rennsport 7. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, the venue for the 2023 events.
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive. It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge accepted.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt. The smell of burnt rubber. The speed.
The sound. The fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
It's the dedication.
Labor.
The love of a whole lifetime. Beginning with the spark
that ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
All immortalized
in
1/64th.
Because legends aren't born,
they're made.
It's Rennsport Reunion 7. We're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. John Hindorf with you. Peter Mackay has stepped away for the moment. His Porsche knowledge is pretty good. However, he hasn't got the experiential knowledge of our guest in the Global Broadcast Centre. Jochen Mass joins us. Jochen, good to see you again. How are you, first of all, sir?
Thanks a lot. Very good. It's my birthday today, so that's paying dividends. No.
Well, it's a birthday present for me to have you here, sir. It's been a long time since I've seen you. These Rennsport events are incredible when you think about it. When we first started these all those years ago, I'm not sure that Porsche realised what they were setting in motion, to be honest.
Well, it's an amazing event. I mean, it's unbelievable. There's none other like that in the world. With the sheer number of cars, the sheer enthusiasm, the massive amount of races, and so on, and the quality of races. It's staggering, and it's fantastic.
We were commenting this morning coming in, actually, that we have seen, and I'm knocking on wood here in the global broadcast, we've seen precious few issues with the cars. Now, these cars are not in the first flush of youth. They are being maintained to very high standards, and they're being pushed pretty hard here, Jon.
Well, look, I mean, you race, and of course the guys have these cars. They know it by now. Some of them learn the hard way, and so on. So they know the cars have to be in good shape, and that's why they all make an effort. And they have good race cars, and that's great. And now it's still the next challenge is to drive them accordingly, to drive them to, whatever the cars can do best, and so on. That's, by the way, when I look at what we just do, the corkscrew, to me it's one of the most overrated corners in the world. You can only do it wrong. You can only do it wrong.
You never get it right.
The harder you try, the worse it gets. So, yeah, a lovely car, isn't it?
The Coca-Cola number 5 car. Now, this is when I started watching endurance racing. The 962s, the 956s before them. This car, to me, still looks as though we could roll this out into competition. We could take it to Le Mans. It still looks good, and to me, that's the essence of good design.
It is a very beautiful design, and it's a very effective design. Aerodynamically, these cars were better than anything else. So the 917s were great cars, but these cars were much better, and so on. So it's
917s were a little bit twitchy. They took some driving, but all of that knowledge went into the 62.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's more of a race car. If you have the 917-30, which is a fantastic car, the Donahue developed car with Penske, it was a fabulous car. But look at it. I mean, it's so pretty, and they were the best race cars for a decade.
What memories do you have of this era and these cars and what you were doing out there competing at the highest level?
It's funny, you know, the first time I drove it was in Le Castellet in south of France.
Okay, yeah, Paul
So I drove the
yeah.
936, and then Norbert Singer said, Jochen, try the other one now, you know, the new one. And so I said, sure. Obviously, I mean, I was looking forward, that's why I was there. And then I got into this car, and when you know Castellet, you had a fast S after the pits, you know, where you have reached good speeds already, and so on. And you had to take this corner quite precise with a 936. You know, it was aerodynamically quite demanding and so on, and the car was just up to it. Anyway, then I sat in this car, and I acquainted myself with the instruments, looked at everything what I saw in front of me, and then going through the S's, and then I arrived at the end where you go onto the straight, and I thought, where am I? Some corners weren't there anymore.
Wow.
They weren't there. The
It was
car
that
so
big a
good.
difference?
Yeah, it made such a difference. It was mind-blowing, actually. It was really fantastic.
So did you have to almost recalibrate your driver's brain?
Yeah, absolutely. You just look at the circuit different, and you feel it's different, and so on. So, I mean, if you take this corner now, they're not going particularly quick.
Turn 6, yeah.
If you know this track a little bit with the older cars, and then with these, well, you don't want to get into the older cars because they're so scary by comparison. You know.
Brilliant that we've got these cars running. They're not going at big speeds at the moment. The Coke prototype, obviously, totally iconic. 935 sitting in behind it. Now, you can see that is based on a 911, but there was not much of 911 underneath that, was there?
That's a 935, actually.
Yeah,
That's,
935, yeah.
935s were quite a handful because they were based on the road cars and so on. Of course, they were different, but the chassis, nevertheless, were from the road cars. And that's a Kramer car with the flat nose, which, they had, different tuners, different designers. They always thought they could do better than the company, than Porsche itself, and so on. And they tried more. They experimented with aerodynamics and so on, something which I didn't like much because Norbert Singer, doing our car, he was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant, and he just had the better cars. Aerodynamically, they were fabulous, and so on. So I could give you a small example.
Please
for
do.
Hockenheim.
Yes.
I had a little bit of understeer. I was fastest by the time. Good chassis, lovely car, and but in one of the chicanes had a little bit of understeer. So I said to Norbert, "Can we drop it a bit because of the understeer? Maybe that would help it." He said, Jochen, we raise it a bit. I said, raise it. He said, try. So I tried, and it was better. And I said, he said, look, you have a greater amount of air further forward, compressed. That means the air accelerates earlier, so the center of downforce moves forward.
Center of pressure
by
moves forward.
10 centimeters, 20 centimeters,
Wow.
whatever. And so on. And that made the difference. And so on. No other tuner would have understood that immediately. Nor the drivers, they like their splitters and and they believed in that. But our car was just better.
Pure as well. That's the purity of thought and design. I love that.
Yeah.
We think of those years, Jochen Mass with us, by the way, in the Global Broadcast Centre here for Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. We think of those years as golden years, a golden era of endurance, GT and sports car racing. And part of that was all of those customer teams from Porsche who were competing against the factory.
Yeah.
At the very top level of sports cars now, Jochen, we're back into that. We have Penske Porsches running in the World Endurance Championship in IMSA, but we have Hertz Team Jota, and we have JDC Miller, we have Christian Reed and Proton, all running the same car in that top line of the championship. And let's be honest, the 963 is a beautiful piece of equipment. Are we moving back, do you think? Are we moving back to another golden age of endurance racing for Porsche and all of their competitors?
We have to see how it all develops, but it will, as we can see by the sheer mass of cars here in Laguna, people buy these cars and they want to race them. And of course they experiment with different things and, try to make it better, in quotes, try to make it more efficient and so on, depending on their own ability to drive them and so on. Sometimes they think, because I'm not that quick, I could, if you did something to the car, maybe that would give me an advantage over my colleagues and God knows what. So it's quite intriguing, when you look at the ways people rediscover or think they rediscovered and so on, and they try it. And, it's a super effort. And it's just nice, I mean, that's what it's for.
It is what it's for.
That's what it's for.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you a question to finish down. So first of all, thank you very much indeed for your time. I think it might be difficult to answer, but do you have a favourite Porsche race car that you competed in down through the years? Or is that like me asking someone to pick the nicest of their children?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get
your favourite Porsche race car.
Oh, sorry,
Do you have a favourite
yeah.
Porsche?
Of course, there is. Absolutely. It's after the 936, which was a nice car, but it was a good race car, but it was not as quick anymore as the Alpines, the Renaults, at some stage the coupes, and but my favorite race cars then in that era with the Porsches was the 962, 956 or 962. 962 had a just for safety reason slightly longer footroom, so in case you would hit something head on, it would help you to walk away unscarred. But it was a miss. It was still dangerous, and so on. The cars are quick, and they were aluminium, and these cars by nature, they can absorb so much, and rest the body absorbs it.
Yeah. Well,
and so on. That we've seen that. So anyway.
Now, on you might not. I think you can probably see on Jochen's lanyard here. If I just turn that to the camera, it says simply Jochen Mass, Porsche legend. Jochen, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
May we see you again for many more years, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks a lot too. Cheers.
The clean-up continues out on the circuit. We're nearly ready to go back to some track action. Cars, stars at Rennsport for 2023. Super Saturday, and it's Rennsport 7. Porsche have taken over WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca once again. Classic liveries, iconic cars, legends of the sport, all combining in a heady cocktail of Porsche perfection. And we've got it all live here for you on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, presented by Michelin. Corkscrew dropping down nearly 3 stories from top to bottom. Jochen Mass just telling us that you can't get it right every time, you can only get it wrong. The harder you try, the more likely you are to get it wrong. Little delay at the moment on track action, so we're not missing anything, so we'll take a short breather whilst the hard-working track services team are working on the pit lane exit. Keep it locked in. Let us share your Saturday here from Rennsport 7.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, more satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
This is the second Rennsport that's been held here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Just off the coast at Salinas, California, just off Highway 68, if you're looking at us on a map. 2.25 miles or thereabouts, and it's got a little bit of everything. The long front straight, of course, the classic drop down through the corkscrew, and some pretty challenging corners as well. We've got the flagged GT cars out at the moment, and that's the number 540 out there. Now, that always used to be 54 and 540, always used to be Black Swan racing car number, and that is a very Black Swan looking livery on that car, Peter McCann.
That is a Black Swan car, 991.1 generation. So this is a demonstration run. I would imagine the car is still owned by Tim Pappas. It was certainly at the Black Swan awning earlier on. The other car out on track is the 912 Mobile 1 livery. Now, I think this car, this 912 Mobile 1 machine that just went through shot there, John, that's got to be one of the cars of the show.
Well, this livery, of course, originally on the GT1, on the GT1 car that I started commentating on in 1998 in champion colours, but also in the Mobile 1 colours as well, and you told them apart by those yellow nostrils, if you will, on the front. One of the cars was yellow and one of the cars was a bright orange colour, and of course that was the car that Yannick Dalmas went up in the air at the first Petit Le Mans in 1998. I was there for that. This a much later car, of course, and clearly a 911 underneath, a GT Le Mans car. We are in the final throes of that category of racing in the World Endurance Championship. IMSA have already moved away from it. There's one more round at Bahrain later on in the year, and those cars and the cars that followed them up to the RSR 19, just some of the best sounding race cars ever, Peter.
And some of the most successful too. The RSR 17, which is what that one is it won everything. It won Le Mans in the Pink Pig colours in GTE Pro with Estra, with Michael Christensen and Lawrence Vantor. This car was... Now, Shay and I were getting a bit confused because this car ran as the 911 with Pile and Tandy at the wheel. Yeah, number 911. But it's actually got the 912 on the side of it as well, which threw us a little bit as well. And I know if it throws Shay, it definitely throws me, because Shay's very hot on these things.
Can I also say, gold wheels for the win?
Oh, yes.
I love gold wheels on racing cars.
Yeah, should be a no-cost option.
Yeah,
gold wheels.
Absolutely.
Actually, on the new GT3 RS, you can get the magnesium wheels in that kind of similar shade of gold. And I think if I was ordering a GT3 RS right now, John, I would order a black. I'd order it in sort of comfort spec, a black one with the comfort seats, but with the gold wheels.
Oh, do we know who's driving that, actually?
I was trying to spot the helmet.
Just the same thing, exactly the same thing, Peter, as they come through down to turn 4. Actually, I was starting to talk about the track, actually, and this is perfect. So this is turn 4, and that is a precise and highly committed corner at full speed. You're then starting to climb up. Turn 5 has a little bit of a bank in it. You can take a wee bit of curb on the inside there. And then you're going up under the VP Racing Fuels bridge to turn 6. You've got to get this one right. Do not take that yellow sausage curb on the inside. That will throw the car right out. You're on the Rahal straight now, cresting the first of a couple of brows, and then pick your braking point. And you can take a little bit of curb in racing conditions through the middle of the corkscrew, then charging down to turn number 9. Much more runoff on the exit of turn 9 than there has been in previous years, but that does not make it any less daunting. Then the banked turn 10, right onto the inside there, run across the red and white curve, and then down to the braking area of turn 11. I said there was a little bit of everything. We've got fast corners, we've got corners where you're attacking it over the top of a brow, and we've even got that all the way down through the gearbox final corner here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Turn 1 is just a little kink where the 912 is now, where that RSR 17 is now, and then the hairpin at the start of the lap. The track used to just go straight on where that big car park is full of Porsches and rejoin at turn 5, and that was pretty awesome. It's long before my time, I hasten to add.
It's I think the current layout is awesome. I can't comment on the previous one, but it is an amazing layout. The thing, any racetrack that follows the natural curvature of the land is always going to be a win. You think of circuits like VIR, Knockhill in Scotland.
Yeah, well,
another one.
All of natural terrain road circuits, well named. We've just had a little issue for the Zero. Is that the Zero car?
It's the ice brake car.
It's the ice brake car, right. So this is the Australian car that who did very well at Bathurst. This is coming out of the pit lane a moment or two ago through the water splash. This is not Rally Chile, which is on at the moment, through the... well, there's a song about mud, glorious mud, isn't there? And we certainly had it there.
One of the iconic Porsche shots of their rallying heritage from the East African Safari Rally in the Martini colours in the early 70s, and it's got that classic rally shot of the brown water spraying out both wheel arches. A side to side of those two shots would make a great little marketing shot. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that is the car that announced Matt Campbell to the world when he pulled off the best move I've ever seen in motor racing at the Dipper at Bathurst in 2019 to win the race. And from then on, Matt Campbell's been on the rocket ship,
and is now a Porsche factory works employed GTP driver and LMP driver with hypercars. Lickman Bathurst 12 hours is where the, in some ways, clash of cultures happens. But what we've found out down through the years, and I've been fortunate enough to talk about that for just over a decade now, that the Australian drivers and the New Zealand drivers from that part of the world are very good. They're right up there with the best. Matt Campbell, Shane van Gisbergen, Chaz Mostert, all in their own right doing very well nicely in the Antipodes, and had to get their heads around GT3 machinery. The GT3 cars, like that ice brake car, not as quick down Conrod Straight, the long straight at Bathurst, as the supercars, not by probably 20 or 30 kilometres an hour. However, we're a second and a half, 2 seconds faster over the top of the mountain. because of the downforce and because of the way they made their lap times. Extraordinary event. Be running in February in 2024, and with a bit of luck and a fair wind, Shea and I will be heading back down there to bring that to you and see what else we can find. And there's going to be quite a lot of Porsche involvement again in that. It's Porsche in the Asia Pacific region, and Porsche Motorsport and Porsche Cars Australia take that event very, very seriously indeed. It is their big endurance race.
We've seen Manthey go down there as well to the Bathurst 12 Hour, which of course it's very much an affiliated team to, in many ways, to the Porsche factory.
Well,
because Manthey is owned by
Porsche now.
Yeah. So it's definitely a full factory effort going down there with all the works drivers. The Black Swan car, that beautiful green, white, black livery, making its way down towards the hairpin. In 991.1.
That's Tim behind the wheel, isn't it?
I would suspect so.
Yeah.
He's had a busy weekend. Tim's been in a 914.6. He's been in a 935 and various others.
I had a long chat with Tim just before the unveiling of the new Porsche creation. I remember at Rennsport 6 we had the 935 reimagining. Well, this year we had the GT3R Rennsport edition, just 77 being built. Had quite a long chat with Tim. Hadn't seen him for quite some time. Very keen to get back into the IMSA paddock with Black Swan Racing and get back racing again as an entity and himself as well. And it was great to see him. The best thing about being here is literally everywhere you turn, there is a car that we can talk about, like this hydro aluminium machine, this Porsche 962 is, and we're talking about an era where there were so many Porsches on the grid from so many different entrants that we talked about and identified them, Peter, with their sponsors, like the Fat Turbo car, FAT.
Seamless, absolutely seamless. This is the AO Racing paddock, where they've got several significant cars, many of which owned by PJ Hyatt. The 1991 Yost 962C, an RSR 17 painted in the Fat Turbo colours.
Doesn't it look good?
It looks perfect for this weekend especially, and it's got team owner PJ Hyatt, the manager Gunnar Jeanette, and the name of Ferdinand Porsche, or Ferdy Porsche, who's a direct descendant of the family, on the roof of the car. Really one of the ultimate iterations of the 962 there, John, with it kind of grew wings and plates and everything. The car in the back of the shot there, the 911, that is the car that won Petit Le Mans overall in 2015. Used to be owned by Patrick Pilet, who was one of the drivers that day, but it's been sold to Rodrigo Sales.
Well, you know the story behind that is that Patrick Pilet wanted to buy one of his race cars, and Porsche Motorsport weren't keen on letting them go out of hand. So he made a bet and said, if we win Petit Le Mans, can I have the car? Now, he said in class. And he was told, oh, no, not if you win in class. We expect you to win in class. But if you win it overall, you can have the car. And he and Tandy were going to go in halves. Nick Tandy were going in halves for that, because they did win the race. They had to pass all the DPIs several times. And so the bet was honoured by Porsche Motorsport North America. And Pilet said to Tandy, are you going to come in halves if we get this? And he said, no, we're never going to do that. And Nick Tandy has told me since he regrets it massively. And Patrick Pilet bought that car. He displayed that number 911 with the Hertz livery on it at Rennsport 6. He told me that car had not been even started or properly turned over for nearly 2 years, and I was there at the first turn of the key. It fired up perfectly, and it ran perfectly all weekend. Here's another special livery. Again, a car, a Porsche that we identified by the Lowenbrau livery in an era.
Well, we had the great privilege of having Derek Bell with us yesterday, who was talking about that. That car is known as HR1. The HR stands for Holbert Racing. Derek's teammate and team boss, Al Holbert, was such a special man, and Derek shared some memories of Albert, who designed that car.
In shot now, the Brumos tribute livery from the 50th anniversary year of IMSA, and alongside it, a Brumos liveried 911 as well.
That's David Donohue's car from Pikes Peak.
That.
It's a GT2 RS with a lot of work from BBI Autosport in California, Batim Barisha and his crew, and it's David Donohue has put so much personal effort into getting that car right, and it's been a beast ever since.
Brumos, of course, from Jacksonville, Florida, legendary Porsche dealership and race team, Dan Davis, with so much history behind that, and a fantastic museum that they rebuilt recently, and took, it used to be in a fairly anonymous rear warehouse behind the dealership, and I'd been to that a couple of times, but now beautiful brick-built building just a little bit further up. And again, car after car after car, the red and blue swooshes. What about this open-topped Hurley-Haywood prototype?
Great story with this. This was Peter Gregg's car, originally the 917-10, and actually Peter said, do you know what, that's actually too much for me, which is something that Peter Gregg didn't say very often, and Hurley took it on. And actually, Hurley once told me, he said, Mark Donohue, who was the master of the 917-10 and 30, really gave him a lot of training and a lot of advice into how to get the best out of that car. The car that we just saw coming out of shot there, the orange car, Hurley and Peter won the first ever IMSA race in that very car, VIR 1971. Like you say, quite literally everywhere you turn.
Everywhere.
Heritage.
And it's not just, oh, this is quite a nice car. It's not just, oh, isn't that nice and shiny? Everything has a story. That's what I love about this. As we are getting ready for some more track action on Super Saturday. Here we are. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's Rennsport 7.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Are we in heaven? Well, we're somewhere close to it this weekend. John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Hello. It is still morning for us, but appreciate that as we're on Pacific time and you're joining us from all around the world on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, presented by Michelin. It could be any hour of the day or night. Thanks for being with us. The shuttles to the top of the famous corkscrew, utilising the Porsche four-door all-wheel drive Macan and Cayennes. There's some very funky liveries on some Panameras as well. Have you seen the new man livery on the Macan GTS? That's my favourite.
Fantastic.
That's my favourite so far.
For me is the Sunoco Taycan. Oh, great shot. Yes.
Just coming through the yellow fronted Macan. It's almost like we planned that coming out. Lots to see and do in the paddock. Well, of course there is, and Kristen is right at the very heart of it.
That guy.
Hi, everyone. Without a doubt that the Rennsport Reunion is a wonderful event that people travel all over to get to. However, I want to pull out one person today. This is Donna, and you're traveling from Oklahoma City?
Yes, I came all the way from Oklahoma. I left on the 22nd, yeah.
You left on the 22nd, and how long did it take you to get here?
5, 6 days? I don't even know. I lost count.
And what did you come here in?
1986 Targa.
That's wonderful. And how was the drive? Did you see any good sights? Stop anywhere amazing?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I met up with some guys in Grand Junction, Colorado, and then met up with the Ruclos Rally in Reno. About 35 of us ran then from Reno to Monterey.
So did you guys kind of caravan together, or was it mostly a solo trip for you?
I soloed my car the whole way. I was solo the first 2 days, and then met up with 4 friends in Grand Junction, and then... Yeah.
So when you're driving through our country coming here, what's going through your head while you're driving your Porsche?
Sometimes absolutely nothing. It's great. I just like being out on the road, and the sceneries was amazing. Went up to Colorado, New Mexico, went through Canyon, what is it? Barrier Reef? Not Barrier Reef. Capitol Reef Park, that was gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're crossing through some of the most beautiful parts of the country where it literally looks like Mars, and that backdrop must be so special for you and your car.
It does. With the top off, when the weather's good, there's nothing better. It's great.
So is this your first Rennsport, or have you done this before?
It is my first, yeah.
So you decided to come to Rennsport this year, and you're like, you know what? I'm not going to fly, I'm going to drive there.
Well, yeah, I'm doing this, and then in a week and a half, I'm doing the Overcrest Rally in Oregon. So, yeah, I'm not done yet.
Amazing. So is it just Porsches for you?
Yes. So far, that's what I've got. I do have a 57 T-Bird, but we don't talk about that.
We don't need to talk about that. Okay. Well, what else is in your Porsche garage then?
A 718 Cayman GTS, a 78 Outlaw 911, and a Rally 944.
Can I ask about your favorite one, or is that like asking if you have a favorite child or something?
Yeah, I love them all. They're all different. I daily the 718, but I daily pretty much all of them when I can. They all get driven quite a bit.
Amazing. Thank you so much, and to you, Shay.
Yeah.
We've got some super special cars about to come out on the track, and 2 of them have just rolled out, but the one that's coming out right now, this is the all-electric GT4 Club Sport, and it is being driven by Marco Seefried. Now, I had the privilege of seeing this car run a few laps at Watkins Glen earlier this year with Klaus Bachler behind the wheel. The top speed coming down the front straight is amazing. So if you are trackside, do not ignore the blue and black car just because it's not one of the prototypes out there, which are being driven, by the way, by Dane Cameron, the guy who is in the GTP car, that's the Porsche 963, and Nick Tandy, who's in the 919 Tribute car, the one that obliterated all the track records all around the world from various circuits, including this one, because this electric car, it's worth paying attention to.
Thank you, Shay. Peter Mackay back with me in the Global Broadcast Centre here at Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. And that's a very interesting car that Shay was looking at there, because it is the future. Whatever you think about internal combustion engines versus full EVs, it is part of the solution. EV is going to be part of the solution. However, this is a fairly traditional backbone chassis on this car.
The 718 base is one of the core products of the Porsche range. You can get it in a hard top form, known as the Cayman, or the soft top form, known as the Boxster. But this is a new step on, an electric powertrain, which we're going to see on the street cars. But this one-make racer, I think, is going to be fantastic to watch and see how it develops. And from what I understand, the car can do about 35 to 40 minutes on a charge. I'd love to see this car race. I'm laying down this gauntlet, John. I'm laying down this challenge. SPX entry at the Nürburgring 24-hour. Do 40-minute stints, come in for a charge, and I'd just love to see what is possible. Porsche, remember, nearly won the Nürburgring 24-hour with the GT3R hybrid about 10 years ago, something
with
like that.
With the flywheel hybrid.
Yeah, it's flywheel hybrid. So I'd love to see the same thing happen again. And maybe not you wouldn't get an overall window, but it would be cool to see what the car's capable of.
The next iteration of the 718 Cayman is all electric. It is being tested in the UK at the moment. This car could easily be turned into a single-make series. Uwe Brettel, who was one of the leading lights behind Porsche junior team when he was in Germany, before he came to take over Porsche Motorsport North America, is very much the champion of this car and its future. Once again, this is now, but this is tomorrow. This is Porsche engineering with this e-powered potential single manufacturer racing car. Little bit of overcast, still slightly keeping the temperatures down here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's Super Saturday, and this is Rennsport 7, and it's live.
Years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Do you know, there are times when only all-wheel drive will do, and built-ins Leipzig, the McCann and Cayman are very capable off-roaders, and we've actually needed them on our corkscrew shuttles today. These are the cars that are taking some of our patrons here this weekend up to one of the most awesome sights in motorsport as the cars turn left and right and plunge down over 3 stories. And they've been given a good workout here today. They're still a Porsche. Incredibly well-handling machines. I don't know what black magic the chassis and suspension teams and engineers have pulled off with these cars. They're on standard road tyres, and the hill descent is working very nicely indeed. Technology has always been at the heart of Porsche, an engineering company that just happens to have been building cars for the last 75 years. That's the benefit that we get on the road from everything that Porsche learn on the racetrack. What happens when you take the racetrack to extremes? Well, if we bring you just a little bit further round, through past the tractors, diesel tractors, around about 125,000 of those built in the late 50s and early 60s. If you throw the rule book out of the window, you get the car on the left of this shot. If you are trying to make the best car within the rule book at the time you get the car on the right of this picture. We'll talk about the one on the right at the moment, but the one on the left, the Porsche 919 Tribute, its close cousin competed in and won championships and won Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship. Porsche had an idea, Peter, that they could, if they were a little more free thinking, what could we do? Well, what we could do is to, well, spend money in places, change the aero, change pretty much everything on that car and see how fast it can go. It is, that is Nick Tandy behind the wheel of that car. He broke lap records at Brands Hatch and other places. And, of course, we had... It's not an official lap record, but we had an incredible time at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Well,
Timo Bernhard.
I had the privilege of chatting to Timo Bernhard at length about what it was like putting that record effort together. The car has very advanced side skirts as well to kind of suck the car down to the ground, so much so that you couldn't actually go through the carousel. You had to go round the carousel at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
On the top, yeah.
And yet, a 5-minute 19 lap. We'll talk more about it as the cars go out on track because there's so much to get into.
Porsche is a big family and it attracts people from all walks of life and from other sports too. Amanda has found, well, a giant in his own sport, literally.
Well, you never know who you're going to run into here at Rennsport Reunion. None other than Dwayne Wade, straight off of his hole-in-one at Pebble Beach yesterday, Dwayne. But look at this crowd around. I imagine it's hard to just make your way through here, but you found one of the main attractions, the Porsche diesel tractor. Talk about your day hanging out with us here today.
Well, I'm here for the experience. And I heard that the tractors was a part of the experience. And so I've never driven one before. But I feel unlucky. You know, after hitting a hole-in-one yesterday at Pebble, I feel like I should win this today. But just happy to be here. This is an iconic brand. I'm a fan. I have a Target at home. And so I heard about this event, and I'm thankful that Porsche allowed me to come here.
So when you say you're feeling lucky today, might we see you on one of these later?
Yeah, I'm going to be number 11. This little red shiny thing right here. So everybody get around the track at 12:30. Number 11 coming around.
All right, I think my money's on Dwayne Wade. He's coming in with luck from Pebble. Just your first thought through your mind when you hit that hole-in-one.
I saw this kid on social media who did it for his first swing. I think he was like 6. That was my first thought. It's downhill from here. But I felt like it was a game winner in NBA Finals. That's how great it felt. And so I couldn't wait to tell my dad. That was the first person I think I thought of, like, I want to tell my dad.
Oh, that's really cool, Dwayne. Enjoy your time out with us. And Shay, I think I feel just more lucky standing close to Dwayne.
Yeah, you should. As a Miami girl, I'm so jealous of what you're doing right now, Amanda. How awesome to have Dwayne Wade here in this paddock. And from one giant of a massive sports industry to a preview of another, because Jörg Bergmeister, the giant himself, has just gotten behind the wheel of the GT3 Rennsport. This is the car that was debuted the other night. It exists to go fast, and Jörg taking full advantage. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. There's rain sprinkles coming out of the sky again. Jörg, nah, let's go. Let's do it. He wants to put tires on the car. He wants to see what kind of lap times he can get, because yesterday, not exactly ideal. He thinks he can go a little bit faster. Compare that to the man that he is most associated with from his racing career, Patrick Long. I spoke to Patrick just a few minutes ago and said, hey, aren't you supposed to be taking out the 963, you know, the GTP car, the Porsche that is at the top of performance right now? He goes, you know what? I might wait for tomorrow afternoon, wait for some better weather conditions. So the two of them with dramatically different plans for today. But Jörg Bergmeister is going to go out there, and I guarantee you guys he's going to go quickly.
Well, that car is a force of nature. I have never seen so many seasoned, and some would almost say cynical, automotive journalists who were gaga for it the other night. The Porsche tractors will be out on circuit racing in not too very long a time as well, but not before Jörg has been out in that car, I believe. He's going to go out first. I had a couple of messages overnight about that GT3 Rennsport and asking what my impressions were. Well, look, it's got a 4.2 normally aspirated flat 6 engine. So basically the engine out of the RSR. And it has been tuned to over 600 horsepower, 620, thereabouts. They've employed some carbon fibre so it's lighter. This is a quick car, and it sounds magnificent. Now, I will throw it over to you, our listeners and viewers, trackside and further afield, whether you think it is the same, different, possibly even better than the RSR 19, which to me was one of the best sounding Porsche race cars, any kind of race cars ever. But I'll tell you what, it comes pretty close.
I would also throw to our viewers and listeners, what if they were ordering one, what livery would they have it painted in? Because you could, with Porsche Exclusive, you can customise it to your heart's content, and I think running it in an old Porsche racing livery would be very, very cool to see for that GT3R Rennsport. And Jörg Bergmeister on a half-wet, half-dry Laguna Seca, I think we might see some sideways angles coming in here. I think we might well do, yes. But I tell you what, the car that's of the GT cars, shall we say, for this upcoming parade, you want to look at the GT4E Performance because it's got four-wheel drive, like the Cayenne.
GTS coming down the from the corkscrew. We hope we'll get a little bit of better weather and we'll have more action from you. Fantastic atmosphere, and we'll be bringing it to you all day today and tomorrow. Rennsport 7 for 2023.
Eight out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Cars on track on quick demonstration laps. Jörg Bergmeister just coming into the pits. He's warmed his tyres and he's come in, and I think he's going to be putting a new set of Michelin slicks. We've got the 718 EV out there as well. This is the car that Shay was talking about earlier on. All-wheel drive, this car. Electric motors at both ends of the machine. And I think this is going to be very interesting indeed. Ahead of it is the 919 Evo, the Tribute as it was called. And I think we might see that car catching it up. He may have been told to stay behind, actually.
Well, they both got four-wheel drive, so it's even Stevens there. One powered by the only electric, which is the GT4E Performance, the 919, an internal combustion engine, and the electric power. The 919 at the front of the queue, as it often was in period as well, going towards the corkscrew. A car, actually, it didn't ever race here at Laguna Seca, did the 919, which was because it wasn't on the World Endurance Championship calendar. So 919, it developed all through its days, but the base that they began with, John, quite interesting. The RS Spider, the previous Le Mans prototype from Porsche, which
started as a P2 car,
which is and remains so. The LMP2 RS Spider, the test car number 701 or chassis 701, was used as a test mule for the early days of the 919 project. Timo Bernhard and Romain Dumas were heavily involved with it, and when they did the shootout test for who was going to drive the 919, Mark Lieb was there, and also Brendan Hartley, and Brendan Hartley had a lot of laps in the RS Spider, and he absolutely loved it.
This car is the ultimate iteration. It was built without regard to any regulations, based on the 919 race car, but everything optimized. Aero, battery, motor, pretty much everything, apart actually from the gearbox. They wanted to do something funky with the gearbox, and they wanted an electric shifted gearbox, and they didn't quite get to that, but everything else was turned up to 11, and it absolutely annihilated lap records. As you might imagine, it wasn't built to a set of regulations. So what was the point? Well, the point was to show what could be done, and that probably the ultimate proof of that, Peter, was the run by Timo Bernhard with special tyres from Michelin, with a short run up to start the lap from the Dr. Gehör to the start of the old start of the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the Eifel Mountains, and an incredible lap time that we never thought we would see.
5 minutes and 19 seconds. It's remarkable. I mean, Timo Bernhard, when I spoke to him about it, he said we weren't trying to, you know, defeat anybody. It was designed really as also a tribute to the late great Stefan Beloff, who in the last Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres in a Porsche 956, as it was then, did a 6:11, and it's known as the immortal lap of the Nürburgring. And what I said to Timo was, I said, Timo, what you've done is you've given a modern audience a piece of context of how good Stefan's lap was, and he says, yeah, that's what we're doing. Although he did say when he got to the end of doing the record run, Timo, he got to Flugplatz, which is another 3 or 4 kilometres or however many miles, a couple of miles up from the start-finish line, and he stopped and he got on the radio and he said, guys, I think that's enough, because they built up to the lap. He says, I think that's quite enough. And his boss came on the radio and said, yes, we agree. And
that was Frank Stefan Walliser at the time, and he said no. And Frank had said to me, the other side of that story, that's quite funny that you had Timo's side. I had Frank's side. Frank had already decided before Timo had stopped that car, because they didn't do a full lap. He just turned around and came back. Then they recharged the car, put another set of Michelin tyres on it. And Frank had already decided that whatever Timo said, they weren't going again, because they'd been waiting for good weather conditions and the track temperatures, etc. So an extraordinary machine. I was fortunate enough to talk to Nick Tandy at Brands Hatch at the anniversary of the Boxster a few years ago with this car, and even in these conditions it's been pushed along rather nicely by Nick Tandy. Witness the glowing front discs on that car. Nick, multiple champion in pretty much everything he raced, did not come into motorsport in the most obvious way. Started on in mini stocks, which is short oval racing, front wheel drive short oval racing in the UK. Also out on the track, Dane Cameron in the current version of Porsche's Le Mans and IMSA Challenger. This is the 963, based on a bespoke chassis from a Multimatic here in North America, and there's a link between this car and the car we've just been seeing, because the engine in that car is derived from the Spider and the 919 hybrid, which is what the 919 used.
That's right. Well, the 919 hybrid LMP1 was a 2-litre V4, which was kind of its own thing, but the engine from the RS Spider, the 3.4-litre V8, was then repurposed into the 918 Spider road car, which is then come into the 963. That's very classic Porsche. If something has been proven to work well, use that idea and take it on. But this is the thing, John, and this is pertinent to the GTR at Rennsport. I cannot believe that from a flat 6 4.2 litre you're getting 620 horsepower with no turbos. If I may, a story about that which relates to the RS Spider. That was a brand new from the ground up engine for the RS Spider, 3.4 litre V8, and that engine was tested in a 911 GT3, because at that point, they thought that they were at their limit of around 500 horsepower with the flat 6. So they thought, well, we might get outrun here. So the engine had to be, when it was signed off by the Porsche board, it had to work for the Le Mans prototype, the RS Spider, but it also had to have a potential use in a 911. How history could have changed.
A V8 911?
Yes.
I'm salivating. Right, I'm going to shut up for a minute, which is something I don't normally do, because I want you to hear this number 911 as it comes down the front straight. We've got a camera right under the Mission Foods bridge, and I want you to decide what you think this car sounds like as it's coming through. Changing down like a machine gun into the Andretti hairpin. Jörg Bergmeister with a fresh set of tyres on after a outlap. Let's have a listen here. It's singing, isn't it? 620 horsepower.
It's maybe a good thing we didn't have the V8 after all. That's just wonderful.
Climbing up through turn 5 and heading up to turn 6 underneath the VP Racing drive over bridge. Jörg hadn't driven competitively for a couple of years before he was drafted in to test this car at Weissach, a car that was built in an extremely truncated time frame, conceived, designed, built and tested. The process starting only 10 months ago and done in absolute secrecy. Even the suppliers didn't realise what was going on. Earlier on in the week, the reveal to the public. Now, let's have a listen to the onboard sound. Peter and I will stay quiet. It was Jörg again who went out. And let's hear this flat 6 4.2 sing when he gets it wound up. Rear view camera in the middle of the screen looking backwards. Now he's letting the car go a little bit. Let's have a tune in as we go through turn number 5 and start to climb. Turn 6. Still not got heat in the front, has a beautiful sunset shown in the rear view camera. That camera, very clever piece of equipment. If you've got cars coming up behind you with very bright headlights, it automatically changes the iris on the camera so that you don't get just a whole load of white lights. And there's a proximity sensor as well to tell you which side they are likely to be passing you.
It's been one of the biggest developments in modern GT cars, particularly those that use a mid-engine, because it often can't see out the back very well, so it gives you great vision. And these cars, or the GT3R racing version, races in multi-class competition, so you've got Le Mans prototypes coming left, right and centre of you. Brilliant onboard footage there from Jörg Bergmeister, a driver who has had many of his greatest chapters of his career here, and one of his most controversial chapters when he won the race in the Le Mans GT2 category in 2009, battling away with Jan Magnussen, one of the other great GT drivers, and just it went right down to the last corner here at Laguna. Do you remember that one, John?
I remember that Jan Magnussen didn't get to the finish line and ended up drivers
he actually
right.
did, he just not in the same, not in one piece.
That had started actually at the Mobile One Sebring 12 hours with Jamie Melo and Jörg, Ferrari and Porsche, banging door handles for the win in class. About 2.5 minutes after the race had been won by Audi overall, the GT battle was still carrying on, and I remember that as if it was yesterday. They just did not want to give any room at all, and it was so tight at the end, and Jamie Melo just nipped through, and that kind of started that, okay, Rubin's racing, and that ended up, unfortunately, as I say, with Jan in the wall at the end of the race. Bit of a lot up by David Cameron, from the Michelin race tyres as he was coming into the corkscrew. This is the first time that this iteration of GTP has raced on the new surface here, because we just missed out when we were here earlier in the year with IMSA. And Porsche Penske running, Porsche Motorsport running 2 parallel programs, one here in the United States and one out of Germany for the World Endurance Championship. They are still fighting for championships and positions in the manufacturer and the drivers' championships in both of their programs. Very close indeed in IMSA. I think it's 5 points separating the top 3 as we go to Motul Petit Le Mans in a couple of weekends' time, which we'll have coverage for you, of course, on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. You'll want to join us. That end of an era from our point of view, from the broadcasting, but what a way to round up the GTP inaugural season. And the electric car is still going, Peter.
It is proof that the car is here, here to perform the GT4 E-Performance.
Look at that acceleration out the final corner.
It's very, very similar as well to the Mission, now you can get this right, the Mission E, I think it is, in my memory, which is the concept version, which is actually on iRacing. You can drive it on iRacing. And the difference between the race mode and the qualifying mode is stark. When you put this thing in qualifying mode, it is a monster. Huge power, huge torque, and of course instant power delivery.
Yeah.
The GT4 E-Performance, you're looking at the future, ladies and gentlemen.
And it doesn't have to have ridiculous styling. That is instantly recognisable as a Cayman. Obviously, it's a Cayman racing version, but it's a 718.
It looks like a baby RSR to my eyes.
It does, yeah, it does a little bit.
It's wonderful. I love the light, the typical Porsche rear light
Signature,
that goes all the way there. But in blue, of course, being an EV, with the sponsor DB Schenker, who have been part of the GT4 E-Performance Tour, taking the car around the world.
Red brake lights come on when the friction brakes are working. When you are harvesting power, there's a flashing light in the middle of that rear light signature. That tells the cars behind that you are harvesting. There it is, right there, going into the final corner.
And the car behind it, the 963, a car which developed in parallel, all the brains at Weissach and Flacht working, and no matter which department comes up with a breakthrough, it gets filtered all the way around. And there's things that will have been found on the GT4 E-Performance that will go into the 963 and the vice versa direction as well.
Well, that was a very illuminating, and I mean that's in every sense of the word, and electrifying, see above comment, performance from those Porsche Heritage race cars. Amanda has made sure that she's staying out of the worst of the cold and the wet, but the rain has stopped. Amanda, you have got legends all around you, none more so than the Brumos-coloured car and your guest.
For sure, John. And if you translate Rennsport from German, it stands for race sport. And I was talking to the Senior Director of Competition, Mark Raffoff, just about how much history of sports cars is in here, specifically with IMSA. And you pointed to this guy first. Why is that?
This is a 1973 911 RS. It was the most significant car of the early 70s in IMSA. Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood, they won the Rolex 24 and Sebring back-to-back in 73, which I think was the first time it was ever done. And this car became the basis of IMSA for the next 2 or 3 seasons, along with the IROC cars from the 73 season. And they eventually upgraded these to what they called an RSR. So if you go through IMSA's history, IMSA wouldn't be IMSA without the relationship to Porsche cars, because they always built customer cars that people could go race and win with, and this is really the one that started it. The 914-6 was before it, but there weren't too many of those. But so this is the first 911 that scored significant international wins in the U.S. in IMSA.
I want to give the fans more look at the car, but Mark, I know you've dedicated your life's work to this sport. Is it walking around in like a candy store for you here this weekend?
Oh, absolutely. So again, I've been with IMSA for almost 50 years. Our history is directly tied to this brand and these cars. And to be able to see not just the cars, but the people who own them now, as well as in many cases the people who drove them then through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and currently with the new prototypes, is really special because there is no other event like this where any brand in the world assembles the right cars with the right people, and I think that's what makes it so special.
I think we just saw the Hurley Haywood sign dash, and Mark, I know you have a busy weekend with us here. What else are you up to?
We're here. We actually are running the only competition, so to speak, real competition, which is Porsche Carrera Cup North America, which is a single spec car series, of which this is the next to last race. I think Coda at the F1 race is the last one. So I oversee all of our race operations, so I try to get to every one of our series at some point or another, and this was, of course, the best one to come to.
Thank you, Mark. You're going to be our resident historian today, so we'll hear more from Mark. And John, I heard you're kind of salivating over this car up there in the booth.
Well, first of all, please pass on my best wishes to Mr. Rafov, who normally, when we're at trackside for IMSA, is not too far away from our broadcast booth. Secondly, Peter, this car, everything that Mark said there about how important it is to IMSA, but this actually ran as a prototype because of how it was configured.
That's right. In the early 1973 season, the RSR was on its way, but it wasn't yet homologated when the Daytona 24-hour came around. So the car has RS bodywork, but with RSR running gear. It ran as a prototype up against the Matras and various other machines like that. But there was two cars, one given to the Brumos team, car number 59 for Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood, and one given to the Penske team for Mark Donoghue and George Follmer. And a young Norbert Singer was dispatched to help, and he actually found his way into the Penske pit because Penske and Porsche were so close together at the time, but the Penske car actually went out. It had a problem with the flywheel, something with the flywheel, a bolt in the flywheel, and it was Norbert then went over to the Brumos crew and they won the race.
Hurley Haywood signed that car. You saw that on the dashboard on the right hand side. Cleanup continuing on the pit exit. We're not losing any race time at the moment. There wasn't too much track activity in this part of the day anyway, so it's not backing anything up. We're trying to bring you as much of the atmosphere and character of this event from the paddock as well as on the track. But again, our track services team doing absolutely all they can to remove the worst of the water, including using the road sweeper to suck up some of the water, as well as a bit of manual labour to dig down and drain some of that puddle. Can I still? Is that too big to call a puddle? Do you think the water splash?
We should get some of the Porsche rally cars out there. There's a beautiful 911 SCRS, which was Porsche's Group B rally car that's in that heritage collection.
Shall we get it dirty?
Let's get it dirty. It's a rally car. It's meant to be dirty.
Get
Romain Dumas in there. He's a very good rally driver. Get him in there. He's around today. He's been signing autographs and all sorts.
Calling all 911 Dakar owners who have their cars in the car park.
Come and show them off.
Yeah, come and splash through our mud puddle at the exit of pit lane. Great work by all of the workers down there. Now, meantime, if you are just joining us, it's John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre as we plough towards midday here. Many of you will be thinking about something to eat here at the circuit. There's plenty of options for you. If you're further afield, just leave us on in the background gently. It's Porsche Rennsport 7, our live stream, presented by Michelin.
Official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
back in the stereo, cop circle the block. Yeah, I guess he on their neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a good got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses, masses.
When you come to Porsche Rennsport, you've got the opportunity to be driven very quickly in some very, very impressive cars. And some impressive drivers as well. Matthew Jaminet, Romain Dumas with his back to us. Beyond that, Matt Campbell is talking to fellow Aussie Mark Webber, former Formula 1 driver and Le Mans winner, and Timo Bernhard in there. That's a bit of Porsche experience that we're talking, that are just shooting the breeze, Peter, before they take the RSs out.
I would love to know what they're talking about right now. Just so much speed, so many stories to share. Romain Dumas with his back to us right now, holding on to his helmet bag. A man who's really made a legacy with Porsche. Came into Porsche in the early 2000s. His dad is an enormous Porsche fan and a big rally guy is Romain. And I remember asking Romain, I said, what did your dad say when the Porsche contract came through? And he said, well, he was quite pleased.
I'm sure. Mark Webber, who's been a Porsche fan for many years, even before he was a Porsche driver, remember, walked away from Formula 1. He didn't retire from Formula 1. He decided that he'd had enough, and one of the decision-making parts of that was that he had the opportunity to drive for Le Mans, to drive in Le Mans, and to drive for Porsche at Le Mans and in the World Championship.
And I think it was a very good decision. You think about it, thinking beyond your driving career. That's something where Porsche really looks after their drivers during their career, but also afterwards brings them to people who want to speak to them and hear the stories.
I followed Mark's career pretty much from the start to the end. He was very impressive in Formula Ford in the UK in his early career when he came into Europe. That was part of the British Touring Car Championship, which I was covering at the time. And I was there his final race at Bahrain in the FIA WEC. So it's not often you can say that about a driver of Mark's calibre. The 356s parked up as part of the Restoration Challenge, which is always such an important part of any of the big Porsche events, and Rennsport no different to that. And, well, keep your hands in your pockets if you're down there, because the DreamWorks area is down there as well. But it's not just cars that you might want to be seeing if you can drive away with. There's plenty of other things to catch your eye if you fancy doing a little bit of Porsche-themed shopping, as Kristen is finding out.
Hey, we're in the middle of everything here at the Porsche Square, and right behind me, this red building is the official Porsche store. I've been by this thing like probably a dozen times in the time that I've been here. There is always a line wrapped all the way around the store. It's like the hottest sample shop in New York City pop-up or something like that. So I'm really curious how long these people have been waiting for, what they expect to find in there. You know, so let's find out. Hey, we're live on the Porsche Rennsport Reunion live stream right now. I know. Wow. So we're waiting for the official store, right? Is that what you're waiting for?
Waiting. We've been waiting for about an hour.
An hour?
Yeah, it's my 7th beer. Go walk that way. You'll see the line.
So an hour? When did you get here?
8 a.m. I left my house at 6.
Fantastic. Good luck.
My wife's car.
Okay, so we've got an hour wait. It looks like they're kind of close to the front of the line, but let's see. Excuse me, sir. We're on the Porsche Rennsport Reunion live stream. How long have you been waiting?
Oh, at least 45 minutes to an hour.
What are you looking to buy in there?
Not sure exactly. Let's see what's in there.
All right, you can cut back into line now. I don't want you to lose your spot. So I think everyone's going to find some treasures in there, so best of luck to everyone.
Well, I've already been offered really sensible money for our team clothing here. So, but I'm keeping hold of it. I'm keeping hold of it before anybody thinks otherwise. Shea Adam looking resplendent in her Rennsport as well. You need to do that again when I tell you that you are, like, do exactly what you've just done that I saw on my monitor that the audience didn't. You're looking resplendent in yours. Thank you, Shea. Down there in front of those RSs with that plethora of Porsche personalities.
Well, and the reason I want to highlight all these RSs is because the celebrity drivers behind the wheels, we have all of our Porsche factory guys behind the wheel, starting with this green car right here. Dwayne Wade is the passenger. None other than Matt Campbell is the driver. We've got behind him Timo Bernard, Mark Webber. Who else is back there? I saw Mathieu Jaminet, Nick Tandy, Patrick Long, Jörg Bergmeister, just to name a few. And then, if we pan over to the other side of things, the tractors are getting ready to go out. So it is really go time down here. This is what everyone's been waiting for today. This is what, let's face it, all the fans are gathered around. You see further down all the fans, they're staring at the tractors. The fans up here, they know what's going on though. All the drivers will be here. So maybe you'll get to take a picture with some of your and my childhood heroes.
Shea, I can only imagine what the briefing was to those racing drivers. They go, this could get very interesting very quickly. They'll have been briefed. Pat Long just walking up to choose his car. I can see a couple of GTS4s there among the RSs. The GTS4 actually might be a good choice here. 480 brake horsepower against the over 500 horsepower of the RSs. But in these mixed conditions with the all-wheel drive, Peter, what are you taking? Are you taking the GTS or are you taking the RS?
I'm going in whatever Roman Dumas in.
Okay.
He's the master of the slippery surface, the loose surface. So I'd love to have a seat in one of those new GT3 RSs to really feel race car performance in a car with number plates on it. Remember, that car on treaded street tyres can go around a corner with the same G-force and the same cornering speed as a 992 Cup can on slick tyres. That is a remarkable thing. Mind you, those GT4 RSs, very nimble through the corkscrew, would be very, very good as well.
Well, marvellous work going on down at the exit of the pit lane at the Andretti hairpins. There was an awful lot of standing water there earlier on. We're basically digging a canal through the sand and gravel trap to be able to get rid of that water. We've been sweeping it. We've been vacuuming it with one of the road sweepers out there. That will have disappeared and gone and dumped that load of water, and we're coming back for some more. We don't use the pit lane exit very much, to be honest. We'll release people onto the circuit, and we have the opportunity to release people onto the circuit coming straight out from underneath the new Mission Foods bridge. And so that doesn't need to be used, but the last couple of times that people have been through there, it has been spectacular, to say the least. Welcome along if you are just joining us. The tractors are lining up, including the Algar Streamliner. That's Jeff Schwartz's machine, the bright orange machine in pole position. We have a nice mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 cylinder diesel tractors. What are you talking about, Heindorf? A single cylinder? Yes, very clever on the tractors, because the engine was a modular design. So Dr. Ferdinand Porsche built the engine, and for the very smallest, the Junior, you had a single cylinder, which under 20 horsepower. Then you moved on to the Standard, and that had a 2-cylinder engine. It was 2 1-cylinder engines bolted together with a different crankshaft. The 3-cylinder, C above. The 4-cylinder, C above. So the manufacturing and tooling costs, Peter, were kept down because all of those 4 engines were not 4 different castings. They were a single casting bolted together. The only thing you changed was a crankshaft, and you had a longer crankshaft.
Typical Porsche ingenuity, isn't it? And you look at some of the ingenuity and engineering involved in these shall we say, modern era Porsche tractors, particularly the Gunner Racing tractor, which raced in full Pink Pig livery at the last Rennsport. Now it's a split livery, half Pink Pig, half Lowenbrow. The wing on that tractor, just at the bottom left of your shot there, is straight off a 911 GT1.
Really?
Seriously.
The rear wing?
Yes, only Kevin Jeanette would do that.
It belongs, that tractor belongs to John Oates, and last time it was here, it was in full Pink Pig company colours, excuse me, and it was towing a small trailer, also in pink colours, with a whole load of plastic piglets in it, and a whole load of straw. And the overalls, and John drove it for one of the races, his overalls were pink, but made them look like he was wearing a bib and brace like a farmer. It was absolutely outstanding. Oh, we've got a trailer on a one further up the field as well.
With a sofa.
Yeah.
Are we going to get a passenger, the first?
Is that? It says Pikes Peak on there. Oh, very interesting.
Yes.
Well, that is one of the... that tractor race is one of the fan favourites here. It was introduced as a bit of fun in Rennsport 6. The fans said you cannot take it away, and we'll make sure that we cover that for you in a little while. The tractor's being warmed up, and you keep not too far away. It'll be from the start line to turn 5, and we'll have it live here on MotorTrend's YouTube channel, presented by Michelin.
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive.
It takes determination. Early mornings
And late night.
10,000 hours of challenge accepted.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends. It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt. The smell of burnt rubber. The speed.
the down. The fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
Together. Together.
Look at that.
It's the dedication,
Labor.
the love of a whole lifetime. Beginning with the spark
That ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
all immortalized
In
1/64th.
Because legends aren't born,
They're made.
It's a Saturday. We're right in the middle of our live broadcasts across the Porsche Rennsport 7 Reunion weekend. Hello, everybody. Peter Mackay and John Hindorf in the Global Broadcast Centre. A little cessation of hostilities out on the circuits through this late Saturday morning, but about to get underway again with one of the fan favourites, our Porsche tractor race. A little bit tongue-in-cheek in some respects, but you wouldn't think that, Peter, to talk to some of the drivers and celebrities who were taking part.
You've got to remember that most of the Porsche factory driver roster are on the grid for that tractor race, and they're helmeted it up, and that is like a signal in their brain, a switch going, it's race mode now, and there is no on or off switch there. It's let's go racing, let's win.
I'll guarantee that we'll be talking about track limits. Somebody will cut a corner in a tractor.
I think it would turn the F1 race director potty what the track limits abuses we're about to see when we get into the tractor race.
They're going to start from the start line, the front straight, race through the Andretti hairpin, then down through turn 3 and 4, and the finish line is at turn 5. They don't do the full lap, so we don't get to see them coming down through the corkscrew. I think probably just as well centre of gravity on these machines, possibly apart from the bright orange Jeff Swartz streamliner, perhaps somewhat at odds with that part of the track.
So the The tractors all lined up, ready to go, with some drivers already mounted in anticipation. I think it's scheduled to go off in about 20 minutes' time. Jörg Bergmeister in the middle there, he's already helmeted it up and onto his Porsche tractor. I heard there was a few drives going in this race, John. I'm surprised you haven't managed to wangle your way in there somehow.
I was told by a couple of tractor owners, one of whom has two in here, being Pat Long, but there was another tractor drive offered. But I think I possibly would have done it for the fact I've never driven a tractor before. So I think making my debut driving a tractor, and I wasn't offered any testing. I hate going to race anything without doing a test to make sure I know. So I know the handling characteristics and all of the dials and switches and buttons and gear levers and such like. And Justin Bell told me that they aren't easy to drive either.
I can't imagine so, no. But in coming up, actually next week is the World Ploughing Championship. So I wonder if any of these machines could go over there and take that on.
I did also ask what type, whether I was going to be on the big 4-cylinder, the Master, whether that was an opportunity, because otherwise I've been told there's no BOP for the smaller engine, so there's no balance of ploughing on these tractors. They are all going to race.
Well, if anybody's been sandbagging, can we borrow those sandbags for the turn 1 pit exit? That would be nice. Very good.
Very good indeed. As I said, this was brought in at Rennsport 6 as a little bit of fun. Regis Lefebvre, Motorsport photographer extraordinaire, capturing some of the celebrities down there as the tractors are getting ready, and I am so impressed at all of the work that's gone on down at the exit of turn 1. So we are getting ever closer to firing up the diesels and getting the bright red tractors out onto track.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917-10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour? In the rain, in the middle of the night.
You know, race cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
it's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event, which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
Moving up to Saturday afternoon here, Pacific time at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. Our MotorTrend YouTube live stream presented by Michelin. Big queue still to get in, and hello to those of you who are tuning in. Such is technology nowadays, making sure that you're not missing anything and getting the atmosphere early as you're sitting in the line to come into WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and Rennsport 7 today. Thank you very much for your patience. Our volunteers are working hard on the traffic plan to get you in. And also got to say hello as well to champion Porsche, and particularly to Wilson Tai, who's here with their entry in the 356 Restoration Challenge. Very, very hard fought, and much prestige attached to that Restoration Challenge. Met Wilson Tai a few years ago at Pikes Peak, smashing operation as well of champion big Porsche racing team back down through the years with the GT1, the GT911 GT1 Evo, as well, of course, as the brightly coloured cars from close cousin manufacturer Audi as well, in fairness. But I'll never forget that GT. I took a picture of the car coming over the top of the hill at turn 2 at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, and that was the GT1 Evo in the champion colours. It's one of the best digital photographs I've ever taken, and it was pure luck. I was there scouting locations.
Dwayne Wade, an NBA legend, looks like he's just had the stuffing knocked out of him there. He's just had a passenger lap with Jeff Swart. What a treat that is, Jeff Swart, to take Dwayne Wade around in a brand new GT3 RS. So you've got not only have you played Pebble Beach yesterday, you've had a hole-in-one. Dwayne Wade's had a hole-in-one. He's getting a passenger lap with Jeff Swart. He's had a lot of amazing times in his life, but these days I'm sure will be right up there for him. Fantastic. And Jeff's like, do you want to go on my tractor as well? Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Dwayne Wade going around and having a chat with some of our tractor drivers as well. But yeah, Jeff Swart, a great circuit racer, but particularly an expert at Pikes Peak and doing some taxi duties as well for our VIP guests here at Rennsport Reunion. Jörg Bergmeister, I think he's in a hurry. Fifth tractor in the queue there. He's had his helmet on for quite a while. He was first to mount his steed ready, and I think the Bergmeister beast mode is about to be engaged, John.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Is that something to sit people on the back of that tractor, or is that just hay bales? I'm not sure. Dwayne Wade on the number 11. Getting ready to go.
Is Jeff Swart Dane Wade's new driver manager?
Yeah.
I think so.
Mentor. Now that's a junior. So that is one of the smaller engined machines. Just getting the chat to go through the controls.
That's right. The junior one is the smaller of the machines. Dwayne Wade just getting used to the little whatever the left foot does. I have to be honest, I have no idea. I've never driven a tractor before, but Jeff, he knows how his way around a Porsche diesel tractor. Of course, owns one himself at his beautiful ranch in I think it's in Utah, I think it is, or was it Colorado? I can't quite remember. But yeah, beautiful place where he exercises all of his Porsches of all kinds. Everything from a Porsche tractor to a 993 GT2. And best of all, on the back of Jeff's helmet there, the back is shot, he's got his beloved Bernese Mountain Dog too. But coaching done, Dwayne Wade, I bet he never thought he would do this, get onto a Porsche tractor at Laguna Seca.
Need to ask him after this, what was the biggest memory of the last couple of days? Driving in the car with Jeff Swart, driving a Porsche tractor, racing a Porsche at Laguna Seca, or he's hauling one at Pebble Beach?
It's quite a choice. That's quite a choice for Dwayne Wade. Now I know our very own Shea Adam is she's very excited because being a Miami girl, she said Dwayne Wade, he is a hero in Miami.
He was one of the big three, wasn't he? That came down to Miami that delivered them the championship, and getting ready to go. Meantime, we've got the passenger rides going full tilt now, almost fully dry, the circuit, and just by the body language of these street-tired cars, things are drying up a bit. That's Pat Long, isn't it, in that one? In the green number 7, Minty.
Patrick in a 911 at Laguna, there's a perfect combination, and this GT3 RS, I just can't get over it. It's just the performance from a car with number plates on is off the scale. And when you put a driver, I mean, I think whenever you drive a car with the performance like this, you're always impressed, but you think, how good would it be if you could sit beside a professional racing driver driving it, and then they take it to another dimension entirely.
Can I just mention, by the way, he's not holding back there.
Definitely not.
The car was moving around under braking as GT Silver GTS coming round behind. I like that green colour.
It's almost Kramer Valiant-esque. The Valiant Boiler Company, who sponsored a lot of Kramer's Porsche racing efforts in the early 80s. In fact, our house that we were staying in at the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year, in the shall we say, the upstairs lounge that myself and Johnny Palmer were in, it had a Valiant boiler in there. We were in the boiler room staying there for the Nürburgring 24, and yeah, many of you'll see Porsche diecast models in the Valiant colours. In fact, one of the courtesy cars here at Rennsport Reunion 7 is painted in the Valiant colours. So it shouldn't be too long before we get the track to race off. It's scheduled to go off at 12:30 local time in just over 8 minutes time if everything runs to plan. And it looks like Dwayne Wade is going to make his first start in a racing Porsche. He's queued up right now on the grid in the tractor race. The tractor's all lined up, ready to go. But what an event it's been so far here at Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. You can get involved, get into, if you're here on site, get into the garages. You can get right up close to the cars and the stars, and a lot of the owners have got lots of information around the cars they can share with you, whether it be written down beside the car or if you bump into them as well. I'm sure they'll be very happy to chat to you. We might be firing up the engine soon as well. Some great dungarees there. Who's that? Who's got the stars and stripes dungarees? Fantastic stuff. So there's some great outfits on show for the Porsche tractor race. Mathieu Jaminet in there too.
Let's head back down to Amanda, who's with Mark Rathoff.
And John, yeah, we wanted to do a progression here from the IMSA side on sports cars and what our historian and senior director of competition with IMSA has picked out here in the Tag Heuer area. And this was your next choice. What brought your eyes here?
So in the 70s, after the first car we talked about, there was a lot of consternation about the advent of turbocharging. So IMSA and Porsche kind of fought for 2 years and eventually created this car collaboratively. And the 10 that were built were called 935.5s, and they were specifically for IMSA competition. Sold them all immediately. A couple did run in the Trans Am, but relative to the Brumos car across the street, this is the same team, Brumos Midcom, where Peter Gregg drove with Jim Busby. But this car was uniquely made for IMSA, and it really kind of launched us into the big car era with turbocharging. 935s followed, which were even faster. So it was not a real 934, but it wasn't a 935. It had a lot of mix of parts, and it became very competitive in the car to have in 77, 78, and then by 79, the 935 came along, which was sort of an upgraded one of these. So it's really special because it brought IMSA into a new technological age, and again, with Porsche. You know, BMW followed afterwards, but this car basically started that whole process.
What do you think this era for Porsche on the racing side was most reflective of?
The best thing I could say this whole time frame was Porsche made cars that they sold to private individuals who could go win big races. So even if there was a factory car, which there was many times at Daytona, they usually got beat by U.S. teams using their customer cars. Sometimes they're older customer cars. So, you know, the thing about Porsche is the ability to make a product that anybody could get to and run, and if they knew what they were doing and did it well, could win. And I think that's the biggest statement I can make for that.
Well, Mark, we've been promoting this tractor race for 2 days, and the countdown is on to that. I know you were at the last Rennsport. How big of a hit was it?
It's pretty amazing, but I got to say, IMSA never raced tractors. They don't really look too safe to me, but they're slow enough that it's probably okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the safety regulations would be on a tractor. John, any thoughts on that?
I think we need to get Mark involved in this, because I've already had drivers giving me a hard time because they're on smaller engines. So we need to get Mark and the rest of the IMSA team on a balance of performance for these tractors. As if we don't give Mark and his race control team enough headaches anyway when we're racing. I think you probably want to stay well out of that, Amanda. Thank you very much indeed, and to Mark Raffoff, what a career and what a servant. What careers he's had and what a servant he's been for our form of motor. I say our form of motor racing because obviously I'm inextricably linked with endurance racing, and it's where I've plied my trade most often. And Mark, what an asset he has been down through the years. I just wonder how many driver excuses he's heard down through the line, down through the years. I bet he could write a book about it. Coming on for the Le Mans start, the Echelon start, tails into the wall. The very great variety of tractors. Just down to the right of the picture, coming down on the bottom there, the very narrow one. That's a very particular one for working in vineyards, so that it can get between the vines. That was a special mate, very appropriate for this part of the world.
Of course, we're in an area of many vineyards, of course, quite a few owned by racing drivers. Earlier on, our colleague Bobby was telling us that Ben Pon had a winery here, Porsche legend from the 1960s, and lived here till he passed away. Loved California and loved Porsche and loved his winery.
I'm told that our guest drivers in the first part of this race today, then we've got another one tomorrow, will include Dwayne Wade. We've seen he's on the number 11, I think he was, wasn't he? The little one. Nick Tandy, Patrick Dempsey, Mathieu Jaminet, Dane Cameron, and Matt Campbell are the reserves. They didn't even get a drive.
They didn't get an entry
in the race. Unbelievable.
Yeah, wonderful stuff here from the Porsche tractor race, and they're all going to line up. Well, they normally do line up for a Le Mans start.
No, I think they are. I think they're just. If we look further up the pit lane, up the start-finish line rather, I think you'll see that we are getting tractors into the Echelon formation. Absolutely outstanding.
Wonderful.
You have no idea how seriously people took this. And when it was announced that Porsche tractors were going to be allowed to take part in Rennsport 6, the amount of search engine requests for Porsche tractors here in the US went through the roof. And so did the prices.
I bet the value of them went up too. Yeah, I'm sure it's boosted the value of those Porsche tractors. So I see quite a few recognisable helmets. Mathieu Jaminet's helmet in there. He's snuck in there. Now the red and white helmet, that looks like that's not Felipe Nasr, is it?
He is here, and he's due to be driving tomorrow. So maybe he has.
Maybe he's snuck in for the tractor race.
Just standing right in the middle. Yes, it is
that's
Felipe Nasr.
Wonderful man, really nice man.
Porsche factory driver, of course.
So fast.
Yeah.
So unlucky not to really get a proper opportunity in F1. He did race in F1, of course, but
good spot.
But actually he's made a fantastic legacy in sports car racing, like so many Porsche factory drivers. Patrick Long, he's got even a special jacket, that yellow and red jacket there, just in the middle of the shop beside Dwayne Wade. And Patrick, he's definitely built like a racing driver, as is Jeff Swart there. And they're beside NBA star Dwayne Wade, who's about the same height as Jörg Bergmeister, another Porsche factory star.
Dwayne Wade standing there by that bright red machine. The second in line, just getting his mind in the right place. What a few days it's been for him. He was out on the golf links yesterday at Pebble Beach. He's got a pretty decent swing, as we can see. Well, Peter, you're the golf expert here. We've been watching the Ryder Cup when we haven't been on air. This is one of the par threes at Pebble Beach.
Well, I tell you what, for a man of Dwayne's height, he's got a good setup on the ball here as well. Of course, playing right hand below left here, and very good setup indeed. Gets through the ball nicely.
Nice finish.
Up into there, very nice. This is the famous 7th hole at Pebble Beach.
Wait a minute.
And I can't believe they got this on camera. Yes, Ryder Cup, eat your heart out.
Why isn't he in the team for the US?
They could need the help right now.
Careful.
Too soon? No, too soon.
I think it may be too soon. Yes, and that could backfire on us in the singles tomorrow. How about
Caddy's getting
that?
a big tip.
Yeah, Caddy's getting a big tip, and he's buying the drinks in the clubhouse. Boom!
Well, that's the rule. When you have a hole-in-one in golf, you've got to buy the entire clubhouse a drink. So, do you know what? I don't think Dwayne's too bothered about that. He says, get them lined up.
Get the drinks lined up.
I've been waiting on this hole for 3 years. That's what I'm talking about.
So the 7th at Pebble Beach, and a hole-in-one for Dwayne Wade. And that will not come close. Even that excitement there, that will not come close to what will happen if he wins this tractor race.
I don't know.
I reckon.
It's got to
Have
be
you ever
up
hit
there.
a hole-in-one?
I have, yeah, just one. Yeah. When I was 14 years old, I had a hole-in-one. But
Really?
yes.
What course
yes.
was that on?
Auchterarder, the 80 of my home club, or where I grew up, on the 18th hole there. But nothing compared to the 7th at Pebble Beach.
I hit 2 hole-in-ones in the same round once.
What?
Yes, seriously. One was under the windmill, and the other one was through the clown's mouth. That was my tip. Patrick Dempsey not stripped and ready for the tractor race just yet. He is on the main stage at the moment. I'm not sure whether he's going to go over and take part in this. Patrick, who is a very capable motor racing driver, was raced at Le Mans several times, led his class at Le Mans for a wee while as well, and a Porsche ambassador, Tag Heuer ambassador as well, and always likes to give his time to the fans.
And a driving force behind the Hurley movie as well, which if you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen it, go and see it as soon as possible. When they're through the whatever platform it's on now, the Hurley movie, Patrick involved with it, it's just fantastic.
Amanda Busick is down in the Paddock area. Where are you, Amanda? I can't see you at the moment. There's so many people around.
Hey, John, I'm on here with Stage, and actually I've caught up with our good buddy Justin Bell, who is going to chat with a McDreamy-style person. Why don't you go ahead and take it in?
So am I doing it? Where's our camera? Right over there. All right. Patrick, I'm going to have to...
Oh, yes. My first car was a 350.
So we're here right now with Patrick. If you want to get down, talk to Patrick, you have to get down to his level. Shows how good I am at this right now. Oh, we're live. If we're live, this is going really well. Thank you. Obviously, I just did the Tag Heuer presentation and reveal of the beautiful GT4S. It's going to be competing in La Carrera Panamericana, and he's doing 2 of the stages. I'm going to grab him for 1 second, guys, just do the interview. So we're now on the live stream. This all your people are here.
Well, look down here. You got to look down here. All
Look
the
at
guys from Proton Dempsey Racing are here. They're coming and enjoying the event. It's great. It's like old home week.
It's like old home week, and you're back. You left us for a few years. Just had to focus on work and projects.
Focus, work, and family. You know, I think the thing is people don't understand you're on the road so much. It takes a big toll on the family. I achieved my goals, and then it was time to step back and reevaluate, spend time with the family. Now getting back in the car slowly, and doing an event like this is a great way to jumpstart it.
Yeah, and there's something about when you see a car and you know it just sums everything up. It is exciting to look at. It looks fast.
It is fast. It is fun to drive. It's really a great looking car. The subtlety of it is what is really nice. The more you look at it, the more you discover.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heart behind it. There's a lot of passion behind it, and it's going to be quite an event to be down there and to be on those roads and to be around the crowds. It's going to be fun.
Let's set this up. The La Carrera Panamericana only ran for 4 years.
Yeah, from 50 to 54, and then just too dangerous. They wanted to do it. Yeah, it just took such a toll on all the drivers and the cars. It just became too dangerous.
But what's amazing is this legacy carried on. With 60 years later, we're still talking about it, and you're going to be down there doing it.
Yeah, no, that's the great thing. I've read so much about this race, you know, and you hear about Phil Hill and his experience with Richie Gunther and those guys almost winning it and then crashing out. And then on their way home, they got the call to go race for Ferrari, you know, and then they started their legacy there. And then also the history with Porsche. I mean, it was a big win for them at that time in the 550 Coupe. So, yeah, it's just, you think about that when you're in the car, especially when you're in those stages in between the race stages where you're like, wow, you're a part of that history now, and it becomes very meaningful.
We talked about it on stage just now. It's amazing. It must feel amazing, because it looks amazing, to have a collaboration at this stage of your career between two brands, Tag Heuer, who are the epitomized timing. And we talked about it last night. Your world has been about timing, whether it was an actor timing, comedic timing, racing timing, sometimes a little more frustrating,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And here you are back at it, representing both brands.
Yeah, it's really nice how they've come together, and there's a true passion here. It's not like they're doing it just as a cynical way to make some money. I mean, there's that's part of it, but you see that people really love the heritage, and it means a lot to them. And being a part of that team and collaborating with the two different corporations coming together with a shared passion is great.
Yeah, you said it when we were on stage. Coming back here, it is like a family reunion. It is called Rennsport Reunion, but it's really a family reunion. Amanda and I were talking at the beginning of the show about, you know, whether it's the family of the drivers, the family of the cars. You seem so happy to be back, but Rennsport Reunion is special. And can you kind of distill it down? Why do we love being here?
I think it's just because it's a shared passion. Everybody's together, and everybody's so grateful to be here and having so much fun and so inspired by it all, right? And I think that's it. There's a great sense of community that was established very early on with Porsche and how they worked with their customers to create that, and it lives on here. And you look around and you just see all of these cars that represent a moment in time that was extraordinary. They were innovative, they were just great characters, and they're all here and they're alive. And that's the beautiful thing about it.
And they're alive. Well, thank you so much for being here. It's been so fun. I think I better send him back out to the booth, because in a minute they might be racing tractors. Who would do that?
I need to get
Who
into that.
would do that? I am tomorrow.
How would you like that the last time you did it? But we got to get back up.
I was actually really good. I'm a farmer's son after all. All right, back to you guys.
Justin Bell and Patrick Dempsey. The tractor race has concluded, and it was a runaway victory. We just haven't been able to identify who.
They were too fast for us.
They were too quick. At the back of the field,
Felipe Nasser, he's going to finish, maybe not where he's used to, but he's having fun. Yeah, that waving to the crowd. A new member of the Porsche family last year. Won on his debut at Daytona, 24-hour. Won himself a nice watch there alongside the Pfaff crew. Now, I tell you what, a Pfaff plaid tractor.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah, you wear your Pfaff overalls, you'll fit in right in with the tractor.
I have
Felipe's
a question.
Just cruising. He's quite happy. He's bringing in the crowd.
I understand the need for safety gear. I feel he might be slightly over-helmeted for that with his
carbon fibre stilo,
with his feeding tube, his radio, etc., etc. The tractors, do you know what? They're still racing, aren't they? There's a bit of drafting going on behind the orange alga of Jeff Schwartz there. And that is...
That's Jörg Bergmeister behind him.
No, that is Jörg Bergmeister. He's on one of the juniors. And... he hasn't got the power up the hill.
Well, Jörg's quite tall, so he's got to get into the full tuck position.
Good point.
Yeah, he's a... it was amazing, actually, how Jörg and Patrick Long, how they shared the car, because they are quite different in height. Jörg's very tall, but Patrick had a perfect seat insert that went in, and so he could...
Originally, they had a sliding seat.
Sliding seat?
And then they moved to sliding pedals.
Right.
Absolutely right.
But they still could do a driver change as quick as anyone.
Don't be careful. Jörg's not lifting. Jörg's not lifting. Oh, dear me.
We've nearly seen Jörg Bergmeister in a tractor have an accident with a nondescript SUV. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, this has been
fantastic.
And we're doing it all. He was never going to lift. Never going to lift. We're doing it all again tomorrow with Patrick Dempsey and our Justin Bell getting involved. Oh, just great fun. Absolutely fantastic. All of the drivers not taking themselves too seriously there, and great to see them getting involved with a very different part of the Porsche inventory on shore here at Rennsport for 2023, Rennsport 7. For the rest of the afternoon, we've got plenty of track action coming up with some racing in the various different grids. We've got qualifying for the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America ahead of 2 races for that championship here tomorrow. I'll try and get a word with Riley Dickinson as well to see how what his thoughts are after a very successful season as he comes into the final 2 rounds. Uncatchable in terms of points. A young man, just 21 years old, committed himself to Porsche Carrera Cup a couple of 3 seasons ago now, and aiming to be a Porsche factory driver and win the shootout at the end of the season.
That's something, I mean, it's something that will always be kept under wraps. It's something I'd love to witness one day, is the Porsche Young Driver Shootout. And because they're all, even just being chosen to go to the Young Driver Shootout, you've got to be super fast. But all these drivers trying to make their way up the ladder, and I'd love to see it.
I can see our car from there. Right in the centre of screen is our broadcast centre, the big white truck. Thank you to all of our hard-working technicians, camera operators, and particularly to our drone team who are underneath is that our director stepping out of the... get back in there.
Poured himself a glass of wine.
Now we know what's going on. Underneath us, easy up our radio mic and drone operators doing fantastic work. I'm really impressed with the stability and the quality of the pictures that are coming from the guys. I stood watching over their shoulder yesterday when they were doing some very impressive flying. And I do a wee bit of RC helicopter flying, and trust me, if I took my hands off the sticks for a moment, it would be upside down and in flames. Really impressive. As there's the new man McCann again going in the opposite direction.
New man McCann. That's going to be an option. A Martini Taycan Sport Turismo, Turismo,
Cross, I think.
A Pink Pig Taycan GTS as well. Fantastic. So those are the cars that are running guests up and down around the circuit, and then the Cayennes taking people up. John, you've almost high-sided off the chair there.
I nearly did a Johnny Morland there. Problem on this year. They had the maroon race transporter down there. I need to take you through that. Well, the excitement of the tractor race is behind us, but we'll do it again tomorrow. It's Rennsport 7 from Laguna Seca.
it's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
Still people coming in and parking on the hillsides up to the top of the corkscrew for Porsche Rennsport Reunion. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's not just a place to watch cars, have a look at cars and enjoy the racing. It's a place to meet, a place to swap stories, a place to reminisce in some respects and look at the cars that you probably wish you'd kept hold of, to be honest. But whether you've got a 986 Boxster that's cost you a few $1,000s to buy and you're keeping that running as maybe your first Porsche purchase, or you've just laid your money down for something far more expensive, there's a level of Porsche for everybody that's always impresses me about this manufacturer and about the people who support this manufacturer. Everybody is happy to talk about their cars, and I'll guarantee you there will be, Peter, lots of, oh, I used to have one of those. Hang on, I'll pull that out of my phone and have a quick look at, I had a black one of those, here it is.
I think there'll be a lot of, I was there, I remember when this happened on the racetrack as well.
Yeah,
or,
absolutely
I remember when this car did that, or when this driver did this. Almost a 997 area there. There's some 991s in there too, but yeah, all 911s in that part of the car park. Then there's a Cayman and Boxster car park too.
Can I just make one point about that picture we're seeing now? Look at the variety of colours, the bright colours in particular. Really good to see some of the brighter colours out there. I'm a big fan of blue colours, but it's really nice to see some of the brighter. If you're going to have a fast Porsche, you might as well stand out, and you might as well bring it here to Rennsport.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Quiet track at the moment. We're in the break between track action here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but clearly still lots of excitement, not least from the tractor race that we saw earlier on. Another one tomorrow, and still people queuing for the merchandise down in the paddock as well. We'll rejoin our reporters in a wee while. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh with you. It's looked a bit threatening, Peter, today, but after this morning's rain, it's dried up. I reckon that track's pretty dry now.
It's certainly getting there. It's certainly getting there. The next action we've got on track is the Weissach Cup, which is one of my real picks of the weekend. It's everything from a 911 RSR, which is early 1970s, right the way through to the 935. So you're talking 911 based machines, but in, should we say, various states of tune and various specification and so much development. We spoke to Jochen Mass earlier on, who very kindly came to join us in the booth, and he was a man who knew his way around a factory 935 in the Martini colours, wasn't he?
Yes. He said they were a little difficult, basically.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a masterpiece of understatement.
And in this class, there's a car that has got such notoriety and success on the racetrack that is also 935, but one of the 935s that was raced by a private team, as many of them were. The Garrettson Enterprises run Dick Barber racing car, driven by John Fitzpatrick. Now, the car that John took to the IMSA Championship in 1980 and won the Porsche Cup with, that car is in the Weissach Cup, the next track session for their qualifying race, and that's a car on higher boost. I would think that the Charles Newberg, the driver, will maybe have the boost down with these conditions slightly, but you can turn the boost up and get it to sort of 750, 800 horsepower.
So that you talked about turning the turbocharger boost up and effectively compressing the fuel air mixture more or less. And the more you compress it, the more fuel you can get in, the bigger the bang, the more horsepower.
But if you go too far, you have a really big bang, and the engine, you can blow the engine up if you, and that's the thing. So
and what range are we talking about there, then, Peter?
From about 1.1 bar up to about 1.6, 1.7. You can go in qualifying. They'd maybe go a bit more than that, but you're running the risk of blowing the motor.
And that's what at the top end, horsepower wise, you said what?
800 for a
down
935.
To what? 5.5, 6?
No, 600, something 600. Like that.
So 200 horsepower difference. by twizzling the boost
and it quite literally a little knob that was right beside the 4-speed gear shift on the 935. I mean, actually, the low side would be for long distance races around 1.2 to 1.5 bar for long distance races. Shorter races, they get it up to 1.7. And adding each 0.1 bar of boost added roughly about 50 brake horsepower.
Okay.
So, and the trick, that was where, you know, Brian Redman, who's here this weekend, as is John Fitzpatrick, said that John Fitzpatrick was really the master of playing with the boost. At the start of the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1980, when the Rondeau was on pole, but actually Fitzpatrick was quickest in qualifying.
John Fitzpatrick, because that year they sat the cars with the prototypes at the front.
No, it was because of the average across the drivers, and it was effectively a trick to get the Rondeau on pole. And Fitzpatrick, starting from the front row in second, said, "There's no way I'm getting into the first corner second because there was so much spray from all the rain that year." So he wound the boost up full on, and when you watch that race start, the car is all over the place trying to get a big getaway. And Bobby Aitken was telling me earlier, saying he was at that race, and he said when John Fitzpatrick came round after the first lap, he said honestly thought the whole field had wrecked. The gap was that big after one lap. So that was what the power you had underneath you in a 935, but you had to know how to use it. It was a real animal.
It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff. Good to have your company. We're in beautiful Monterey, California. Can't drive down past Big Sur after the landslides, but there's plenty to keep you interested around Monterey Bay itself and up to Pacific Grove, some of the best restaurants in the world, coupled with some great racing.
Ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Afternoon to you all, and a very warm welcome to Porsche Rennsport Reunion for 2023. Here's how the afternoon lays out. We have the Weissach Cup qualifying. It's a qualifying race, so it will set the grid for their race later on in the weekend. And then exactly the same thing for the Vex Trophy, round about 45 minutes after that. And then looking further through the afternoon, we have a single qualifying session for the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. And then we'll finish up with Flat Cup qualifying and Stuttgart Cup qualifying. It's starting to get real, it's starting to get meaningful, and it's starting to get even more competitive. That's how the afternoon looks here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, with our coverage presented by Michelin from Porsche Rennsport Reunion 2023, our 7th running of this event. Some hardy souls plotted up at one of the best vantage points. You've got a PA speaker there right in front of them as well. Hello everybody. Give us a wave, those of you up on the top of the hill. I know you can hear me in the red and white blanket up on the top there, making sure they're keeping warm. Salinas, California, playing host this weekend to us again at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. A lot of RVs here as well this weekend. People making, in fact, there's quite a few people here on Wednesday making a proper event of this, and rightly so. You're not missing any action on the track. This was a break in the track action anyway, and now you know what the rest of the afternoon looks like. You can plan to be with us all the way through to close of play today when we sign off this afternoon, and then we're back tomorrow bright and early again for you. And check the website of the event for the details of everything tomorrow, but lots of competitive action tomorrow. Okay, whilst there's nothing going on the track, we'll take the opportunity to take a quick break, and I'll take a breath, and we'll be back in. I'll tell you what, put the kettle on, make yourself a nice cup of tea. You could probably even do a soft boiled egg. We'll be back in about 3 minutes time here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
welcome back to Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 live here on MotorTrend, presented by Michelin. Racing action is about to come your way with the WeatherTech Cup, who've been making their way down to the pre-grid, and we're going to see some incredible Porsche 911 based machines from the Carrera RSR through the 934 and the 935. We'll have all the action here for you on Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 live stream, presented to you by Michelin. And joining me on the in the commentary booth right now is someone very, very special indeed, Mr. Hurley Haywood, a 5-time winner of the Daytona 24 Hours, 3-time winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Hurley, a very warm welcome.
Me here. Quite a weekend so far.
Now, Rennsport Reunion has been something that's been going for many years. When was your first Rennsport Reunion?
Well, I've been to every single Rennsport there is. So
okay.
Seven of them. And then I was also part of the 50-50, which was at Watkins Glen, which was the prototype that got Porsche interested in following that concept.
Okay. So and would that have been in the days when you were still in competitive action, which isn't all that long ago, of course?
Definitely.
Fantastic. Now, with so many great cars here, so many great people, I mean, what's this like for you personally? Because you had a career that spanned 30, 40 years with Porsche or longer. What's this like for you when people come up to you and talk to you about what you did in your career? What's that emotion like?
Well, it's pretty shocking that when these people come up, they remember exactly what happened. They said, I watched you in this race 30 years ago, and I love the way that you take this corner. And so the people are just so enthusiastic, and it's such a treat for them to be able to get so close to the actual drivers, to the cars, to the teams, that's what really makes Rennsport so special, is that the availability of everybody is community. So it's really a nice feeling.
And to me, that's Porsche. Everyone is part of the family. No one's untouchable. Nobody's put behind a sheet. That's what I really love about it. Next up on track, we've got the WeatherTech Cup cars from the RSR on, and the RSR is a car in the early 70s where really you burst onto the scene. Daytona 1973. Tell us about that.
Yep. Well, the car that we had at Daytona in 73 was an RS, but it had all of the RSR underpinnings.
Mm-hmm.
But the body was an RS.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ran the same kind of a car. We won Daytona, and then we backed it up with winning Sebring.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of got me in the headlights at Porsche.
Mm-hmm.
And then just after that, Peter assigned me to the 917-10 program, Can-Am deal.
Mm-hmm.
And the success I had with that car, I was third in the championship behind Donahue and Fulmer. So that kind of opened up Porsche's eyes. And then that sort of helped get me into the ride with the factory in 77.
And off we went on into the stratosphere from there. Tell us about Mark Donahue, because the 917-10, you mentioned, a car that he developed and was just so special in, particularly in the 917-30 after that. I understand that you guys had a bit of back and forth, and he gave you a little bit of coaching at the time. Would that be fair? Would that be a fair?
He did more than just give me coaching. I mean, I think he had pity on me, and I was making the transition from a 911, a 300 horsepower car, into suddenly a car that had a lot of aerodynamic work on it and a lot of power, so 1,200 horsepower. So he gave me some really good advice. He said, make small little steps with this car. Don't make too big of a step because it'll come back and bite you. And that's exactly what I did. So I was third in the championship behind Donahue and Fulmer, and that was, I thought that was pretty successful.
I would agree. Yeah, these Can-Am cars, I mean, that was an era where turbocharging was at its in its infancy in racing cars, but it seemed to develop so fast right the way through from the 917. But tell me about when the 935 came along, because that's a car that over the last couple of weeks I've watched so much onboard footage, and watching you and some of the other heroes that drove these cars, it looked like you were hanging on by your fingernails. Derek Bell, who was here yesterday, he said it was really like a kind of a boxing match with the car. Like, is it going to be me today or is it going to be you? Tell us about your experience with the 935.
Yeah, the 935 was really a unique car because every single driver sort of had their own style of driving that car. So when you're looking at the track, you could see if it was Danny Ungaius or Bill Whittington or John Paul or me or whoever it was. Everybody had a little bit different concept of how to drive it. But it was really a lot of fun, and I very, very early in the driving of the 935 was, a lot of the guys would go into a corner, they would punch the gas, and they would just burn the rear wheel out off the ground. And, if you give up on your tires, you're not going to go anywhere. So I was very mindful at the beginning of a race to be calm and collected, and by the time we got to the middle of the race, everybody else was faded, and that's where I made the attack. So that worked out well for me.
It's brilliant to hear these memories from you guys who drove these cars at the time. Advice for those drivers who are about to go out on track in 935s are going to be in this race coming up. Advice to them in these conditions that aren't quite fully dry yet. Yeah, the track is, fairly dry, probably 95% dry, but it's still damp and cold. It's cold outside. And so, you just, and the number of cars, you're going to just have rush hour traffic out there. So it's going to be, I'm sure we'll see people off in the boondocks in the gravel. So should be good. Should be a good show for the fans. I think it will. Coming back to Daytona 73, we could fill the whole show talking about that race because there was so much going on. You guys had a car at Brumos, and Penske had a car as well. And the Penske car went out with was it a flywheel bolt that went on their car? But they had been warned, though. Yes, they have. Peter called Roger up and said when we got the car, we took it apart and checked everything, and we found that the flywheel bolts were loose. And Roger thought Peter was just messing with his head, and that's what put him out of the race. But up until that point, I had not raced against the caliber of drivers that Penske had. So they had Donahue and Fulmer in that car. And it was really a good learning experience for me because I was competitive against those guys, and I learned a lot about controlling traffic and how to work traffic. So that was a really good a good lesson on what to do and when to do it. And a young Norbert Singer had just started at Porsche at that time, and he'd been dispatched. Tell us about Norbert's impact on that race and how he got involved in it all. Norbert, when we got to the Penske had a car and we had a car, and when the race started, all of the Porsche engineers were down in Penske's pit. And after Penske went out, suddenly they came all down to our pit. So when I made my pit stop, I was used to seeing maybe 3 or 4 people in front, and now there was 20 people. And I said, what's going on here? So that's, that was the deal. And Norbert was trying to get us in the morning. He was trying to get us to slow down. And there was a sign that they hung out and said, Norbert says slow. And Peter came back on the radio and said, forget that. Just keep the pace up, because if you spoil your rhythm, that's when accidents happen, when mistakes happen. So we just kept going, and we won the race. Well, Harley, I could keep you here and talk to you all day and share stories. Thank you so much for sparing your time with us. We hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend at Rennsport Reunion. And last question, have you brought your helmet with you, just in case? Sure have. I've been driving the 917 out there. Have you? Yeah. So we didn't drive it today because it was raining, but I'll be on the track
It's the icons. It's we're not racing it. We're just kind of parade lap stuff. So, which is fun.
We'll be keeping an eye out for it. Harley, thank you very much for joining us here at Rennsport Reunion 7.
Yep, appreciate it.
So Harley Haywood joining us here in the booth. Really nice to hear from Harley, a driver who competed in many of the models you see on screen right now in the Weissach Cup, and they're out on to their formation lap right now and ready for the action. This is your lineup. Patrick Long, a man who knows a thing or two about making a 911 go quick. He's in a 9:34.5 from Interscope, the 00 car. Charles Coker in the 1980 911 will start from second there. Cameron Healy in there too, a very well-known Porsche collector. And something very special, a Greg at the wheel of a number 59 Brumos Porsche. Number 59, Simon Gregg, son of the late great Peter Gregg. Fantastic to see that here. Rod Emery as well out there in a Gunner Racing entered 9:34, and they're all about to go in for their race right now here in luckily some drying conditions here for the Weissach Cup qualifying race. So ready for action then. Some cars in this race running on air-cooled, normally aspirated engines, but as you go into the 934s and 935s, you get the early days of big turbocharging, big horsepower, as we just spoke about with Harley, who explained what it was like to drive one of these absolute monsters. And my broadcast colleague, John Hindhoff, he's a 911 man through and through, John, and but 935, not one. Have you managed to get your hands on a 935 before, John?
I wish. 993 is my earliest one, and that's a street car. I've raced a 924. That I think is the only Porsche that I've raced in a 6-hour race. Tango it was, bright yellow. Former 924 Cup car that we raced at Donington in a 6-hour race.
I see.
This room, I've got a few years of me left if Mr. Haywood has anything to go by, and I keep my FIA licence up just in case anyone asks. This is quality, isn't it, Peter? Is it dry out there? It's dry enough, isn't it? It's dry enough for slicks.
95%, I'm reliably informed. So I think it's ready to go. Some serious entries in here. A lot of the ex-Whittington brothers cars too, with the Road Atlanta livery on them that are in there. Bruce Canepa, he's a man to watch out for in this race because he's owned that car since it was new. Since the late 1970s. So it's very, very impressive machine, that the 935, and Bruce knows how to make it go quick. Rolling start, John?
Yes, it's I believe it is a rolling start. And this is what we're terming this weekend a qualifying race. So it is competitive, so we will see people driving through the field and trying to improve their start position. Pat Long leading them out in the 00, the Interscope car, the black car. They are weaving left and right to clean up the tyres and try and get a little bit of heat into the tyres. I've just come in from outside, Peter. It's chilly outside. And this is from a lad from the northeast of England, where, you know, normally anything in double digits we think is double-digit centigrade, we think is a pretty good day. That is chilly out there, so getting some heat into the tyres is going to be important. Weaving left and right. I'm sure they'll be accelerating and braking as well, or trailing the brake, trying to get some heat into the brakes, and then that to radiate through the wheels into the tyres. They'll be released at the end of this lap and let off for their 10-lap qualifying race. Lights are out on the pace car, as it is. If we see it again, it will be a safety car.
Let's hope not. Let's hope. As much as we'd like to see a GT4 RS out on track, maybe save it for the pace laps later on. There it is, the number 59, 935, Simon Gregg. That's special. That's really special. Son of Peter Gregg, who won so much in various styles of Porsche.
Now, let's see if we get a nice clean start at the front of the field. It is quite a tight turn through the last of the 11 corners. The left-hander onto the front straights with 10 laps of the 2.25 miles. Green flag and a very good jump straight away from the front of the grid.
Bruce Canepa, he's lost none of his speed, hasn't he, in that number 12, 935. He's going for it, but Carlos de Quesada round the outside. They're going 3 wide for Patrick Long in there in the Interscope car in the 0-0. Big slides as the turbo wakes up. Look out there for the swap shop car of PJ Hyatt, the 1983 Daytona winner. Tell you what, it might be cold, it might be slightly slippery out there, but these drivers are going for it.
Still trying to get the tyres up to temperature and pressure. The front of the field already through turn 4 and heading up to the slightly banked left-hander that takes you up the hill to turn 5, through turn 5 and up to turn 6. Passing our commentary position and the unmistakable wail of flat 6 engines just over our shoulder, and it looks like it's Carlos de Quesada who has pulled out a tiny little bit of a lead in the bright yellow number 94, the 1979 machine, as he heads up to the top of the hill.
I think Canepa's just got him back again in the all pure white number 12 Porsche 935.
He has, yeah.
Which is a very, very original. Oh my word!
Carlos.
That's the turbo waking up
again. Yeah, so we've only had three changes of lead on the first lap, which is exactly what we're expecting. Pat Long sitting in there in the mostly black Interscope car. He goes very, very wide indeed to try and get a good run onto the start-finish straight under the brand new Mission Foods bridge, part of the redevelopment here, as well as the repaving of the track. And it's 2 935s side by side into the hairpin for the first time at full racing speed, and these top 3 pulling away by around about 4 seconds. It's Alan Turpin's in the number 30 935, the 1979 car, in 4th position.
And that car that Bruce Canepa's driving, the number 12 white machine, it is one of the last 935s built by the Porsche factory. The car behind, the Whittington car, the Road Atlanta car driven by Carlos de Quesada, that is a Kramer K3, which was at the time the car to have, actually. Kramer really took the 935 as a base and really enhanced it even more so. What a machine. And Patrick, he's keeping up as well. He's in the 934.5, which is the 934 with 935, some 935 parts added onto it. So it's not quite as quick a car, but yeah, it's Patrick's Patrick.
Patrick Long has been looking forward to driving this car. Had a long chat with him before. No, it was last week actually. It seems like a million years ago, but our senses have been assaulted. Very much looking forward to running this car here and keeping up with the leaders at the moment, using all of his racecraft. Had a little nibble to the left-hand side at the top of the corkscrew last time around, but didn't quite get enough of an overlap. But he's getting a very good run onto the start-finish line. He's letting the car breathe, winding off the lock as he comes out from the apex of that left-hander, whilst Carlos de Quesada keeps tightening that corner, trying to get alongside Bruce Canepa there. Turpin's going through in 4th position. And then it's PJ Hyatt and Ranson Webster, Martin Lauber, Chet Taylor, Carrie Eisenler and Cameron Healy make up the top 10.
Patrick Long's just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's wanting to get a shift on here. 1:31.7, half a second quicker than Carlos de Quesada last time by. But de Quesada's not letting this go in 2nd place, fighting for the lead with Bruce Canepa. And Bruce Canepa, so fast in the day, but also in historic racing, always a front-running driver and knows his way around a 935. And it's just, goodness me, significant Porsche after significant Porsche coming through. The car that won the Daytona 24 Hours in 1983, the Andile 935. That was something that Alvin Springer said he wanted to really put Kramer back in their place, so he built that long-tail Andile car.
Leaders already starting to come through. Some lapped traffic fat problem for one of the cars running in the back of the field. It looks like it's going to dive into the pit lane. Was that the Stam-Fulton car? Was that even further back from there? They go through turn 11 and crossing the line to complete another lap. 4.5 minutes in the book, and Bruce Canepa setting the pace at the front of the field. A 90.9 second lap, 1 minute 30.983 in that all-white number 12, and he's just stretched a little bit. That's about a second now, maybe a little bit more, and that's the biggest we've seen the lead here, Peter.
And with the greatest of respect, it seems like Patrick Long's just a little bit marred behind the 935 K3 of Carlos de Quesada, because he's just not got quite the same. He's just not got quite the same horsepower that De Quesada car has. Now, so when you get onto the straightaway, the De Quesada 935 K3 just pulls away from Patrick Long in that black Interscope car.
Yeah, just hasn't quite got the ponies, has it? As they head up through turn 6, precision corner, as many of the turns are here at Laguna Seca. Turn 4 as well, got to get your turn in point absolutely spot on there. If you're at half a foot out, then you're going to find the edge of the track very quickly, and there's not a lot of grip out there, even with the slightly enlarged runoff areas around the back of the curbs somewhere. Coming down through turn 9, there's a little more hard standing there than there ever has been. The battle for second rages on behind Bruce Canepa, who is going to be, I think this is going to be a couple of seconds by the time he comes through. This is getting up towards 8-10 cars lengths. Yeah, 1.986 seconds. Patrick Long seemingly having a car that's very happy in cornering, but just does not. Oh, big slide by the number 94 and Carlos de Quesada as he got the car turned into the Andretti hairpin that time around. Oh, and the wipers are going. It's starting to drizzle. I was just wondering what had caused that. So a little bit of rain spots out on the circuit, and these cars a handful in the best of conditions, as we're hearing from Jochen Mass and more latterly from Hurley Haywood, kind enough to join us in the Global Broadcast Centre. But add a bit of water,
this might play into Patrick Long's hands, because his car is turbocharged, but not quite as aggressively so as the 935. Oh, be careful. Oh, no. Oh, and just a skiff.
Into the wall. That is the number 61 car, which was going a lap down. And I think there's damage to the left rear of that car. It's in the pit lane exit. And was that
Brad Harris driving that car and just loses it quite early.
That's an odd place to lose it there. I'm not sure whether he had an issue, because one of the brake lights was on, so he was braking. Maybe he lost it on the downshift. He's taking the left wing end plate off. I tell you what, he's got away with that to the greater of the extent of it. Yes, he's done some damage to a beautiful motor car, but that, Peter Mackay, could have been much, much worse.
So much worse. Well, we just had Hurley Haywood come in to join us, and that's his car. They finished 3rd overall at Daytona in 1976 with Jim Busby, thankfully just a skiff. But if you're going to, we've said this a few times this weekend, if you're going to damage a significant historic Porsche, this is probably the weekend to get it fixed on the weekend. That's for sure.
There's people here who will know.
They know how to get it sorted.
That's all I'm going to say. Top 3 are together, and we can confirm that it started to drizzle again here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So the top 3, Bruce Canepa having been the better part of 2 seconds ahead at the line, the top 3 are now separated by absolutely nothing at all. Bruce has got that white car spooled up again though as they come across the line. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and Pat Long. Has Pat Long got through into the lead there?
this is further down the field, John. This is a lot of our RSRs. Now we're back at the front of the field with the number 12 Bruce Canepa, who that car doesn't, Bruce and that car don't seem to be liking the rain as much, and Carlos de Quesada is going to go around the outside into the final corner.
Long way around.
Oh, this has got airs of Bergmeister and Magnussen there, hopefully nowhere near the contact, but here comes Patrick Long on the inside line. They're going to, but Carlos de Quesada shuts him off.
Now, did he move in response to Pat Long there? Race control will be keeping a look at weather eye on this in every sense of that word. This is proper racing, by the way. Do not think that this is just a procession, but it is only the qualifying race. 3 laps to go. Here's Pat Long weaving around in the 00 Interscope car. The black car is in third, the yellow car is in second, the white car leads, and here comes Plongy. Looks down the inside, can't get it done as he goes into turn 4. The cars don't slow down enough through turn 4. It's not really a braking area to lift, get the car balanced and then get back on the throttle. Turn 5 maybe, if you can get down the inside and use the banking. He's come out nice and wide now, and there's more traffic ahead as well, Peter. This could be the opportunity.
The thing to remember is that Bruce Canepa owns his car, Carlos de Quesada owns his car, Patrick Long does not. He's got to take it back to the owner in one piece, but he's probably been told by the owner, drive hard and win also. So, but isn't that the life of a professional racing driver? A little bit of traffic with the Lowenbrow 924.
Lovely car,
they make it through. Yep.
Front engines with the gearbox on the back wheels, nice weight distribution. That'll be a nice car to drive in these transitional conditions. 50-50 weight balance, near enough on those transaxle front engine Porsches. Down towards the final corner again. Be 2 to go as they cross the line this time. The lights on the front of the 1979 935 of Bruce Canepa just beginning to shine through the darkness. Pat Long's dropped back just a wee bit at the moment, but is this just him winding himself off? De Quesada.
It's all horsepower.
De Quesada locking up into turn 2 and 3.
Those two 935s have just got so much more power. The 934.5, as it was known, just nowhere near the power of these 935s. The development was so fast that every year it just got quicker and quicker.
Does that suggest that it's drying up in certain places then, and they can use that extra power and grunt? And Pat has lost quite a bit of ground now, down to around about 2 seconds away as they go through the left-hander, climbing the hill at turn number 5, under the VP Racing Fuels bridge, and up to the very quick turn 6. That compression in the middle there, if you get the car in the wrong part of the track there, it can just start to rotate the car in the wrong part of the wrong part of the corner. More traffic here, Peter. This is going to be danger time for Canepa.
Well, this is something of the period of 935s trying to cut through on RSRs. This is very, very true. Canepa does a good job there to get through clean. We've got one more lap to go.
That was Ben McGraw that he was going past the black number 49 car with the yellow numbers on the side, and that is 12th position. So these leaders are getting towards putting a lap on everybody up until probably the bottom end of the top 10. It will be the white flag for 1 lap to go, 2.25 miles, 11 corners, and Canepa leads as he has done pretty much from the start. He got a pretty good jump. De Quesada went through, lost the lead, went through, lost the lead. That was on lap 1. Since then, the positions have been the number 12 from the number 94 from the 00, white from yellow from black. And Pat Long still hanging in there. If there's any mistakes made, he's still, though, very much in a podium position here as they're about a third of the way around the final lap.
Carlos de Quesada going round traffic there, 2 wheels on the gravel in a 935. Carlos is driven superbly. That is an animal of a car, and he's managed it very, very well. It looks like it's maybe going to be just short of Bruce Canepa, who knows the car so well, knows the circuit so well.
I'm going to say this now. Thank you to all of these drivers, but certainly the 3 at the front of the field, for giving these beautiful racing cars a proper run out, because for me there's nothing worse than seeing any car, but particularly a work of art racing car as we have here, getting dusty in the corner of somebody's workshop. This is what they were built for. This honours the engineers and the designers from Porsche down through the years, and this right here, This kind of racing is exactly what Rennsport is all about. You are seeing it in the last 10 laps. The checkered flag for the qualifying race for the Weissach Cup is won by Bruce Canepa from Carlos de Quesada in second, with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap for Carlos. Pat Long is in third. We'll wait a wee while for Alan Turpins to come through in the red and yellow car. He's quite a way back. So I reckon they're lapped pretty much up to William Lyon in 9th position there. But what a run by Canepa, and what entertainment put on by Canepa, Carlos de Quesada and Patrick Long.
I think they'll all get out of these cars with the biggest grin on their face after that, just as much as we have had here in the booth watching that. You know, if you think about it, John, we watch a lot of motor races over a year, and there's a lot of races in modern machinery that some are very exciting, but some maybe not so much. That was just entertainment all the way through. I think it's because you know how much the drivers are having to work in these 935s as well.
Hurley Haywood, who you were talking to just before the start of the race, stepped aside and said, right, I'm going to watch the first lap and the first corner. That's what he said to me. He's just left now. He could not take his eyes off that, and there was the biggest beaming Hurley Haywood signature smile on his face all the way through that. And that, if that's good enough for Hurley Haywood, that's good enough for me, Peter.
And me. That was special to have Hurley come in and share some time and share some stories with us of all different eras of 911, indeed, of the RS. And as he said, that when he mentioned that Brumos number 59 car, RS bodywork that won Daytona, but with RSR underpinnings, and very much like the 934s, 935s, it was just changing all the time, evolution all the time.
Patrick Long saluting the marshals, I see there as well, class act as ever. Patrick just had Kuiper Hoffman in, one of our listeners collective, who, as ever, is giving some of his time back to marshalling, working the corners here. He's out at turn 5 on the recovery vehicle at the moment. Kuiper, thank you very much indeed for you and your colleagues for everything that you do for our sport. Absolutely marvellous stuff. Confirmed is Alan Turpins, by the way, in 4th, Ransom Webster in 5th. Martin Lauber will be on the 3rd row of the race proper. I'm not saying that wasn't the proper race, by the way. Row 4, Chet Taylor on the 55, 74, 911. Then alongside him will be number 8 of Kari Elsenleur in the 912. And the top 10 is finished off by Will Lyon and Ernie Sparda. Well, if that's what we're in for the rest of today and tomorrow, I am very happy. Rennsport Reunion 2023, live from Laguna Seca.
it's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
Well, we've waited quite a long time today for the schedule to get underway and get some competitive track action. That's not because of the weather conditions or anything else that was going on. That was designed to give people an opportunity to wander around and see some of the other exhibits. But my goodness me, that was a super event to kick things off. Well done to Bruce Canepa, Carlos de Quesada and Pat Long for providing us with such phenomenal entertainment. It'll be another qualifying race that comes up next. It's the Vex Trophy, and we will bring you the same coverage there. It's only a 9-lap race. We're coming up for that, and Gunnar Jeanette will start at the front of the field in the 917 PA.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Still a great crowd here today. Not an auspicious start to the day weather-wise, with rain overnight here on the Monterey Peninsula, and then a further splash this morning. But all of our track action has gone off on time. The final practice of the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America earlier on this morning. Qualifying coming up for the drivers there in a moment or two. Got some fast laps out on the circuit at the moment. We had some star drivers taking those cars around earlier on, and some star passengers as well. What an opportunity for some of those attending here, and just to prove how contrary the weather can be and how fickle, we have got sunshine here, which is now strong enough to cast the odd shadow as the cars are going around, but not all the way around the circuit. And that little splash of rain we had there towards the end of the last qualifying race, just proving that this circuit, even only at 2¼ miles, can have different weather conditions around the track itself. If you are just joining us, thank you very much for spending some of your weekend with us. Coming up to 20 minutes before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Laguna Seca, originally part of the Fort Ord ground. Military presence here in this part of the world, with the Naval Postgraduate College just down the road, of course. And as ever, we salute and thank the military for their service, particularly for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we remember them every day. So some very lucky patrons with a quick run around the circuit. Nothing can prepare your senses for this, regardless of what vehicle that you head up to the corkscrew in the first time. Absolutely outstanding. And this circuit will test the best cars and the best drivers in the world for many years to come now, after this wonderful investment in the track, a full repave, the new bridge on the start-finish line, which you can drive golf carts across now. Never used to be able to do that in the past. And with a variety of other improvements. Right in the middle of the lunch break now. Always plenty going on down there in the Paddock area, and plenty of Porsches to talk about as well. Open top cars probably not the best for today. I think you'd probably want a roof over your head, but that number 80 Speedster was out earlier on today when the weather was not even as pleasant as it is right now. Right, we've got another set of cars getting ready in the false grid area towards pit in. Whilst they're getting ready, we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. We'll be back in a few.
"60 years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops."
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Shea Adam and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre as we continue our live coverage from Porsche Rennsport 7 2023 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We're live across the world on MotorTrend's YouTube channel, presented by Michelin. Shea has just come in and is only one step away from being a block of ice. It is chilly out there.
It is so chilly, and I did stop and manage to find a latte. Thank you to Porsche Motorsports North America. It didn't do very much to warm up my insides, but it did do a little bit for the hands, thankfully. So it's still very chilly out there, and the wind is not going away. That's the biggest issue of all, though, because just when you feel like you're finally starting to get warm, a gust of winds come through and takes that right away from you.
Thank goodness for Sacred Coffee and Porsche Motorsport North America. Tubbs, thank you very much indeed for making sure that our colleagues at Porsche, and particularly Porsche Carrera Cup North America, have a good supply of good Joe, and that has kept us going the last couple of days. It's been an absolutely extraordinary event so far, and we're only about halfway through our coverage. We'll be back tomorrow for another look at what's going on the track and around the circuit itself. On track now, we have the Vex Trophy qualifying race. This is a 9-lap affair So in here, 917 PA, we've got El Tigre, the number 42.
Being driven by none other than El Tigre himself.
Mark Webber.
I think we've just started a new nickname for the Aussie.
That's the 906E. That was the fuel-injected car. 906, 910s, 917Ks. We've got the little 1964 Elva Porsche Mark 7. That's number 17 car, driven by Joseph Buzzetta. And in fact, there's 2 of those in the race, isn't there, I think?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. Bruce Marquardt has got the 75 car in as well. So a lovely variety of cars out here, and they are going to go to battle for the grid positions, which are so important here. Dry-ish on the track. There's 1 or 2 damp spots. I think that little spot of drizzle that we had during the last qualifying race has cleared up, and it doesn't seem to have wet the track surface too much. It's certainly not standing water. The problem is, it's so cold that when any kind of precipitation falls on there, it's just when we've got the track to be slightly less slippery, it kind of greases it back up again.
It does, and the biggest issue that I'm really finding with the outside temperature is the lack of sun. There's no warmth coming out of the sky, which normally makes a big difference in this part of the world. We are known for fog and getting fogged in the morning, but look at how thick that cloud cover is. The sunlight doesn't stand a chance against it, and therefore we can't get any heat in.
Do you think we could just move the racetrack half a valley over, because it looks lovely over there?
That would probably be a little more work than we're up for.
We wouldn't get that done before the start of this race, you think?
Well, what big earthquake? Maybe. I mean, it is possible.
Don't even joke about that. Dominic Dobson going through there in the bright yellow number 74, 1966 906, and some supercars towards the back of the field. That's Italian road registered silver 904 going through at the back of the field there for Denier Perez.
I think we just had a shot of the 44, which is Cam Ingram's car.
Yes.
Beautiful.
That's the 904
car.
Carrera GTS.
It's just stunning to see the colors popping because it's a little bit, cooled down out there.
Well, and great to see Cam here with that car from the Ingram connection. We lost his father, Bob, not so long ago. Probably one of the most preeminent Porsche enthusiasts and collectors in the world. I remember talking to him a few years ago when we were at VIR for IMSA, and I asked him how this wonderful collection came about. He went, well, I never set out to start a collection. I just bought a Porsche and I had it for a few years, then I bought another one, rinse and repeat. He said, so I'm not really a collector, I'm just somebody who buys cars and never sells them, which I thought was a lovely way of putting it. Very much missed, Mr. Ingram, and a force of nature, and I'm delighted to say it, that I spent some time in his presence, and he was always an absolute gentleman to us when we were at VIR. So let's keep an eye on that number 44 car, starting in 13th position. They'll come through this time to get the green flag once the 718 safety car pulls off.
Oh my goodness, that would be Gunnar Jeanette out there as well in a 917 PA from 1969.
Well, that, of course, is the Can-Am car.
Oh.
And Can-Am was an incredible series. In some ways, the complete antithesis of what we have today. Racing was still a big business in those days, and there was big money in Can-Am, but the regulations were pretty pared down to the point where allegedly it was one sheet of paper. And it basically said more about what you could do than what you couldn't do, and so it was pretty open in terms of the regulations. Now, things move on. I'm not saying it's better or worse nowadays, it's just different. But that red and yellow car was built to those regulations and is an absolute monster.
I do love a rule book, you know me. But yes, Charles Nierberg in the number 8 leading the way out there. I did notice there's a sort of lack of any rhyme or reason to how these cars are lining up before the green flag comes out. It's just sort of whoever gets to Parc Fermé first, I suppose.
Yeah. Now, where's Gunnar Jeanette lined up in that 0 car? There he is in the red, white. That's a 111, Daniel Perez. So I think they've put some of the faster cars at the front, which seems pretty sensible. So that's number 8 for Charles Neerberg in the 917 short tail, Kurtec short tail. 88 going through the final corner.
William Lyon.
Now is William Lyon. Wait for the green flag. It's in the air, and we're off and running for the Verks Trophy qualifying race. 9 laps of action. Neerberg, McAllister, Perez, Lopez, Lyon, Polk, Hagen, Dominic Dobson in that 74, the bright yellow car. The 174 is Greg Campbell. Jess Swart as well in the number 11 makes up the top 10. But a good start from Neerberg, and that's exactly what he wanted. He wants to be able to pick and choose his lines here as he goes through turn 3 and under the bridge for the first time, down to turn 4, and he's pulling away Shea Adam from the rest of the field.
He is, and that'll be a big sigh of relief for him for sure, particularly when driving these cars that are priceless, invaluable to the owners in most situations. When you hear of people being offered large sums of money saying, nah, thanks, I'd rather keep the car, that's when you know that the Porsche matters.
Gunnar Jeanette in 17th has already made up time and passed a few cars in that Trans Am 1969 917 PA. Bruce Canepa up into 2nd in the 917-10 from 1972, doing double duty. He has literally just jumped out of the previous qualifying race.
I was going to say, unfair advantage of knowing the track conditions, Bruce Canepa.
How good does that short tail 917 look down into the final corner? You can see Charles with the clear visor looking right across the corner there as he came in. He's going to have a substantial lead as we come through to complete the first lap. And
that is Bruce Canepa up front.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Charles Neerberg now in second.
So timing and scoring
not accurate.
That's interesting. Now it's set up, right?
There we go.
We've got a little delay there on the timing and scoring if you're following along online.
Pass for position. It was Gerard Lopez going through at turn 2, making a clean pass, and now the car that he managed to get around having a look back down the inside of turn 3, but it's Gerard already gone. Who was that he passed as well? Was
right
that
behind the number 5 is, I think it was Will Lyon, wasn't it, in the 111?
Might have been Denner Pyrus, I think, in the 111, yeah.
Sorry, Pirish, yeah, in the 111. Yes, it is.
Yes.
So that was a pass for 4th position in the 908, the Flunder.
One row further up on the grid.
Well, exactly, and that's what we're talking about at the moment. This is designated a qualifying race. Bruce Canepa doing what he did in the last one and driving away from the field already with a 4-second gap. It's been a good opening to the race. The number 5 going through in 4th position, Gerard Lopez in the long tail, the Langheck version with those upright fins, very distinctive. He's closing down on Chris McAllister, who's in the number 21 Gulf liveried 917 short tail.
Wonder if that's the father of Sean McAllister, because I've seen Sean quite a few times this weekend.
That's a very good question, Sean. A mistake, I think, there by Lopez, and that's allowed Denner Pires to close up just a wee bit.
Oh, Bruce Canepa's falling down through the field now, so timing glitch, because he's definitely out front on the track.
I think he's been put in manually. I think he's got a transponder issue because he wasn't scored as leader on the end of the first lap either, so it could be a transponder issue there.
Mark Webber, for those cheering for the Australian, is currently in the 14th position. Best time of a 1 minute and 50.815.
Surprised Gunnar Jeanette hasn't come through a little bit more.
Yeah, he must be having a transponder issue as well, though, because look, he's got no lap times registered to his name on the timing and scoring.
And I'm pretty sure we did see that 0 car going around, didn't we?
I think we did. We'll have to keep our eyes open for the 0 out around the circuit. And if you can see the 0 out around the circuit,
point at it.
Well, send us a tweet.
Yeah.
at Specutainment or at Gearbox Girl and help us to find missing gunner.
Exactly what these cars were built to do, to be pushed to the limits. Drier track now, and certainly still a little bit cold. The battle for 3rd and 4th position is between the Gulf-coloured number 21 of Chris McAllister and Gerard Lopez in that number 5, almost all white. A little bit of red on that. Down towards the first corner. Through, actually it's turn 2 in fairness. Elements of that car, that number 21 917 share, I see that. I don't have to, I know my eyes aren't great at my age, but I don't have to squint too much. When you've got the car coming directly towards you, the 963 doesn't look a lot different from that. You can see the family resemblance. I think that was a pass for 2nd there, by the way.
It was.
As Chris McAllister has just taken over 2nd place. Gerard Lopez has just taken over 3rd place from Chris McAllister.
That was a good pass at turn 4.
Very
bold move, and it paid off. I saw quite a few cars yesterday. I was watching during the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup session out there, watching the different lines going through turn 4, and albeit the track was a little bit slippery, so similar to how it is now, a lot of different lines being taken, but that was a good pass.
You'd have to say that the long-tail car built for longer straights, really, and not really its natural hunting ground, but it's going very well indeed. The 111, the Dana Perez car, the 908 O2 Spider, not letting them get away. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th. A little battle pack there led by Charles Neerberg in the 917 John White Automotive Gulf coloured car.
I do love watching these cars under braking, though, because you see the transfer of energy to the front of the car. They all bow down so much.
Well, having made that pass look very easy, Gerard Lopez in the white and red number 5 has not been able to pull away from Perez. And if anything, he's losing ground to Chris McAllister in 3rd place ahead of him.
Maybe he just needed a rabbit to chase.
Well, yeah, that's true. Opportunity here with the lapped car, and Perez and Lopez going side by side as they went past the
Cam Ingram
car. He's dropped a couple of places, Cam, but he's keeping it on the island. Well done to him. Fascinating stuff at the front of the field. Great to see the drivers working, even in the closed cockpit cars. Up in front, by the way, it's now 20 seconds for Bruce Canepa ahead of Charles Neerberg.
That's a pretty decisive pole that he'd be winning. Is down the inside comes the 111 on the 5, getting the position back.
So that's 3rd place going back. Check that, 4th place going back the way of Dene Perez as he crosses the line. 36-0 as against the 36-4 for the man past Gerard Lopez. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? Because Lopez went through what looked to be fairly comfortably a couple of laps ago there, Shea, but couldn't pull away and has now ceded that position.
Yeah, and you wonder, was he having a go to see, can I catch up to Charles Neerberg, and then couldn't, gave it back? No, I don't think that's what it was. I think it was just the inability to pull away.
Bruce Canepa leading, haven't seen him for a while, coming down to the bottom of the hill.
It's because he's checked out.
He has. Now, coming down in the final corner, a very purposeful looking red, yellow and black car. And I do like the polished metal sills on the side of that car. That's very of its age.
The acceleration out of the final corner as well, watching the car just disappear into the distance. You don't get that sensation from race cars anymore because you can't see that much at the back of them.
And they're moving around as well. That's the other thing. You can see that car scrabbling for grip quite a short wheelbase on the 917-10. Very nimble through the corners, but makes it a little bit twitchy. The huge stacked rear wing. We're into the winged era in the late 1960s to the early and mid 1970s. If you remember, 68, 69, we started to see them on Formula One cars, and other forms of motor racing followed along. Up the rear hull straight for our leader there, Shit.
What a view. It gives you a feeling of what the weather's like as well, where you can't see that much of the valley.
Fastest lap of the race last time around went to Charles Neerberg, a 1:31.8.
Bruce Canepa's last lap was a 1:26.308 though, so you're right, that is being entered manually.
Yeah.
5 seconds a lap on the competition.
Yeah.
2.238 miles. Doesn't take very long until you've stretched that lead around to being half a lap or more.
Well, he's lapping. He's lapping at such a pace that he's coming up through the field. I think he's just gone past Bruce Marquand's Elva. So he's certainly inside the top 10. He's put I think he's put Bruce Marquand and Dominic Dobson a lap down this time. No, hang on, that's Dominic there, I think, that he's just going by in the bright yellow number 74 car.
This age of cars, the Berks Trophy that's out on the track right now, was described to me the other day as when there was a change of mentality to winning overall. So that's why we're getting to see such a variety of cars as well.
Gulf car leading with a little bit of a haze coming out from under the rear bodywork, and that isn't water from the track. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that very carefully indeed. Just under acceleration, might be just a little bit full of oil and burning a little bit off. So Neerberg with Chris McAllister behind him, and then Dennis Perez refusing to be thrown off the scent, and Jared Lopez right there as well. Those are your top 5, with Matthew Polk in 6th in the 1964 Platypus. Coming through to the final corner. Checkered flag.
Oh, yeah.
Should be being readied for our leader. And now to be... Oh, well, that's one lap sign.
One more lap.
Right, okay. I thought those 1 laps were being given to the cars ahead.
But you were right about that smoke coming out the back of the number 8 for sure, as the battle persists. But now it's the 111 and the 21, and there are raindrops on the camera lens, are there not?
That turn 10 and 11, there certainly are, coming from that side of the racetrack.
I've just also received intel on another wonderful story out on the grid. There's so many of them, but Jeff Swart, who was busy in the tractor race, was busy in the last round. He has been known to drive the car that he was in the last session, the 904. He takes that to and from LA here, takes the number plates off and drives it on the racetrack, and then drives it home.
Love it. That's Jeff, though, isn't it? That is the absolute spirit of racing from this era. Good battle here. Chris McAllister in the Gulf-coloured car. 917 versus the 111 of Dana Perez. There was barely a 10th at the line into turn 5 on the final lap, and Perez goes through.
Made that look easy.
I was about to say those exact words, shit. Now, is that a decisive move this time for the number 111? And can he pull away? Jared Lopez, who had been ahead of Dana Perez a couple of laps or so ago, has dropped away in 5th position. Bruce Canepa with a huge lead coming down towards the end of the lap. As the battle continues, there's Lopez. Lopez now with McAllister. So has McAllister got a problem? Checkered flag for the leader. We're waiting for Canepa to come through, but there's still a dispute over 4th position. It'll be Canepa from Neerberg, from McAllister, I think, at the line. Checkered flag is waving. Yes, that's correct. But then who is going to be in 5th position? And the answer is, it was
Neerberg, Perez, McAllister, and then Lopez.
And Lopez in 5th, yeah.
Boy, that's going to make for an exciting start for tomorrow's race.
Lopez looked to drop away again at the end there.
Yeah.
Matthew Poult in 6th in the number 7 car from William Lyon in the 88 910. And then it was Greg Campbell. He's still to come to the line, actually. Number 8, or position 8 rather, in the 174. And the top 10 made up by the bright yellow number 74, Elva. 906 rather, and the Elva behind that in 10th position for Proof Marquand.
Now, was that a problem, or was that Valor, Honor, some order thereof, and seeing that the track was getting a little bit slippery?
Unofficial results to come. Remember, this will set the grid for their race. And congratulations to Bruce Canepa, who's jumped out of his car in the last race and then into this one and got through, and Charles Neerberg there just going back into the paddock. So they will start on the front row. Denner Perez from Chris McAllister, 111 from 21. Coming up next, we will have Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America qualifying, single qualifying session to set 2 grids.
And Amanda Busick has found the man who has been the man to beat in the AM class for the last 4 races, 4 fast lap, 4 wins. It's Scott Noble.
Shay, I'm going to try to make you proud down here, but all I can tell you is I'm looking at a lot of Porsche machinery, and I'm getting goosebumps down here. But Scott Noble, we know him around many different paddocks, racing here this weekend in Porsche Carrera Cup and chasing those points. 4 races left to go. Anxiety right now or feeling comfortable?
Everything counts right now. The 2 pole points, the best lap points. We're after every last point right now. The battles between Mark Kwame and myself. He's the team owner and he's last year's national champ. So pretty exciting. These last 4 races, everything's going to mean something toward the championship. So we can't mess up and we got to drive fast. So there's a lot of pressure on both of us.
Scott, this is a race within such a celebration of Porsche weekend with the Rennsport Reunion. As drivers, do you think about it? Do you get to partake in the festivities?
Yes. Immediately when I came in, I changed clothes and I got my family and friends here. I go, let's go take a look at these iconic cars, and I'm just in awe. I want to buy half of them, but I can't. But they're just famous ones from a racing standpoint and just a driving standpoint. And I've never been to Rennsport. This is something else. If you've never been to something like this, it should be on your bucket list, especially if you love cars.
So we are getting ready for qualifying. What's the secret at Laguna?
I think the tires don't get hot till about end of lap 3, and lap 4 and 5 are going to be the real hot laps. If you try to go a little early, I think it doesn't quite work out based on our testing. So it's going to be interesting how patient are going to be to wait for that 4th and 5th hot lap.
Shay, I'll allow you to add that expertise on that, especially with the new pavement here at Laguna. What are we going to see here in qualifying?
A lot of sliding, a lot of missed apexes. It was funny, actually. I was joking with Riley Dickinson about his line through turn 4 yesterday, and I said, you nailed the apex every single lap. And he goes, hey, I got one. It's good to know that they can laugh at themselves.
Scott Noble, talking to Amanda there, I mean, what a second half of the season he had. You were talking about this earlier on in the weekend, that it all seemed to click into place. What Road America was it?
Road America, yeah, when they were running with NASCAR, actually, as the support for that weekend. And they showed up, and Scott Noble and Mark Kwame, he mentioned the fact that they're friends and they have this nice competition between them. Well, to kick off the season, Mark Kwame came in the defending series champion. Scott Noble wins the first race. That set the tone. Then it went back in the way of Mark Kwame to the point where Mark was able to stretch a good championship lead. Scott Noble, all of a sudden at Watkins Glen, at Miami, the second race gets a second place. Watkins Glen gets second place in a fast lap, second place fast lap and pole. And then at Road America, it clicked. And ever since then, he has been the man to beat. Pole position, 5 in a row now, fast lap in 6 consecutive races.
Yeah.
He has been doing it properly.
He made a good point there. With the championship so tight, the bonus points that are available here for things like pole position, that might make a difference when we are talking, when we've got our socks off and we've got the abacus out at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the final.
At Circuit of the Americas.
Excuse me, at Circuit of the Americas in the midst of the Formula One weekend. That might make a difference because that could be a place one way or the other that you either have got to make up or don't have to make up.
Well, let's look at this because we're talking about the fact that he's gotten 6 consecutive fast laps. Those are 6 points. He's gotten 5 consecutive pole positions. That's 10 points. So that's 16 points right there. The gap between first and second in the championship right now, 18 points. So bonus points make a big difference.
And that is the closest of our championships, the AM class.
It is, in effect, the only one that is still alive because with Marco Cironi not here this weekend, and Marco, we miss you. We wish you were here to compete this weekend. Efren Castro will be untouchable going into the final round of the championship. He has enough of a gap over Cironi that with Cironi not here, it's done. He cannot be beaten. So Efren Castro going to clinch his 2nd Pro-Am championship in Carrera Cup in 3 years. Very impressive. Riley Dickinson, speaking of impressive, has already clinched the Cup for the overall championship, the Pro category. That has been a very fine run of form as well. There's 56 available points on any given weekend. So 112 coming into this weekend and the next. That starts right now with qualifying. You get 2 points for pole position in each of the classes. That's going to be something that both Mark Kwame and Scott Noble are paying attention to.
I can't remember, we've covered this championship in its current form and its previous iterations. I can't remember 4 races out having basically provisionally crowned a champion.
Well, think back to last year where it came down to the final race, the final lap of the final race before Parker Thompson was able to climb atop the car, throw his hands up in the air and realize that he was champion. The year before that, which was the first year of this championship, Seb Prio and Kyvan Burlow, that went down to the wire too at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So we have had 2 years of fantastic competition. And this year, Riley turned on the afterburners and just said, see ya. I'm going to win all the races I can.
Only just turned 21 this year, Riley, but has a lot of experience in these cars, and that is important.
He's been in this championship. This is his 5th season running in these cars. Way to go, Hannah, pushing a car back into line. One of our IMSA pit officials. Love this girl. She is great. But in 2019, 3rd in the championship, with 1 win, 7 podiums. 2020 comes along. He's 2nd in the championship with 3 wins, 14 podiums. 2021, 4th in the first year of the Carrera Cup. The level of championship changed and the change of cars as well. 8 podiums. 2022, he was 3rd in the championship, just the 1 win. That was at Indianapolis. And that kind of set the tone for what we see this year. Well, this year, he has not been off the podium. We have had 12 races, so he stands to better his record from 2020. He's got 4 opportunities to get on the podium 3 times. I have a feeling that the young man from Texas can get that done.
Well, I could have just gone on holiday, to be honest, because he's got the point. He's racing in the Pro class. The cars are all identical. And the top Pro, particularly in given Riley's tender years, as I would say, he's likely to get invited to the shootout.
He has earned a spot in the shootout as the North American representative by dint of winning the North American Carrera Cup.
Right. Now, we've not had a winner of the shootout, which brings together the top Porsche Carrera Cup drivers from all around the world. We've not had a winner from this championship, or indeed from its predecessor when it was a Cup Challenge rather than a Carrera Cup. We've not had an American driver win that either.
No, but we have had American Porsche Juniors before. Connor DeFilippi was one of those a long, long time ago, and he made a very fine run of racing in the Super Cup then. So the questions abound. What doors does winning this championship present to Riley Dickinson? Is it going to be a run in Super Cup? Is it going to be perhaps a run in the GTD class?
Flat sixes have fired up. Amanda is down in the pit lane enjoying the noise, but what about the weather? Is it playing ball, Amanda?
Oh, you're hitting it right, the nail on the head. I am feeling sprinkles out here. I have seen teams go to pit lane with the wet tires as well, which I think would add a wrinkle here. Shay, I know you were talking earlier in the weekend with the new pavement here, how many drivers will feel comfortable around Laguna Seca. I see slick tires on the Porsches at this point, but we'll be watching to see what happens.
And it is a good point, because in this qualifying session, unlike most IMSA qualifying sessions, the exception being GTP, you can change tires. This session allows for that, and the fact of the matter that they have multiple sets of tires for multiple races.
Yeah, and they were out earlier on wet Michelin tyres, so they haven't yet used a set of brand new tyres. The tyre allocation starts from qualifying.
Qualifying, three sets between the two races.
Right, 3 sets, okay. Riley Dickinson sitting ready to be waved out onto the track. We do welcome some new drivers to this championship this weekend. One in particular from Michelin Racing, who has come literally halfway around the world.
And he's only tested at 2 of the IMSA racetracks that he will be racing at, this being one of them, the other Circuit of the Americas, but Bailey Hall coming up from the Gold Coast. We talk about the age of some of these kids. 20 years old, has run in the Carrera Cup Australia for 2 years. Financial planning degree comes under racing. That seems
smart.
Counterintuitive, though, financially planning racing. But his dream is to race the 963 in the WEC. He wants to run it at Le Mans. And the other thing he wants to do is to win the Bathurst 12-hour.
Cars are... '23 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, where the second to last event of the year has 2 races. There tomorrow, we're about to set the grid for both of those races. 11 corners, 2.25 miles. It tells you a lot about the history of this place, that we have names as well as numbers. Andretti hairpin up through turn 6 to the Rahal Straight, and then turns 8 and 8A. Absolutely nobody calls them that. That's the corkscrew, and it is known across the world as one of the most difficult places to get a car through quickly and safely. It's part of the Porsche Rennsport Reunion weekend, and we're live from trackside. Hello, everybody. I'm John Hindhaugh. Alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre is Shay Adam. It's been our absolute pleasure to call the action for this championship this year. The championship standings have the top category Pro going the way of Riley Dickinson. With 4 races to go, he has dominated the field. In Pro-Am, well, that is going the way
of one Mr. Efren Castro, the Dominican Republic driver.
There's
on
his car,
screen right now, number 65, the beautiful Spider-Man livery car. At least that's what it reminds me of. He will be champion by the end of this weekend. He will be completely untouchable. In Pro-Am, though, the battle looms large, because Scott Noble in that blue and white Porsche with the yellow number 10 is chasing the car directly behind him, or ahead of him, I should say, on the racetrack. Mark Kwame, couple rows further up in the number 43. He has the Racing to End ALZ livery on that car, and he is the one who has held the title of champion for the last year. Well, Scott Noble putting up a really good fight to try and take that back.
The cars are identical in terms of their specification. Flat 6 4-litre normally aspirated Porsche engine at the back of these Porsche 911 Type 992 Carrera Cup cars, producing 507 horsepower. Plenty.
Adequate.
That is adequate. They have a racing sequential gearbox operated by paddles. They run on 18-inch race wheels with the centre lock nuts and Michelin slick racing tyres, and everyone is on slick racing tyres. We've had a few sprinkles in the pit lane. It will be one formation lap before we go racing for our usual time certain event.
Green flag on qualifying. We're setting the grid for our session now as the cars were lined up in championship order by and large, which had me confused for a minute there. Riley Dickinson leading out Tom Sargent, leading Will Martin, leading Alex Sedgwick. Then we have Jason Hart, and then Speedy Dan Clark. It's an interesting lineup that they chose to come out from the false grid, and they were putting them into championship order on that false grid.
25 minutes for this session, so not a lot of time to mess about, but you can change your Michelin tyres should you desire. It has been weather-wise somewhat of a changeable day. The sun is out now, and with this new pavement laid down just after IMSA were here earlier in the year, so effectively I suppose these are the first IMSA competitive IMSA class cars to use the new pavement?
It was new pavement when we were here. I did the track walk and saw the extended areas where the new pavement. Otherwise, I would have completely agreed with you. But yeah, the pavement is very good. Very slippery, though. The water sits on top of it instead of dispersing.
We had 5 wide going up into the corkscrew.
Is that because they can't see where the track actually goes? So they thought, oh, this will be fine. Ah! Dropping down the corkscrew.
Obviously heard me saying that they were starting a race and they decided that one has broken out. Will Martin from the UK in the black and gold JDX car. Oh, a bit of side-by-side action there, weaving to get the tyres up, and Sean Varwick was on his left-hand side, and that's very dangerous because if you zig when somebody else is zagging, and they're still side-by-side across the line, and that, I think, will attract the attention of race control.
Guys, we take it back. It's not a race. It's qualifying. Behave. Please don't wreck any cars right now.
Hang on. If they can still hear me, it's a parade. It's not even qualifying. It's just demo laps. Slow right down, guys. This is... No, I'm only kidding.
Riley would be thrilled with that because another pole position going his way.
Absolutely.
As clearly they are having a lot of issue getting heat into their Michelin tires, and that's something that I dealt with all day, trying to get heat into me.
Yeah. Yes, into your Michelin feet and the rest of you, and the rest of your body. I've got to say a very big hello to Sabra Cook, the Kelly Moss racing driver. Fabulous opportunity for Sabra, and more monkey business going on underneath the VP Racing Fuels bridge there. I'll keep an eye on that, but I do want to say hello to Sabra. Not of her making, but a very nasty looking and big impact at the last round. It's Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and not cleared by the medics to come back and race. In fact, she wasn't even cleared to fly here. I know she wanted to be at this event. Sabra, we know how much you wanted to be here. You've had a cracking season in that Kelly Moss racing car, and we wish you all the best. Hopefully we will see you at a racetrack soon, but you have done yourself and Kelly Moss Racing proud this year. And again, stress that she was the innocent bystander in a very nasty incident where another competitor completely lost control, got onto the grass and hit her car, pretty much T-boned her car at virtually unabated speed going into the middle chicane at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The drivers that I spoke to earlier on said they thought maybe 3 or 4 laps at the absolute minimum, Shay, to get the Michelin race tyres up to temperature and pressure.
Well, and that's going to affect a potential tyre change in this session. I saw a lot of people with second tyres up, but we're already at 20 minutes to go in the session, so we've lost 5 minutes. They've done 2 laps, but no real representative time. So if it'll be another lap before they can really push these tires, that's going to be a different story to any other qualifying session we've had this year.
It was damp in the final free practice session this morning at 9:30 or thereabouts. We'd had some quite heavy overnight rain, and then it rained again actually after that. But that meant everybody went out on wet. Everybody that did go out, there were 7 cars that did not take to the track this morning. Speedy Dan Clark was one of them in the 64 car. Time's coming down, and they will come down rather rapidly. Scott Noble in the in the blue and white number 10, MDK Motorsports with the fastest time at the moment. But here comes Riley Dickinson in the green and white number 53.
P2 for Riley, P1 for Alex Sedgwick, following around behind him again.
I was just about to say, how smart is Alex? Been out of racing full-time for a while. He's come back with the PT Autosports team, running with JTX Racing. Really interesting story behind that red, white and black car there, and what PT Autosports are trying to do.
Yeah, you've got a couple of big name players involved. You've got Jeff Deas, whose youth mentoring program is called Demoli International. The co-founder and team principal, Jason Myers, was a Marine for 8 years, served 3 tours in Iraq. Thank you for your service, sir. Peer-to-peer counselor with Veterans Affairs, too, so still doing a lot of good for a variety of people. And also Henry Drury, who was the first person who was chosen for the seat, but had to step out due to an artificial disc replacement before the season even began. Former figure skater, still big with social media and marketing, but Alex taking up the reins behind the wheel of the car. The young man from England, a coach for a long time. He's got experience in ARCA and comes in to do this Porsche Carrera Cup, completely different kettle of fish. Sits 4th in the championship, not that far behind Will Martin and Tom Sargent for 2nd and 3rd respectively, but a good gap over a guy who's won a race this year, Jason Hart.
Yeah, very good for Alex, and had a decent career in the UK. Riley Dickinson goes to the top for a moment, then Will Martin, mention his name, he goes to the top. Tom Sargent, mention his name, he goes to the top for McElrea Racing.
Can we keep playing this game where I just name people and all of a sudden they go quickly?
Just pick somebody's name. Tom Murrell has just gone up into 5th position in the NOLA Sports number 47.
How about Michael McCann? Let's see what he can do. Car number 8 with McCann Racing. He's had an up and down season. Michael McCarthy, oh, I was so close, goes up to 2nd.
Many of the same letters.
Yes.
Many of the same letters, yeah.
McCann going up to P13. We're having people jumping all over the place, but should let you know in Pro-Am, Efren Castro, the champion-elect for the 2nd time in 3 years, has the fastest time in that class. And in AM, Mark Kwame deciding he wants the pole position points out of this one. He has set the fastest time, and there are 6 cars between he and Scott Noble right now.
These times are coming down to something a little more representative, 1:24.2, but we've only got 17 minutes left. Now, you know, basically what we're saying here is we've taken the better part of 10 minutes to start getting down to sensible times. By the time you come in, it is not like Formula One. You're not doing 3-second pit stops, so you lose your lap on the way in. Then you've got to change 4 tyres, albeit with a centre lug nut. Then you've got to go back out again. You lose your out lap. That's not. And then you've got to warm the tyres up again. That could be another 10 minutes. So if anybody's going to change,
do it now.
I reckon you've got maybe 2 or 3 more minutes to get the car, and as we've got...
Tom Balamas has gone for a spin, car number 19 in turn 3, yeah. Curious place to go off. No, turn 2.
It's turn 2. It's the exit at turn 2. Yeah, I've just seen the pit lane exit there.
Breaking news from the pit lane, which is relevant to this spin, precipitation picking up. Not ideal. Oh, was that a spin? Was that a Will Martin assisted spin for Tom Balamas?
Not sure we can convict him on the evidence that we had there. Live from Porsche Rennsport Reunion for 2023. This is Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America qualifying. Tom Balamas in the multicoloured car with his back Michelin's just off the hard part of the circuit, but he's got back on.
Well done.
Did nice clutch control, supported by Porsche Beechwood.
I love the livery of this car. It is reminiscent of the champion colours.
Yes, but in a different
way.
Yeah, not laid out the same, but yes, you're right.
And black background as opposed to white.
It reminds me, how can you tell what colour the background is? But with all of
back
that
of the
colour
car is
on.
black.
It reminds me of a lining I once had in a lounge suit, a business suit that I had. It was a Paul Smith suit, and he did like the stripy, multicoloured stripy linings. That was his trademark for a wee while.
Well, if qualifying were to be done now, and into the pit lane comes Riley Dickinson, I was just going to say, write the headlines, because the Texan is P11. He hasn't been that far down in qualifying since...
At all.
Last year, 2 years ago?
Yeah,
I can't even remember.
Yeah.
Will Martin with the best time, then a stupendous effort from Michael McCarthy, keeping the Kelly Moss name toward the top of the charts. It's McElroy's Tom Sargent in third, Alex Sedgwick for JDX in fourth, and then Bailey Hall making his series continental debut up to fifth. Very, very well done for that young man. So new set of boots, I would expect, for Riley, and then he'll come back out and see what he can do.
Efren Castro leading the Pro-Am category in what Shea called the Spider-Man car, because it's red and blue.
And look who's in second. All of a sudden, it's PJ Hyatt in the dark green car. So Efren needs to keep pushing, and look at the control of that car. Efren has figured out such a beautiful balance with these Carrera Cup cars and running with Kelly Moss. It's just been a wonderful alignment, as we do have a red flag out there as a car stop
halfway up the rear hull straight.
The wrong way.
I think so.
I think
Driver's
there's
left.
smoke. I think there's smoke on that one too, John.
Driver's left, heading up the rear hull straight, and the car, we believe, in the wrong direction. I thought I could see headlights there.
I thought so too. Red flag is out. Should reiterate.
Now, I think it's Elias De La Torre in the JDX Racing number 4.
Oh no.
That car is missing.
Not again.
I know. He's not had the best of luck recently.
At Indy, he had an incident on the outlap, actually,
Correct.
and there was a conflagration with that one, if memory serves.
Oh, yes, that's right. He had to pull the car off, didn't he,
Yep.
to get assistance from the fire marshals.
So that would be the JDX run car, currently P17, but this is going to affect Riley Dickinson more so than almost anyone else in the class, because right now he is sitting P12, 12th on the grid. In AM, this is also important, because if we do not get back to green, in AM, we have Mark Kwame ahead of Scott Noble, nothing separating. Okay, so no, that was an impact. There's bodywork that is well behind the number 4 Porsche.
So we must have seen it as it was still spinning and had not come to a halt, because I definitely saw headlights of that car. Looks like Elias has gone in nose first and then bounced around. The whole of the front clip is off.
12 minutes remaining in the session.
Do we have minimum time for this?
No.
No.
No, WeatherTech.
How has he gone off there? You know, that just lost it at the brow of the hill, maybe, as he was braking for the corkscrew?
Are there tire marks going through the gravel? Did he have an incident at the exit of turn 6? That is a significant amount of damage to the front of that Porsche, though.
The radiators are either side at the front, and radiators and oil coolers, and the aluminum mounts have been broken as well. The oil cooler's been pushed right back up. The right front is the most damaged. The headlight's gone. It looks like there's damage to the right front fender as well. And, well, this might put paid to people putting a new set of tyres on, Shay, because the clock does not stop in these situations.
Nope, and Riley's in his pit box, but look at the line of cars that are sitting, waiting to go back out on the track, so they will not have the opportunity to change tires. All those Kelly Moss Porsches with stickers and their cars being very patient. The first car waiting to go back out is the number 78, Ryan Yardley, who is in the fast lane, will not get an opportunity to change tires. A big, big round of applause to our track services. Those men and women were scrambling to try and get ready for us to be able to go back to green. Well done to them.
Let's head to Amanda whilst we wait for this clear up to go. She's with Andrew Davis in the pit lane.
He's one of the legends here this weekend, but also works alongside Kelly Moss. And Andrew, what can you tell us about qualifying so far? I'm sure teams are assessing the weather and what might happen, but so far the effort from your group?
Yeah, these guys are always spot on here at Kelly Moss Road and Race. The qualifying sessions are intense in Porsche Carrera Cup. So, we get 25 or 30 minutes normally. We'll do multiple tire changes. So this red flag, actually, the timing of it is not great because most cars hadn't come in for their second set of tires. So I think you'll probably start seeing as soon as the green flag is waved, some tire changing. Some of the cars that lined up already in line will go immediately out. And the ones that are sitting in their boxes now can have that option of going to tires once we go green. But then they're going to have to make quick work of it. In these kind of changing conditions and these cool weather, it's going to take several laps to get the heat in them, is what it looks like on this new pavement. So it's hard fought out there for sure.
What's some of the feedback that you're hearing from the drivers?
Well, I think the new pavement's great here at Laguna Seca at WeatherTech Raceway, So I think they're really they're liking that extra grip. The pace is obviously a lot faster. The lap times are a lot quicker right now than they have been ever before. But in these conditions, this is unlike what we normally have here in this part of the country. So this is new for everybody.
Good news, Andrew. I'm hearing we might be back to green soon.
You are spot on there, Amanda. Brilliant work by Track Services. Andrew Davis, so great to see all of his efforts down through the years for Porsche, recognising his legend status here.
Yeah.
Hasn't always been in the top class. Hasn't always been necessarily with a full championship run or a full season. But my goodness, his loyalty, his pace, his general demeanour absolutely puts him in the Porsche Legends class.
Love Andrew Davis. And the fact that he's a two-time champion in Grand Am for Porsche, he's got that flag on his ship. And as you rightly mentioned, he's been associated with other brands in the recent past as well. But his success and his love for and with Porsche is it's an indelible part of his character, and it's something that he will always be known for.
There's an awful lot of work to be done by JDX Racing for Elias de la Torre. Brilliant work by Track Services and our safety and recovery crews to get that car already off the circuit. So we should be able to go green as soon as the safety vehicles get back to their respective parts of the circuit. There was a little bit of clear up in terms of track sweeping going on, and Kelly Moss going to work on the champion-elect's car down in the pit lane with a little bit of urgency. The blocks come out as the new Michelin tyres.
Wait a minute.
I think they only put new tyres on the front of that car.
That was a sticker that they just pulled away, and another sticker that they've taken off. They're sending it back out on the worn rubber because he's not going to have enough time to get heat into stickers.
Good call, Shea Adam.
That would be Andy Kilcoyne who's in charge of that. I'm sure the lead engineer and part team owner for Kelly Moss, along with Victoria Thomas. Hello, Victoria.
Andy and Victoria, two of the hardest working people in a very hard working paddock.
Agree.
And we are very fortunate in IMSA Racing that we have such good relationships with the competitors. And as we're coming towards the end of a very busy season, it's only right that I say thank you to all the teams, to their technicians, to their PRs, not just in this championship, but in all the IMSA championships that we cover across IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. It's been a very busy season, and once again, as you have done for many years, you have helped us out with our broadcasts to the world, and it is never taken for granted, let me put it that way. Particularly in your situation, Shea, because you're normally down in the pit lane for the WeatherTech and the other forms of IMSA racing, and without the team's help and assistance, we simply can't do our job.
No, and it's true. And I've started telling a lot of the teams, if you have a question about something going on in the race or something happening, ask me to ask them, because my job is to ask questions. So if I'm asking the right questions and saying it over the PA, I'm not breaking confidences with anyone, and I'm helping you as well as helping the audience at home follow the race. So we can be resources as well that teams can utilize.
I love the fact that even in the longer races, when you go and ask people if they've got enough fuel, 9 out of 10 times they'll tell you, yes, we have. We may be close, or no, we're going to have to pit.
Yeah.
And that that's gonna basically affect the outcome of a race, and yet they're still quite happy to share. I mean, the die's cast at that point, we know, but...
Well, in a lot of the cases, John, even if they tell me, yeah, we're good, but I see their faces, I can report back, no, they're not.
I'm not sure, Shea, we're going to see any improvements in times here. I think Will Martin might be taking his first pole position here.
His third of the season, it would be. He took both of them at Watkins Glen.
Oh, of course he did.
So that would be an interesting swing in the championship. 2 bonus points going to Will Martin for tomorrow.
He hasn't had a pole position here.
He's never raced here.
No.
Yeah.
Rookie gets pole. Headline for Tom Moore there.
His dream for Will Martin is to race Le Mans, and he's had a good bit of success in the Carrera Cup. Great Britain, 3rd last year in that championship. That's impressive.
Interesting. He made the decision to come over here, getting used to the Carrera Cup cars here that do have the ABS system fitted, whereas the ones in the UK don't. Going through the corkscrew, the number 11, Blake McDonald for GMG Racing.
Running as a VIP. He is not categorized as being in the pro class. Blake McDonald making his series debut this weekend. He's a regular in the Porsche Sprint Cup, and he doesn't want to lose his ability to race there. So Porsche, working with him, said, we understand if you run Carrera Cup, you're no longer eligible for championship points in Sprint. You're going to be a VIP this weekend. You are racing outside of everything.
So effectively is an invitation.
Correct.
Right.
If he happens to wind up in a podium position in the pro category overall, then they would have a discussion over whether or not he gets the trophy, because you've raced your way there. You've earned it. All these cars are the same. There's no advantage there. But he's got a little bit of work to do because he's coming into a very competitive Carrera Cup field.
Is this on the basis that he's dipping his toe in here for potentially next season?
Exactly.
Yeah, which is exactly what Sprint Cup is meant to do, to form part of the ladder series. Not an IMSA series, it's run by a CCA, and it doesn't run on the same tyres as we have the Michelins here.
Okay, the tire worked for Riley, taking the tires off, waiting out the red flag. He has now bumped himself up to 6th position after that initial outlap. Tom Balamas has also improved his best lap time, as has John Getz, Kyle Washington, Ryan Yardley, and Travis Wiley. So, we were talking about more rain. These guys are ignoring that, and instead they're going faster.
It seems to be down at the hairpin where Efren Castro is now that I've seen people flicking their windshield wipers on, but wiper on, because there is only one on these cars.
You were talking about multiple cars, though.
True, yes. Yeah. But I think that's cleared now. We're just on 2.5 minutes to go. Who has got the performance? They've burned off a fair proportion of the VP Racing fuel. But of course, right now, they haven't done as many laps as they thought, so perhaps the car isn't quite in the window. They haven't put new tyres on, so perhaps the car's not quite in the window. What can the drivers wring out of these Carrera Cup? Riley Dickinson improves, goes up to 3rd position. That is the run of a champion. Absolutely outstanding.
And now, all of a sudden, we've got this battle for pole because Riley is starting to come to the fore. But what's happening in the other categories? Efren Castro still with a very narrow lead in the Pro-Am class ahead of PJ Hyatt. And in the AM class, it's Mark Kwame ahead of Scott Noble. Nothing's changed yet. And into the pit lane comes Efren Castro. So we'll have to see if PJ can better his time and then threaten the champion-elect.
He thinks he's done as much as he can. Will Martin with just on a 3/4 of a tenth of a second. 1:23.388 against a 23.466. Lap record, race lap record is in the 1:24s set by Trenton Estep, I seem to remember, in the race here last year, but that was on the old surface, remember. Will Martin being followed round at the moment by the number 28 of Bob Mueller. Well, Bob, you're picking a good person to get in the wheel tracks off there, so keep an eye on Bob's time in the number 28. The yellow numbers denoting that Bob is an ARM class runner in that Octavio Tequila racing machine. Time elapses in 45 seconds. The lap you are on, if you have started it, you will get to complete it, even if you don't get back round until time has well elapsed. In the classes, Efren Castro by about a 10th and a half from PJ Hyatt and Chris Belomo. And in in AM, it's Scott Noble by 0.2 of a second from Mark Kwame. Last few cars coming out of turn 11 now that will get one more lap. 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag is out. Will Martin has been shown the checkered flag, so he will not better his 1:23.3. He's done a 1:23.4. That could be important though. 1:23.405 is better than second place. So at the moment, Will Martin has the best 2 times. That could put him on pole for both races unless he goes quicker in the race tomorrow, which there's every opportunity to do because the weather forecast is so much better.
Well, and look at where we are right now. Jason Hart has yet to cross the line. Riley has not yet crossed the line. We are waiting. Sean Varwig and Michael McCarthy, and this could be a last person across the line. Sets the best time. So PJ Hyatt is still out there, hasn't yet turned a time. Riley
third.
P3. So Riley's reign of poles has come to an end in the mixed conditions. He will not be happy with that. But Jason Hart, Michael McCarthy still have yet to see the checkered flag. PJ Hyatt goes to a personal best and best pole position winning time in the Pro-Am category. His first pole position in 2023. What a performance from PJ.
Sean Farwig has now seen the checkered flag. Does not improve. Jimmy Liebler did. His time of a 1:24.022 last time around puts him into 8th position. How about Bailey Hall?
But Mark Kwame just stole the honor for the AM pole position. He went purple on his last lap through. He had a very slight advantage over Scott Noble. He stretched that out to almost a 10th over his rival in the championship. So 2 points to Mark Kwame, 20-point lead in the championship for Kwame now.
Well, I think everybody has seen the checkered flag. I'll just confirm that for you. Will Martin then, one thing we can tell you, Will Martin, 2 laps that were quicker than the rest of the field. As it stands right now, he is in pole position for race 1 tomorrow morning, provisionally in pole for race 2 tomorrow afternoon. Why provisionally in pole? Because if he or anyone else improves their time for that second grid, then that is what they will use to set the grid position. So if anyone goes quicker than his 1:23.405, which was his second best time in the race tomorrow, and I think there's every opportunity for that to happen, Shay, to be honest, because if the sun comes out and we get the temperature that we're expecting, even though it's tomorrow morning, I think that 24.4 might be under threat. 3rd pole position of the season, as you mentioned.
Yeah, wonderful job from Will Martin. Really impressive when the season is coming down to the crunch time and the battle is still raging for second in the championship between Will Martin and Tom Sargent. He has now provisionally closed the gap to 1 point, a single point between he and Tom Sargent for that second place in the championship.
Congratulations also to the men who founded JTX, Jeremy Dale, Harrison Bricks. They sit atop a very impressive grid with McElroy Racing and Tom Sargent in second. It'll be Kelly Moss's, Riley Dickinson and Alex Sedgwick from JTX on the next row.
2 cars from JDX. They've got
in the top 4.
In the top 4. They've got 2 cars in the top class, 3 effectively, because they have a little car that they also manage as well.
After, yes.
But that is a wonderful effort that they've made.
Let's just confirm the Pro-Am and Am pole sitters. PJ Hyatt with his very last opportunity around the 2.25 miles of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Pushed himself up into 16th position overall. He's got what, 4-5 Pro cars behind him. More importantly, he's got all of the Pro-Am cars behind him. 1:24.6 for PJ. Just ahead of Efren Castro's 1:24.8. And in Am, Mark Kwame takes pole position in a very creditable 21st overall with a 125.189 ahead of his championship rival and teammate, Scott Noble, also, of course, for MDK Motorsport. In fact, we've got a little MDK Motorsport enclave there because we've got Nick Poole, Stefan Rzadzinski, Mark Kwame, Chris Palomo, Scott Noble down from, what is that? That is 19th down to 23rd position. And within that, as I say, Mark Kwame, the pole sitter. Points to be handed out then for those who took the pole positions. That is very important, particularly in that AM category for Mark Kwame, who stretches his lead to 20 points. So that gives him just a little bit of a breathing space. That's qualifying. We know the grid for race 1. We suspect we know some of the grid for race 2, but we'll have to keep an eye on the timing and scoring tomorrow morning, not just for where they finish, but the fastest laps as well. Congratulations to JDX with 2 cars in the top 4.
Out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Well, we've had qualifying for the Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America, but we do still have a couple more sessions to come out and play. And the next up is the Flucht Cup. These cars, truly a pleasure to hear and see out on the track. A bunch of 993s and more modern. But speaking of more modern first, we have our pole sitter down there, Will Martin. What a car, what a lap, and what an effort for his first time to this track. While we find our pole sitter, he's just wandered off. The car is sitting at tech. All of the hoods are up, trying to cool them down a little bit. Shouldn't take too long for them to cool off in these conditions. And John, it looks like there's more sprinkles on these windshields.
Yeah, and they have to go through post-qualifying tech as well. The IMSA tech team making sure that everyone is within specifications. So that's why we always say things are provisional until that is done. The track is now much wetter. Yeah. We got that qualifying session done at exactly the right time.
Further proof that God is a Porsche racing fan.
Yes, well, there you go. Absolutely right. A little bit of cleanup to be done. And Will Martin taking his third pole position of the season and his first here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as it is his first visit here. This is going to be one of his, if not his favourite racetrack.
1 for 1.
Yeah.
Well, here in Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
Very impressive qualifying performances at each. as track drying is now underway, something that doesn't
Sweeping and drying,
often happen here at Laguna Seca.
It's proper rain now, I'm hearing from our staff outside.
Oh, no.
Just a quick mention to our camera operators. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for braving the conditions. And hot, cold, wet, dry, and everything in between to bring us these phenomenal images and allow us to see all the way around the circuit, of course.
It would be nice if it would go hot today. Although, and that would be muggy and very Florida-y.
Tomorrow's going to be lovely. Tomorrow is literally another day, and I predict it will be lovely.
Huh. Well, we are supposed to be green now for the Flocked Cup, but we're under a slight delay because of the weather conditions and the track clearing. There is a sighting lap going on from a representative, I'm sure, within race control to try and see if it is indeed safe to send more invaluable race cars out around the circuit. In the Flocked Cup, the 993s, we have representatives from, and this is not limited to, Flying Lizard, McKenna, TRG, White Lightning, Manthai, Champion. It's not too shabby.
Can I just say, though, this makes me feel even older than I normally do because we are at effectively an historic race, and I commentated on all those cars in periods. So maybe it's time to put me out in grass as well. Stick me in the historic paddocks. I remember doing the Monaco Historic a few years ago, and somebody sending me a message saying, I didn't know Hindhoff was into his historic racing, and I read it out in the end and said, this isn't historic racing for me. I remember seeing all these Formula One cars in periods. So, you know, it's not historic. I can't think of some of these cars as historic.
Well, at least we've got drivers who aren't historic going out, maybe no longer active as far as competitive racing is concerned, but Mike Sweeney is one of the drivers on the timing board. He's a guy who does a lot of spotting now. He's the spotter for the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and he's going to be piloting the number 21. That is a 1997 RSR 993, so that's a cool car. We've got Johannes van Overbeek in the number 22. I like that they've done that. That's the number that he used to run with ESM. So see, my little pea brain goes back to graphics and thinks, yep, if you're going to font Johannes, it has to be number 22. He is in a 2002, I think that's the McKenna livery 996 GT3 RS. We've got some guy, Jürgen Bergmeister, I think, known to Jorg is his friend. As I welcome back Peter Mackay to the broadcast booth. Jorg is out there in the number 5. Now, that's a very special car, Peter, because that is the 2001 911 Super Cup winner. Who was the champion in 2001 Super Cup?
That car, actually, well, the answer is the same.
Yes.
Jörg Bergmeister, the same. But the car he's driving is actually his Carrera Cup Deutschland winner from the year before. So he won the Carrera Cup Deutschland, the national championship in 2000, and then went to win the Super Cup the very next year.
How fun.
Did Jörg, and then went on to great fame. But a great story from the time was Timo Bernhard, who's also here this weekend, and Jörg Bergmeister. They were both coming into the Porsche factory at the same time. They're both on the junior team. But at the time, they did not like each other. They do now.
No.
They do now. But I wouldn't say they hated each other, but they really didn't. They were rivals. But 2003 rolls around, and the car that they drove is going to be in this Flag Cup as well. But 2003 rolls around, and they're sent out to Daytona to race for the Racers Group. And Alvin Springer, the boss of Porsche Motorsport North America, said, you two, he says, right, you two. Apparently it wasn't quite as polite as that, but he says, right, you two. You two are going to you're going to learn to get on, and you're going to drive together, and you're going to go and do well. And they went and won the race overall.
Well, that's doing pretty well for themselves then. We finally did manage to track down Will Martin. Thanks, Amanda, for staying diligent on that. Let's hear from the young Englishman now.
And I was just chatting with him off camera about a bit sketchy out there with the conditions. It was a 1:23.3 lap for you that took the pole here. What was you talk about the challenge of it, but how did you master it?
Well, I think the biggest challenge was just trying to get some clear air in the space, and you know, with 40 cars on track around a minute and a half lap, you know, you find it difficult. So yeah, I think that was our biggest challenge, but you know, we got some clear air and we got some clean, tidy laps in. So yeah, no, I'm super pleased with the performance, and the car felt brilliant as well. So big shout out to JDX Racing.
4 races left on the season. We did talk about how the points championship is already wrapped up, but you're hoping for a P2 finish. Why can that start right here?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've got a great opportunity to grab some more points on our opposition. So, you know, it's a perfect way to start the weekend, and hopefully we can wrap it up just the same.
And then just one more question as we get closer and closer to race number 1 here at Laguna Seca. What is the execution required at this place?
I think qualifying around here is going to be very important. It doesn't seem like the track where huge moves can be made. So we'll have to play it by ear, never raced here. So yeah, it'll be interesting, but I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck to Will and Shay. As you can see, it's still raining out here. I got my hood up and Will was like, I'm going to grab a hat.
Well, give him a big thank you from us for the chat. It's really good to hear from Will Martin, his 3rd pole of the season, the first 2 coming at Watkins Glen. So clearly he likes the tracks that are a little more difficult. And apologies to people back home. If you're hearing me purring gently into the microphone, it's because of the cars that have just rolled off on their sighting lap. As it is very, very moist out there and headlights fully illuminating, I am thrilled. Oh no, and we've had a spinner on this pace lap, and it is a Flying Lizard. That would be a number 45, which is Flying Lizard number, 44 and 45 being the 2 numbers that they ran with. 45 was a Jörg Bergmeister number, though, and you're not out in a Flying Lizard car. I'm sorry, Peter, that's going to be very difficult for me to grab my head around.
I understand that. Well, that's Lauren Beggs, the car owner, who's just looked at coming out of around turn 4. And so easy to do on turn 3, excuse me. It just lost it, cold tyres, and yeah, you just got to be able to get the temperature into the tyres. It's just so easy to turn it around. But he's going to get back going again. He's kept the engine running. Now we're going to see the turning circle of a 996 GT3 RS.
Well done, sir.
No problem. Well done, Lauren.
Manages not to get any gravel on the tires. That's very important.
Very, very. And this is really, these conditions actually are where a 911 based GT car comes into its own. With the engine hung out over the rear wheels, it gives a very good traction out to the slow corners, and it's something where when it rained you always look to Porsche, even to this day actually. It really has that inherent advantage at that point.
Well, and it's something that we were talking about the other day, Peter, because Brian Sellers and Wolf Hensler won how many races in the American Le Mans Series? I think it was Mid-Ohio in 2011, where Wolf brought it home when everybody else was throwing their cars off into the gravel pit. And Watkins Glen 2015 was a fantastic rain race that Wolf and Brian won. They won Petite in 2013 and 2014. They won at Baltimore, but that was a dry race back in 2012. But you think about or 2011 was it? All of these races where Falcon Tire Porsche was the car that everybody was staring at to win. And yes, the Falcon Tire was part of it, but Porsche was a big part of it too.
Well, if I could counteract to that one, Michelin in 2015.
There you go.
With the Patrick Pilet Nick Tandy car, the RSR that
Richie Leeds. Richie Leeds was in that too.
He never drove
it, but
Richard
he got the trophy.
Stood in the pits drinking coffee, watching them in the rain, I think. And they went on and won the race overall against all of the Daytona prototypes. Well, are we going to? No, we're going to have another lap around behind the pace car. Very smart move. So yeah, we can continue the Petite Le Mans story 2015, and you watched either with Nick or Patrick behind the wheel when they came out of turn 10AB, that chicane at Road Atlanta, and the way the car just ripped and went, and there was that Michelin wet tyre. And I spoke to Hart McChristen about that, who was the boss of Porsche Motorsport, and he says I can tell you the rain tyres that we got given the next season were terrible, because the series were like, please said to Michelin, please don't make that happen again, because I think, did it go to all Michelin the year after?
Yes.
Because there was the prototypes from another manufacturer tyre.
No, it was a couple years later that all of a sudden it was a just Michelin option. But a couple of cars, after doing that sighting lap, deciding that they would rather keep their cars for the race tomorrow, and they don't need to go out and qualify, so they'll start where they start. But we do still have cars who want to brave these conditions. They want to stay out and play a little bit. Can't blame them. This is Porsche weather, as we've just been saying. And yeah, you're right. And Peter, we do give credit to all the drivers who were entered in those cars, whether they got the opportunity to drive or not. Madison was another one who benefited from that in a Porsche. He won with Park Place that year. It was Patrick Lindsay and Spencer Pumpelly.
Of course, yes. I forgot about that. And of course, the BMW Z4 that chased the 911 RSR to the win. So
that
it wasn't
was John Edwards.
It wasn't a gimme, was it?
No,
in any
it wasn't.
sense. Keeping it on the road was a challenge in itself. One of the cars at the front of the field here, the white and red machine, driven by Alexander Marmorano, one of the top heart and lung surgeons in California. He's got an ex-Manthey Racing car, chassis 99514, that's been driven by, this is an honour roll, Mathieu Jaminet, Matteo Cairoli, Jörg Bergmeister, Richard Westbrook, Emmanuel Collard, Romain Dumas, Lucas Luhr, Mark Lieb, and Timo Bernhard.
So just about 20 overall Le Mans wins between those guys.
Were you counting as I was reading that off?
No, I was just doing a rough count in my head. 20 class wins. Let's put it that way. Somewhere in that neighborhood. That's a crazy impressive car. And Alex, Dr. Marmorano, very nice guy. He's raced in the previous iteration to the Carrera Cup as it is now. He ran the GT3 Cup for quite some time. And he's actually one of the people that we enjoyed talking to and about a lot back in those days, because every time he got out of the car, didn't matter if he'd come first, last, giant smile on his face.
That's what it's all about. If you're racing outside of your day-to-day profession, it's got to be fun. If you're not smiling, don't bother doing it. It's that's what it should be about. So many significant cars in this class. One that always catches my eye is car number 79, Martin Lauber, but another one there, another Manthey car coming through there. We'll talk about them as we go through. It depends how long we stay behind the pace car, Shane. Now, is the GT4 RS pulling off? Yes, it is. Let's go racing.
You literally did move to the front of your seat there and clap your hands together. This is going to be a start that these cars live for. Green flag is in the air, and we are getting started with this qualifying race. Flying Lizard car settling into second. That was Lee Hauer and the Mark Peters, number 44, leading the way across. None other than James Sofronis, a guy who calls California home, knows this track very well, and has a clear windshield out in front.
James Sofronis and the chasing pack taking it very, very steady. Massive slide there from the second place car of Lee Hauer and Mark Peters, the number 44 996 GT3 RS, and the cars are honestly nearly down to a crawl, and that is nothing to do with taking it gently on purpose. There is just no grip out there, but here comes the VIP Pets Foods car, the ex-Shane Van Gisbergen car number 70, making the way through to seconds. Just no grip at all there, Steve.
There's none, but if there is any, they'll find it. That car, which would be Shane Van Gisbergen conditions right now, he would be loving this, has gone to the 4 and is leading the way as they come through turn 5. Didn't take very long for that car to clear out in front. James Sofronis settling into second, and everybody else behind taking it nice and slow.
This is really, really tricky here because there's actually not a huge amount of standing water, but I'm really surprised actually, Shay, by the lack of grip with these wet conditions. And you just, I don't know, is it to do with, like, it's quite dusty around here normally? Is it that gets on the track and makes it a little bit greasy? What is it?
In a normal situation, yes, that would have an effect, but the fact that they have just repaved this track quite prolifically within the last year, and to be honest, they've had to do some repaves of certain spots as well because of damage to the track from various cars running in different series. The oils just come to the fore, and the water isn't actually moving into the pavement. It's sitting on top of it. It's not dispersing in a normal way, so it needs the help of all the tires on all the cars to be able to do anything.
I think we need to send out all of the shuttle cars with various drivers in them and get them out there.
Every person who has brought their Porsche street car to the track should just come on. We'll pack the track full in 2 laps.
Whenever I do motorcycle racing commentary at home in Scotland, where the weather is often quite bad, all of the solo, the two-wheeled motorbike riders, they're like, send the sidecars out, the three-wheeled, send them out, yeah, let them be the lambs. But out front is the number 44, a car entered with Lee Hauer and Mark Peters. I'm not sure who's at the wheel right now. It's one of those two in that 2005 996 RSR, ex Flying Lizard who had so much success here, and they were at heart, they were a Californian team. The team
Yes.
owner, Seth Nyman, you know, this is his part of the world, isn't it?
Well, and for many years they were based out of a shop just off of Sonoma Raceway, so a couple exits further up the highway. But this is very much a home situation for Flying Lizard. They have since moved. They've moved to a different state. We won't mention that state. But now we have Flying Lizards 1 and 2 on the track. I think, though, the 70s transponder, the VIP Pet Foods car, that one might not be working because Marcus Jewell is out there circulating. No, actually, I take that back. It just said his last lap time was 2 minutes and 49, so he must have had an off. And the Flying Lizard, number 44, is indeed leading the way. The car from 2005.
Wow, just showing you that 996 platform can still get it done, particularly in changeable conditions. And it was at a time where the GT3 road car really, it came out in the late 90s and had a second generation, and then there was the GT3 RS, the very first generation GT3 RS, which was a kind of like a homologation special, if you like, to homologate things on the race car, but it had to be on the street car for it to go onto the race car.
And gold wheels on the leading car.
Oh, we're big fans of gold wheels. It's 3 from 3 for the gold wheels.
I do like the gold wheels. You'd think people would listen to that and maybe learn from it. And, you know, the 963 is going for the championship at Motul Petit Le Mans in a couple weeks' time. Just saying.
Well, or you bring in Elio Castroneves in a third car, because that's how they won Petit Le Mans in the past.
Elio is in another car at Petit.
Oh, is he?
It's a different
Well, that's bad luck for
yeah,
them
we
then.
can't.
Yeah,
We can't mention that.
never mind.
Elio actually won the race last year. We're harkening back to that, as all of a sudden the 74 has managed to pass the 44. So Flying Lizard on Flying Lizard, and the car out front is now, no, it has been righted. Okay, so that was a timing glitch. 74 is in second, but did set the fastest lap that last time around. So closing in on a 1.5 seconds a lap.
And there is a little bit of difference between these two machines. The car in the lead right now, as far as we can see on our pictures, not on our timing, mind you, but the car number 44 is a GT3 RSR, whereas the car chasing is a GT3 Cup. Now, this was basically this was American sports car racing at the time, wasn't it? They're very similar age of car. 2004 for the Cup car and 2005 for the GT3 RSR, but one would be entered in Grand Am racing and one would be entered in the American Le Mans Series.
Well, and in ALMS, we did eventually get to the point where there was an entire category of Porsches, GTC, which was a fine championship running for many years. I'm not sure if they had it in 2004. I think it might have been a couple years later that it was introduced.
No, the GTC class was, it was about 2 or 3 years later, because the Snows, they did quite well in that particular category.
Martin and Melanie becoming the first husband and wife to win that championship.
I think Melanie was quicker, I think.
I think she was.
Yeah,
Martin will freely admit that, too. Hello to my family back home. Pulling a Scott Pruitt there. The number 44 Porsche is still in the lead, but the 74 has closed in, and it went from being a 1.5 seconds a lap to a lot more than that. 74 getting the bite down the straights. Closed up on the run into the corkscrew, side by side, going through turn 11. Can't get the pass done before 11, but let's see what kind of power, grip, and performance we get. Yep, the 77 going side by side. Max Moritz trying to make the pass. Can he get it done? Easily is the answer.
He does. So the 996 Cup car goes past the 996 RSR. Wow, what a giant killing performance this is here by Max Moritz, making full use of that machine's capabilities with the engine hung out over the rear wheels and not got quite the same aerodynamic. You can really see the differences side by side there, Shay, can't you? With the aerodynamic ability that the...
Oh, no! And Moritz goes for a spin. The gravel slowing him down. Does he hit the tires very gently? Just kisses them. Nuds into it. Giant Killer just got assassinated. But he does manage to back the car back out, get it pointed in the right direction, and going once again. Minimal damage to the front of that car. Let's see, what was the culprit there? Was it too much curbs? Was it too much right foot? Too much right foot.
Too much. Just ran a little bit wide, carried a little bit too much speed in, and thinking, I need to get the power on, I need to get the power on. And got the power on, and round she went. Oh, what a shame for Max Moritz. He really was doing some giant killing there. But this is a race. It's about keeping it on the road, a bit like we talked about Petit Le Mans 2015. It's a battle of keeping it on the blacktop. So that means then that the Lee Hauer Mark Peters entered car goes into the lead, and that would mean James Sofronis, who took it very canny at the start, to use a Scottish term, took it very steady. He's now in the conversation as well. He is about 9 seconds further back from the lead, but in these conditions, those gaps would be huge in a dry race, but in a wet race, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, because you can give it a little bit too much right foot, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a slide, and round you go. Yep. And I'm fine with the Scottishisms because it is Scottish weather out there.
Oh, it's so Scottish. This is. I need to check myself and not say hello and welcome to Knockhill FM, my home circuit, where I would work on the radio station there. But fans of Jörg Bergmeister, the German basketball player? No, Porsche factory driver. He's in 17th in a car that had quite a, should we say, sudden loss of fluid in his number 5 machine prepared by Gunnar Racing. Did we get to the bottom of what happened, Shay?
No, and he's actually not out in the race right now. We've got 12 cars that are running on the track or have run on the track during this qualifying race. The foremost of them being on 4 laps completed, the least being 1 lap. And here's a little reminder, as if anybody needs it, to what happened to Jörg Bergmeister and Jan Magnussen at the end of a very competitive ALMS 6-hour race back here. This was a long time ago, big hit for Jan Magnussen. The Corvette racing crew was very, very upset with Jörg Bergmeister, and the two guys did work it out. We will talk to Jörg at some point during the show, and maybe revise that incident from a while back. And I tried to get Jörg for a conversation earlier when he got out of the GT3R Rennsport. He had to run over to drive a tractor. And he made it sound like, I've got to go drive the tractor now. But in a friendly way, in a Jörg way. He hugged me, asked how the family was and all that. And then he went and sat on the tractor for a solid 5 minutes, just pushing all the buttons, making sure he knew which one did which. And then the best part was he practiced the Le Mans start and swinging his legs over the tractor, trying to figure out which manner would be the best for a quick start. I watched from the start-finish line, and Patrick Long got on the tractor and blasted off, but Jörg was second. So his focus time and his preparation, it did pay off.
And you know that Jörg's like, there's no way I'm losing to Patrick. Yeah. No way, I'll never hear the end of it. Not happening. Well, I tell you, Patrick and Jörg, they drove for Flying Lizard back in the day, and I think that number 44 car predates actually Jörg and Patrick driving for the team. I think that would have been in their Peterson White Lightning days, actually.
Yeah, 2005 would have been Peterson White Lightning. 2006, 7, 8, 9, I think, was Flying Lizard. I want to say they went on to win.
Pasted everybody for 2 or 3 years.
They did. They won, I think, 5 championships was how many Jörg walked away when he stopped racing in the American Le Mans Series, and it was an impressive run of performance that hasn't really been matched since. I mean, Antonio Garcia has done it with Jan Magnussen and Jordan Taylor, but never a duo. But you could make a very strong argument that Pat and Jörg have been the strongest ALMS duo.
I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely. And you look at also the work that was done at that time, because it ran in parallel with, well, it was in parallel when the RS Spider program was going on, and there was a lot of work done at that time between the American side of Porsche Motorsport, which is so big, and the German side of Porsche Motorsport. And the German and American working cultures are quite different, and there was a huge amount of work done between those two to really mold and work together, and that was hugely effective at the time. I remember Patrick telling me a story when he got signed as an RS Spider driver about they had an event at Mooresville at Penske where they basically got the two crews together and they had worked together, and they stood up and did a speech and talked about peaches and coconuts and how they're like I can't remember who it was who stood up and did the speech, but one of the top management of Porsche stood up and said, Germans, we're kind of like a pineapple. On the outside we might feel very hard and tough, but inside we're actually very soft and tasty. And he says Americans, they're more like peaches. He says they're on the outside they're very, very soft, but inside there's really a tough nut. And he says we need to come together and work together. It might sound a bit corny right now, but it worked. It was very, very effective.
Well, speaking of working and being effective, you hit the nail on the head, Peter, because you said the gap looks bad on paper, but it's wet, so anything can happen. And Max Moritz has done a fantastic drive where he just passed James Sofronis this last lap, and he's now catching back up to Dr. Marmirano. So we've got this battle reforming, not only for second, but then potentially 5 seconds further ahead in first. So the qualifying race still having about 7 minutes to go. It's not said and done yet. The man who spins still can win.
No, and my money's now is on Alexander Marmirano, because he went 3 seconds a lap faster than the Lee Howard Mark Peters car on the last lap. So Alexander Marmirano in that gorgeous ex-Manthey Racing 997 GT3 RS R. It's a mega machine, and he is chasing down hard. The gap was 4.7 seconds at the line, but remember, 3 seconds quicker on the previous lap. So that with 2.5 laps to go, we've still got a race on here. It's a real time trialer.
Which is ironic because it's for the best qualifying position, which is
Quite
normally a time trial run. I just love the idea of the Germans saying we're like a pineapple, and then not mentioning sweet on the inside.
No, the Germans were the pineapples.
Yeah.
So they were sweet on the inside, but on the outside they're they might appear kind of tough, but actually on the inside there's a soft core in there. Whereas the Americans, they were the peach, so they were actually soft and squishy on the outside, but on the inside there's a real tough nut.
And sometimes a little sour. I'm American, I'm allowed to say it. I'm a proud American. As car number 7.
I'm staying quiet in the corner here, I'm not saying a word.
Good little Scottish boy.
Yes, I'm a diplomat. I'm an international diplomat.
We've got this battle winding itself up. Marmirano is still charging in car number 10. The gap now between first and second, well, it's going to have changed quite a bit because the car in the lead just did the fastest lap of the race. That number 44 from Lee Howard and Mark Peters doing a 1:57.361. That was the fastest time out on the racetrack the last time around, and pulled a gap of 0.2 back towards the lead. So a good effort, but Dr. Marmirano is still within sight, and let's see if Target Acquired helps him catch up to the leader before the end of this one.
It does seem that the grip is starting to get a little bit better. The cars don't have quite the same body language. So the drivers maybe just getting a little bit more used to what grip is there and isn't there. I don't actually know if the track surface is improving any. It seems like the water sort of, like you said, Shea, it's not soaking into the tarmac, it's sitting on top of it. That's really tricky for the drivers.
The only thing that I can see from this perspective, and again, not having shoes on the pavement, the shiny bits are restricted to offline. So when it's a more perilous situation, the tarmac, that's the part that you really don't want to drive on, is really shiny, which tends to be most of the track. But we do have a definitive drying line. I don't know if it's enough, though, to make that much of a difference.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
And breaking into the corkscrew still looks very hairy.
I think going down the corkscrew is more of a well-controlled accident at the moment. The grip's so tricky as our race leader comes up to overtake the ex-Le Mans, finishing car number 79, the Flying Lizard machine, and comes through. It'll be the white flag in the air when we're coming around. It's been actually a very well-controlled drive. I don't think you can really imagine what the grip level is like right now. It looks really tricky for our drivers. White flag should be out now. 1 to go.
1 to go. So white flag next time by, according to the flag stand. Interesting. Given the lap times they're turning, that's going to be pretty close, actually. They've been dropping the lap times enough to where they can get away with this. Max Moritz, by the way, is still in third, but the gap between second and third is now 8.5 seconds. A couple laps ago, it looked like that was closing down, but Dr. Marmirano turning on the, well, I was going to say after boosters, but with this very delicate situation, as our leader just demonstrated, where you want to drive the car a little bit more carefully.
Well, notice that we've got not one but 2 Pikes Peak cars in this class. That's what you need, 4-wheel drive Pikes Peak car. Fred Veach, one of them in 8th overall at the moment, car 11. But it is going the way of car number 44, the 996 RSR from Flying Lizard, Lee Howard and Mark Peters, coming up the Bobby Rahal straight and looking strong at the moment in what are really tricky conditions here for Rennsport Reunion 7. But it's tomorrow where they go for the big prizes, and looks like, fingers crossed, we've got a good forecast for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So hope we get all this horrible wet stuff out of the way for tomorrow.
Well, on my weather app, they do not actually say 0% chance of rain. They say 10% chance of rain. That's the lowest they'll go, and it's 10% chance of rain for the next foreseeable future in this part of the world. So glad to be able to report that, as this should be coming around to see the white flag. Yes, we are now under 2 minutes to go, and they have been circulating at lap times just under 2 minutes. So that will mean that one final time on a wet Laguna Seca track for these cars. You know, it's a bit of fun, Peter. It's something different.
You bet it is, yeah. And checkered flag out as well, and Fred Veach just behind there takes the checkered flag also, just behind our winner, Lee Hauer. And Mark Peters entered number 44, Flying Lizard Motorsport 996 RSR. What a gorgeous, when you compare that 996 RSR to its modern day equivalent, the GT3R, how things have changed. How things have changed.
Even a decade later, I mean, that's a car from 2005, and not even a decade, half a decade later, the Cup cars that were running look way more evolved, if you will. They don't have as many fancy bits on them. Like, you can look at them and see you didn't have to work as hard to try and get speed in the more modern cars, but the difference, it's tangible. I love it.
Everything evolved, but we can always. Well, there, just at the back, it's just come into shot there. 2015, is it? No, 2010 GT3R. So 5 years of difference. It's gone from quite a skinny thing to big, wide, fat arches, massive rear wing. Fantastic, fantastic. That, for me, that's my favourite. The 997 Generation 2 RSR or GT3R. I'm not fussy.
You'll take any of them, is what you're saying?
Ex-Flying Lizard, if I may.
Ex-Flying Lizard.
Ex-Flying Lizard. Ex-Uncle Jörg.
I love the idea of Jörg and Timo being told, play nicely, boys, and then going out and winning the Rolex together.
Honestly, when Jörg told me the story, he told me shall we say, the uncut version, where they were told absolutely, in no circumstances do they fall out or whatever, saying, right, guys, banging their heads together, saying, you're going to get on, you're going to go there, you're going to drive, you're going to smile, and if you can you win, please? And they did.
It worked out well for both of their careers. And congratulations to our Flocked Cup qualifying winner, Lee Hauer and Mark Peters, and the number 44 Flying Lizard Motorsport Porsche. That's a good effort in very tricky conditions, especially when getting past out on the circuit, to not lose the cool and to not have target fixation, which happens so often when you see someone spinning and you think, oh, that's unfortunate for that. Oh, I'm going round two. So very good drive from everybody out there.
Now, I know we've got Danny Sullivan here, the spin in the win master at the Indy 500. We do have spin in the podium, Max Moritz. He had a spin, he nearly ended up actually out of the circuit through the gap in the fence, but still managed to climb the podium. That's worth some credit for Max Moritz. Starting from the second row tomorrow for the Flat Cup, he could be one to watch. Although, Shay, if we get the dry weather that we're expecting tomorrow, we might well see quite a different order, because the rain is a real leveler in many ways.
The great equalizer, so they say. And we do still have a wet-ish track, so that will make things interesting for the start of our next races as well. Another qualifying race. You're not going to want to go too far away, because the Stuttgart Cup is up next. That's where we find 962s. And, oh yes, that beautiful RS Spider, which should be driven by Rodrigo Salas in this session. So please don't go anywhere.
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive.
It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge accepted.
It takes sweat, focus, passion, sacrifices,
And maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt. The smell of burnt rubber. The speed.
The sound. The fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
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 It's the dedication.
Labor.
The love of a whole lifetime.
Beginning with the spark
that ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
All immortalized in 1/64th. Because legends aren't born, they're made.
Well, if I was purring in the last session, I'll be sitting very, very quietly during this one, just enjoying the sounds of the cars going out for the Stuttgart Cup qualifying race. And they are rolling out from the false grid. Once again, Shea Adam and Peter Mackay joining you here for this session. And the cars, Peter, this is where we get the variety of music from the exhaust.
And this is the Exotica. These are the fastest cars in this whole Rennsport Reunion 7 race groups. The Stuttgart Cup, we've got the 962, certainly the most successful Porsche ever built, and really that makes it the most successful race car ever built. What else have we got in here? The 2007 RS Spider, the car that won in the LMP2 class Petit Le Mans in 2008, and a car that was actually, it was driven also by Sasha Masson and Ryan Briscoe, and Sasha Masson and Ryan Briscoe won overall twice against the mighty R10 TDI Audis. Imagine that, a little LMP2 car with naturally aspirated little 3.4 litre V8, around 500 horsepower depending on what era you want to talk about with it, and it took on the big torquey Audis and beat them.
So impressive. And that iteration of the American Le Mans series back then with the LMP1 and LMP2s, really, people talk about it as the golden days, and you look back at those races, go watch them on YouTube. Not right now, stay with us right now, but at some point in the upcoming weeks, months, we've got a long off season coming up. Why not just settle back in? You'll enjoy watching those races and listening to the sounds of all the different cars, multi-class racing at its finest.
Add it to your watch later on YouTube. I always find that's a very helpful tool. You see something, I've not got time to watch that right now, but I'll add it to my watch later list.
My watch later queue is very long right
so
now,
is mine,
Peter. I'm not going to lie.
So is mine. Yeah, so is mine. Gerard Lopez in car number 45 there in his recently acquired 962. It was on actually on auction at the Le Mans Classic this year. So I'm not sure if that's where Gerard picked it up or just after that possibly, but he's got a few cars this weekend, some very special things, and he's in that Alpha liveried machine, and it's actually got a bit of a British connection. It's got a British and a Japanese connection, in fact. The Team Alpha were a Japanese team. The main racing history of that car is in Japan, but it was driven by some British drivers, including Anthony Reid and Tiff Needell. Now, when we get John Hindhaugh back in the bush, we need to get him to do his Anthony Reid impression.
Will we get taken off the air for that?
No.
Okay.
Unless Anthony Reid's tuning in. Do let us know if you are, Anthony.
We're going to have 2 pace laps behind the beautiful Cayman out there. No, not sad at all to see that car staying out on the track, because cars are deciding after the sighting lap if they want to participate in the qualifying race or if they want to save the car for the actual race tomorrow when the hardware is handed out. Now, this just determines the qualifying positions, so if they don't go out right now, they'll just be assigned, if you will, where they're going to start the race. Doesn't mean you can't win. As long as you're in the race, you got a shot at it.
Well, the great Dane Lars-Erik Nielsen is the first in the queue behind the pace car right now. This is his 962C. His daughter Christina, a multiple IMSA champion.
And winner here at this track the last time that she ran.
Fantastic.
That was the year that she and Alessandro Balzan secured the championship by taking the victory. I think it was 2017 here in their Ferrari. That was the 488 when it was still a fairly new car. And they then just needed to start Petit Le Mans to make sure that they had the championship and get minimum drive time.
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
So Lars Eric, this is his car. He owns it. Do you think we could just throw it out there that maybe let Christina drive at Rennsport 8?
Oh, please, please. I'll send her a message now.
Say, Dad, please.
Christina, if you're tuned in, I miss you, girl. A really, really good friend and a good person. And it's really cool to see her dad out here running around this circuit that she's had success at in the past. So I wonder if she's given him tips of what to do to try and earn some champagne.
Well, the car that they're driving is that Lars Eric's driving. It's another ex-Anthony Reid car, also driven by none other than Jürgen Barth, a real Porsche legend. I don't know if he's here this weekend or not, but he was a guy who joined the Porsche family in the 1960s, studied at Porsche, joined the motorsport department, and he was very much a Mark Lieb in many ways. He worked during the week in Weissach in engineering and then raced at the weekends.
Well, before we get this underway, let's make sure that this does actually go green. We do just have the 2 cars out on the racetrack. I do see that Amanda has another special guest lined up for us to talk to, but I want to make sure that we get the green flag in the air. There it is, and both cars getting away nice and quickly. Let's see, there we go. All right, so we will keep an eye on that. Amanda, you've got Martin Raffoff down there with you, and or is that Mark? It's Mark Raffoff with you. Tell us a little bit about which car you guys are drilling over right now.
I do. He's definitely been our resident historian here this weekend, and I have a feeling this one's going to be pretty special because there's another guest with me as well that I'll get to just shortly. We've been rolling around here in the Heritage area, and you pointed out this car specifically earlier, and as we go down memory lane, why this one?
First off, the 962 is probably the most successful endurance sports car racing car in history. This particular one, the Coca-Cola car, is probably one of the 2 most iconic ones to race in the United States by Bob Aiken's team, the other one being the Lowenbrow one. And the most amazing thing about this car, it debuted in IMSA in 1984, and it won races in 1984, and it won its last race in IMSA in 1993. Granted, there was some development and some changes, but this car type was successful for 10 years, which in motorsports today just doesn't happen. And I think we're really lucky to have Bobby join us. Come on.
That is a surprise guest wearing his father's signature iconic hat. And I have to imagine, Bobby, that this is really special for you. How much pride do you have when you see this car?
Oh, it's so many memories. You know, you just can't even imagine seeing it. Every time I do, it takes my breath away. I was there with my dad. I think I was 14 when the car had flown over from Germany and landed at JFK Airport. We went to the freight yard to pick it up, and it came around the corner on a flatbed, and I just remember saying, "My God, I've never seen anything so beautiful in my life." And seeing it evolve as a race car, and the guys who drove it, Hans Stuck and Joe Gartner and Weaver, but watching Stuck put this car on the pole at Sebring and breaking the track record by, I think, 5 seconds. The funniest part of that story was Al Hobart, who ran Porsche Motorsport at the time, came running down to us and said, "You darn idiots. Now they know how fast this car is. You shouldn't have done that."
Part of it was Bob traditionally used Yokohama tires, and Al was on Goodyears. So Yokohama used to have, I don't want to be negative, not a really good rain tire, but they had some of the fastest slicks. And I think when Stuck did that, he ran out of tire at about turn 16 and had to hang on for life for the last 2 corners to get that. But he was on the pole by 5 seconds, which is a light year. I mean, it's huge. And he was a great driver. It was a great car. John Bright was the crew chief. Great team. And did you win that year?
Not year, 86, so 86.
Bobby, I imagine you undoubtedly go around memory lane when you come to these events. Was there a special moment with your father that you reflect on?
Yeah, actually, I was called by Bob Carlson, who started Rennsport in 2000. He called and said, we want to do this event, and we want you to produce the show, and that was coming up for 2001. So I called my dad, who had done some television work, and I said, Dad, hey, Porsche's going to do this thing called Rennsport, and I'm going to produce the show, and I want you to host it. And there was silence on the other end of the phone, and I said, Dad, you there? And he said, oh, Christ, you know you're getting old when your kid calls you for a job. So another Rennsport memory, and I've been lucky to be involved and produce all 7 now, and it's been a joy, and I just can't wait for the next one. Actually, I can't wait for this one to be over so we can work on the next one.
Thank you both for your continued contributions. And Shay, the stories keep stacking up down here.
It's so much fun. I love talking to Mark Raffoff, particularly if you get seated next to him on an airplane. Captive audience. Oh, it's a wonderful experience.
I'm jealous.
And his brother Martin, as well as a very accomplished writer and historian of this era of cars in particular. And when you get an opportunity to talk Martin's ear off, well, that's something that you also have to take advantage of. Peter, a race has broken out on the circuit. It only takes 2 cars.
Yeah, this is almost like the race of champions that they hold at the end of every year, where they get people together from all things, and they go, right, now it's a 2x2 race with Porsche 962s. Gerard Lopez in the black Alfa number 45, Lars-Erik Nielsen in the white and red. Just shows you only need 2 cars to have a race. We do have another car out there. It's the hydro aluminium car of Duncan McKellar, Porsche 962. Wonderful, wonderful machine that has quite a significant historic racing history. It's well campaigned. It campaigned at the last Rennsport last Rennsport event, Rennsport 6, and this car is believed to have been driven, none other, by Carlos Sainz Sr.
Really?
Because it used to be a Brun Motorsport car, which was who were sponsored by Repsol at the time. Repsol, the Spanish oil company, sponsored Carlos Sainz Sr., who was the world champion rally driver at the time, and he is believed to have driven this car on screen right now.
How
So actually, Carlos Sainz Sr. would be a perfect driver for these conditions, I would think.
Yeah.
Right now, with those changeable conditions.
Although the problem is that we've already got marks off around the side of the circuit from when the tractor race was going on. Would Carlos Sainz be tempted to do what some of our more professional drivers did, which is take the non-conventional line around Laguna and go through the gravelly bits?
Quite possibly, as long as he didn't have "don't cut" in his pace notes. Although you can, I don't think you can fit 2 people in a 962. Well, it's Gerard Lopez who leads the race by just a couple of car lengths from Lars-Erik Nielsen in car 90. 2 quite similar machines. Gerard Lopez, they're both 1990 spec.
Good year.
It's the best. If you speak to any French wine aficionado, they'll say that 1990 was the best Bordeaux vintage.
Really? Mm-hmm. I was making a joke because that's my year.
And mine too.
Yeah, exactly.
But my dad worked in the wine industry at the time, and he laid down a couple of cases of wine for me. I sold one of them, which paid for my car insurance on my, not a Porsche, but I was 21, but it paid for my insurance on my Audi TT.
Same family. You're
same
all right.
family, yes. And the second one we drank over a space of time, and I can say that 1990 a very good vintage.
How lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and for race cars too, clearly.
And for race cars as well. The lap times are coming down, so the track is drying out, even with just the 2 cars now circulating around at a good clip of pace. So 136.295, fastest time last lap for Gerard Lopez. For Lars-Erik Nielsen, it was a 36.601. So 0.3 the difference between the 2 cars.
And the times have fluctuated all day depending on whether we'd had a rain shower in the last hour. The water is taking a while to clear, but these 962s, they're nowhere near as abrupt with the power. They still have a lot of turbo lag, but nowhere near as much as a 935, for example. But when we had Derek Bell in the booth yesterday, he just said the progression from the 935 to the 962 was huge, and he just said it was just so lovely and smooth to drive, and such a honey, really. It's just really confidence inspiring underneath you.
It's funny to look at the front of these cars and to grasp the the harshness of the headlights as opposed to what it was in, say, 1987. So only a 3-year difference, but the slope of the headlights is far more abrupt in the air. It's more up and down. As Lars-Erik Nielsen looks and makes the pass, he will lead this lap. It's not yet time expired, so it doesn't make him get pole, but a 1:35.459. Really good lap from Lars-Erik Nielsen.
Yeah, he's getting into it now, is Lars-Erik, the Danish driver. And I don't know what it is about Denmark. They've produced so many great endurance drivers. When you think about Porsche, Tom Christensen's first Le Mans win was in a Porsche-powered car, an open-top machine. Kasper Elgaard, one of the actually really underrated and underappreciated Porsche stars. For me, he took one of Porsche's most interesting victories at Le Mans in the LMP2 class back in 2009, and the car that won that race was at the last Rennsport, and that should never have happened. Team Essex said they'd had some success with the car in 2008, but really been in the shadow of Van Merck's team. The financial crisis happened and the team disbanded, everything went to pieces. But in the winter, Kasper Elgaard and Christian Poulsen got together and put a program together to get the car back out on the track. They did only 2 races on a limited budget. Spa 1,000 kilometres, they won that with Emmanuel Collard, and then Le Mans, and they won that. And Kasper was really behind that, and Kasper's a wonderful guy, really, really cool guy, and a heck of a driver as well. So there's what I don't know what it is. And then of course we've also got Michael Christensen.
Yep.
I'm thinking, and that's just Porsche Danish drivers. We could go into other brands and you've got a whole other range.
Well, one of the greatest men to ever win Le Mans, and as far as win totals, Tom Christensen, very, very, very much Danish. As this battle is persisting, and Lars-Erik Nielsen, really interesting move coming down the inside. Gerard Lopez does make it stick. It was Lars leaving his hands open a little bit there. Very wise decision making, but it seems as whoever is in front is driving a little bit more cautiously. The one in second is trusting that the one in first has enough grip and just kind of throws it in there whenever the opportunity arises.
They're putting on a heck of a show here. They're Gerard Lopez and Lars-Erik Nielsen. Gerard Lopez used to be used to run the Lotus Formula One team several years ago. I think at the time when Kimi Räikkönen drove for them, when they were having quite a bit of success. So yeah, he's very, very much an avid collector of both street and race cars. He's driving a 908 Longtail in the Verks Trophy, so he's busy. Is Gerard Lopez, and he's starting to just stretch out a little bit of a gap here in that Alpha Racing machine. I suppose with it being a machine that's got great pedigree in Japan, it will have raced a lot in the wet. It's maybe got a great wet weather setup on it.
That would be a very distinct possibility. The windshield wiper is going on that number 45, leading the way. Is the one going on Lars-Erik's car? No, it's not. So Nielsen not thinking it's wet enough to have the windshield wiper. Gerard very much using that extra little bit of ability. I wonder how much aerodynamic assist that adds or fluctuates to the car with the constant moving.
Movable aerodynamic device.
But not in the direction that you would want.
And it's amazing when you look at the little nuances of these 962s, how almost everyone is unique because every team did little developments. It's not like today where you buy a GT3R and it stays in the spec that you bought it because it's all homologated. Whereas in the 962 era, there's so many little changes. And, you know, Halbert Racing, HR1, that was a car built by Al Halbert's team, and him and Derek Bell had so much success with that car. Jim Busby, we saw the Miller High Life car in the garage yesterday, didn't we? Was it yesterday? I've lost track of it.
We
2
saw
days
it in
ago.
the garage,
we saw it in the garage, yeah. And you know, that had a lot of honeycomb construction on it that Jim Busby had put into it. So, and then the Kramers, they would, you know, the car that Patrick Long has entered into this class in, that's a Kramer car with different aerodynamics on it. So that's what I love about 962s. There's no one the same, really.
No, and even the optics year on year, as I was talking about, just the difference there, it's so visible. And you think about all these cars being the same car, but they're really not. And as you're saying, even beneath the surface, they're not the same car.
No, definitely not. I have to say I was truly impressed when we were walking around the garages. Say when you're like, oh, my dad, we walked past a beautiful 962 and you go, oh, my dad raced one of them at Le Mans. I'm like, oh my God, that's cool.
That's because the picture, the poster that year was of, well, maybe not the official poster, but a poster was made of that car. That was a photograph, a very large, as the checkered flag is out. Gerard Lopez is the winner. Will start on pole for tomorrow's race. Lars-Erik Nielsen will start second, and Duncan McKellar, by dint of doing some laps, will start third in the number 15. But that poster was given to me by Dad and sort of said, you're going to hang this in your living room, right? Yes, Dad.
Yes,
yep,
Dad. You're the best. You're
go
Superman,
over my couch.
Dad.
Thank you.
Your dad is Superman, Shay. If he's driven a 962 at Le Mans, no chicanes. That's Superman territory.
Well, Peter, besides you being Scottish, you're now his favorite person ever for saying that.
We all stick together. Well, Stuttgart Cup proves that we say it a lot, if you only need 2 cars for a motor race. That was a motor race there between Gerard Lopez and Lars-Erik Nielsen. And as far as my research shows, or has told me, that this is a very new car to Gerard. He's just acquired it this year. So, first win in the books.
Great effort.
Yeah.
I mean, how many wins can you say come out of one start, one win? It's good effort.
Park it up now.
Park it up. Well, no. He's got the race tomorrow. He needs to go out and actually win the trophy, as the cars are coming around now, going through the corkscrew one more time. Then they'll take the back entrance back into the paddock, saving us from wasting too much time before we are able to get more cars on track. But the cars that are coming out next are not for a qualifying race. It's just a demonstration. So it's a different expectation level. What is it that they call it? Showcase laps?
Exhibition,
yes. Yep.
And then that often goes out the window. Often a race breaks out somewhere or another. Although they might be back. Well, actually, some have been kept behind the pace car. Some have been let to go free. So we'll see what gets brought out. We've seen some really cool stuff in the GT exhibition. We saw Rexy, the GT3 Roar, going out yesterday, and several others. To be honest, a GT3 911, this is good conditions for it.
Oh yeah,
I think.
Particularly with some of the drivers that we would trust to pilot those cars.
Well, the question is, would you put wets or dries on?
At this stage, the wets would burn off very quickly, but the dries wouldn't do much to clean off the track. So, that's a good point. I don't know which one I would go for.
I think if you're the owner, you put them on wets.
Yes.
And if you're the driver, you're like, give me the slicks.
Especially considering the certain drivers that we get in these showcase laps as well. Well, while we've got an opportunity, let's go talk to some more of the people down in the paddock who feature impressively. We've got a new face and a voice down in the paddock with Tim Pappas. And yes, Tim Pappas is new to the show as well, but Mac is down there for us. Hello, Mac.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. How are you?
Great. I'm here with Tim Pappas, owner of Black Swan Racing. Professional race car driver, prolific car collector. And as I was walking through here yesterday, I ran across Tim and I saw this sensational 911 that he has, or I should say 930 converted to 935 spec. And it's like your daily driver?
It's a fun thing, you know. It started life as a 930, and because of my love for the turbo cars, I just thought, you know, why not build one of these for the street? And that's what we've done.
Walk us through a little bit what you've done here and who's done the work.
So, you know, these cars were a 3.3 liter when they were stock from Porsche. This one's a 3.4. It uses the same air-to-water intercoolers that the historic car has. It's still a single turbo, but it uses the flat fan assembly and all the engine componentry from a 935 or 934/5. But it's electronically fuel injected, so it makes a lot more power. Coupled with big tires and lightweight, I mean, it's just a mega thing.
Well, hold on, you're selling it short, because when you say lightweight, you're talking how much, and power, you're 600 and something, yeah?
So 2,450 pounds wet with 660 horsepower.
Can we go drive it in the rain right now? How is it in these conditions?
I mean, it's perfect. You just have to hold on tight.
You want to take a look inside?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the first thing you see is like the lollipop seats, the historic style racing seat. Again, a tribute to the old cars. Otherwise, it's all, pretty standard 911 stuff, gauge-wise, but with a cool Andile-style boost gauge with LED lights and a full roll cage to keep you safe.
Talk to me about the engine a little bit. What's been done back there, and how did you get that done?
So, kind of picking up, again, the tribute to the original car, we went with a flat fan assembly, which is what Porsche did when they wanted to get more air to the back cylinders to run high boost levels. And it's got cams, it's opened up to 3.4 liter. It uses the 935 style horseshoe with an air-to-water intercooler, so it has front radiators as well. It's a current generation Garrett single turbo with Motec engine management, twin plugs, coil-on plugs. Mac, it's like you throw everything at it and make it absolutely crazy, and that's it.
Last question. What's putting all that, or helping put all that power to the ground in terms of suspension?
It's a true 935 coilover style suspension, so it's compliant and it uses tractive active dampers.
All right, what do you got coming up next? Any new projects that we're going to see in a couple years?
Boy, that's a tough one, but we're kind of trying to do the same sort of thing, but with an RSR, so a naturally aspirated version like this.
All right, Tim, thanks a lot. Back to you guys.
Couldn't resist asking the follow-up question. I fully get that. Well, we've got exhibition cars getting ready to go out on track, but before they hit the circuit, and while I revive Peter, because I think he died when talking about the power-to-weight ratio, let's just take a quick moment, but don't go too far. The exhibition cars are going out. And also, coming up in the not-too-distant future, chat with the legend. Jackie X is going to come in the booth to have some conversations with us and keep us company.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917-10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour? In the rain, in the middle of the night.
You know, race cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
Well, we're gently winding down Super Saturday, but still got some content for you here on MotorTrend at YouTube, presented by Michelin, John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre. We're going to scare up a couple of guests as well before the end of our programme tonight. And a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow. More races, including 2 competitive outings for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America as they head towards the end of their season. Just been outside and hardly anybody has moved. It's been a huge crowd. Today was actually sold out. You could not buy a ticket for today, and that means there were some disappointed people. I hope they've been watching on the stream. Lots to catch up with, lots to do around the circuit, aside from watching cars going around the track. And earlier on, we had our reporters out in the paddock just to see exactly what kind of attractions you could be enjoying if you can get here tomorrow.
We are here with the one and only Aloisa Roof. Very, very special opportunity. But instead of just talking about cars, which I'm sure you get asked about a lot, I'd actually love to hear about your apparel collaborations. I think there's 2, right?
2 so far, yes, indeed. I have one collaboration with Highsnobiety and one with Period Correct.
And okay, so are they all sold out yet? I feel like the Period Correct one might be all sold out, right?
Yes, it is. The Period Correct sold out today, actually, and the Highsnobiety was a collaboration that we did last year, and also was sold out within a week's time.
Within a week? Wow. Okay. So what goes into doing an apparel collaboration? Do you design everything? Do you have partners working on it with you?
So going back, these 2 collaborations were with completely different intent. The Highsnobiety collaboration was officially with the family business with Roof, and they had their team working on it, and I put in my creative input, and it was a lot of fun because we had a grand variety of things as well. And Period Correct started off because I was in LA for some time, and I'm a photographer and I'm an artist, and I had my first art exhibit about a month ago with Period Correct, and we decided to create some merch for this art show. So all the photographs that are there are my photographies, and that's why when you look at the small print, it also tells you a little bit about the art show in itself. So Period Correct was a very, very exciting project that was very recent for me, and I worked together with Brian to create that and to bring it to life. He did those designs together, and Highsnobiety was again with a family business, so 2 different collaborations with the same intention.
Did you expect this level of success with both of them?
You know, I had no expectations. We just put a lot of love and creativity into it, and we're all excited to just make the brands young again. And you know, I love apparel, I love fashion, and to just play with it and have fun, and to see people standing in line today at the pop-up store in Carmel to buy my pieces with Period Correct, where my art is on it and my signature's on it, just made me so giddy.
That has to be such a dream come true, to be able to go from concept to an actual product to people who are lining up to get it and love it so much. How does that feel?
Oh, it's wonderful, and it makes me so excited for my future projects.
Yeah, I'm sure this is like a huge sign that you're definitely on the right track. People want it, and you should keep doing it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's so exciting. Even today at the track, although it's cold, I see people in, you know, their Period Correct sweaters or their High Society shirts. They're actually shirts that are just from our base collection at Roof that I've done. And
yeah, so I was actually talking to Ed Lowe about this, and he said he saw people wearing the High Society overalls, and they were looking for you. They were like, we want Eloisa to sign it. So it's such an incredible thing that you've done outside of just the automotive empire. It really shows that, you know, once you have creativity, you just let it go in any which direction, and it can just happen.
Thank you. Yeah, you're just connecting people through the same excitement, and fashion is a great way to do so.
That's amazing. That is Eloisa Ruff, everyone. Thank you so much for watching.
Heavens above. Petey was very excited about that yellow roof sitting right in behind the ladies talking there. On the track, this is live pictures from here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and we have the exhibition cars out. The 963, Dane Cameron was driving this earlier on.
Felipe Nasr.
And it's Felipe Nasr who's behind the wheel now. What a machine this is. Has taken wins at Long Beach and last time out Nick Tandy's car. In fact, it's been Nick Tandy's car twice actually. It's taken the 2 wins.
And there's a really nice serendipity as well, because the win at Long Beach this year for the 963, the first in the United States, was very much a quirk of strategy.
It was indeed.
Which, when you wind it back to the RS Spider Evo in 2007, they had Acura were actually quicker on the day, but Team Penske and Porsche, they got the strategy right at Long Beach back in 2007 and got their first win on the board with that car. So there was a nice little serendipity of that for me between all of those.
The 3 cars with internal combustion engines out on the circuit. We've got a hybrid in there, of course, with the 919 Evo. And we've got a battery car as well in that grey and blue car. But let's have a listen to these cars going around. Particularly want to listen to that flat 6 4.2 of the red, white and black number 911 as it comes up to the corkscrew now. Unveiled earlier this week, the 911 GT3R Rennsport. Well, a little bit of Porsche perfection in the sounds and the visions of Rennsport for 2023. Number 7 car is the LMDH Felipe Nasr. It's been the 6th car that's been productive this year. Has crossed the line 3 times to see the checkered flag, actually, but at Watkins Glen they lost the victory down to a couple of millimetres on wear on the bottom of the car after they had some damage to the undertray. These cars are so minutely set up. They're pretty certain that some tyre debris went through the floor, knocked holes in the floor, and what that set up was the airflow that was going through the holes was pushing the floor down, and that was why the plank was worn down by a couple of millimetres. No performance advantage, quite the reverse, actually. The car that was launched earlier this week in the tradition now of Rennsport, Porsche come out with something rather different. Under the skin, under the very beautiful and I think really nicely styled exterior of this 911 GT3R Rennsport is effectively a GT3R, and that means a 4.2. It's actually 4.1. I think it's 4.192. And the reason it's not 4.2 is if you see the engine block, Peter, you would realise you couldn't get a piece of paper between the cylinder bores. I've seen one stripped down. There is not another cubic centimetre to be had from that engine.
You got a bit of a peek behind the curtain there. Not often you get that up close to what is very, very closely guarded technology. I mean, you look at where and we've talked about it a lot this weekend, how Porsche kept this car a secret. I'll never know. Because whenever you speak, I asked Dieter Steinhauser, who was the development boss at Porsche Motorsport for a long time, I said, how do you keep these things a secret? He says, well, we've got access cards within Weissach, and we can do, he says, as soon as you hit the track, that's where stuff starts to leak. That's when there's problems.
Interestingly, it was a very small group that worked on this new car. There's only 77 going to be built. Talking to Michael Dresser, who is the head of motorsport sales for Porsche Motorsport Worldwide, who was integrally involved in this program. Because the component parts, other than the bodywork, were all, I'm not sure you can call the GT3R standard, but they were already there. So the component suppliers weren't seeing anything different. There was a small team. There was a very short development program. They did, however, they tested it at Weissach, so that's out of prying eyes. But they did also test it somewhere. He wouldn't tell me where they tested it.
I think it would be at ERA. Although that's only, you're doing a lot of straight line testing there, but I think at ERA would be one place where you could test it in secret. Very interesting project. I love these sort of, can you call it a skunk works project? I suppose
absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
I love that. Just a small group of people, and you know what? It would have been their pride and joy, their baby, their focus. It'd be the first thing they thought about in the morning, and the first thing they thought, the last thing they thought about when they went to sleep at night. The development team behind that car.
620 of your horsepower. Thank you very much indeed. So that at the moment, and I asked this direct question, I said, so this is the most powerful version of the normally aspirated flat six that you've ever built? And he said, for the moment.
Oh, I love that.
That was the answer.
It never
for
stops.
The moment. Now, bearing in mind, you were telling a story earlier on today about them almost transplanting a V8 into a Porsche because they thought that somewhere over 400 and probably couldn't get towards 500 as it stood. So they're now up to 620 in that.
That's roughly 150 horsepower a litre.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Without a turbo.
No turbo.
No turbo.
That's engineered horsepower, not blown horsepower.
So you're getting close to superbike levels of horsepower per litre, but in a 4.2 litre racing car engine.
Now, no 4.2 litre engine, no engine at all. Motors instead. All-wheel drive for this. Well, it looks like a Cayman because effectively it's based on a 718 Cayman.
That it is, yeah, the GT4E Performance with the DB Schenker support on the side there that are taking this car on a global tour, and I can't wait to see it in competitive action. A prototype at the moment, but clearly ready to go. It's run faultlessly all weekend and being driven hard. I'm not sure who's at the wheel right now, but they are sending the mail right now. I bet you it's York.
York's been involved in a number of these projects, but he can't be in both the 911 and the E-Performance, can he? So,
right.
And they are both out on the track at the same time. And I haven't been able to... It's got a slight tint and reflective nature to the windscreen glass, and so I can't quite see the driver's helmet in this car. Perfect conditions, being all-wheel drive for this. Full electric, battery electric vehicle.
I think it's Patrick.
It's Pat Long, is it?
It's a blue and green helmet.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not. Oh. That's a tease, isn't it?
It very much
We'll
is.
need to keep the camera on them when the door opens and see who it is. There's a bit of green in that helmet. Is it Pat? I think it might be Patrick.
I think it's Pat Long.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Have you ever driven an electric race car?
I've driven an electric car, but never an electric race car. No. Golf cart, yes, that would be another one.
I drove a Japanese GT300 chassis that was all electric, and at a test track up in the northeast, and it was amazing. It only did about 120 miles an hour, but man, you got there very quickly. And basically the regen braking, the dial literally went up to 11, which made me giggle. So basically you could drive it with, it was like a Scalextric car, you could drive it with one pedal. And the interesting thing about that is when you got, it has huge Brembo brakes as well, so you could left foot brake it if you wanted to, but once you got the hang of it, you could balance it on the throttle, and the dynamic effect of lifting off rather than braking meant that the weight transfer was completely different.
I thought you drove a Scalextric car with your right index.
Yes, but you know, same thing. There's no brake on a Scalextric car, is it? You just let off and it slows down. Same thing. I found it very interesting. The spookiest thing was there's no engine noise, so every little stone that got bounced up underneath the car sounded like the crack of a sniper's rifle and felt like you'd broken something. It's very interesting. 77 of these cars, by the way. The number 911 with the blue on it. That is not the only colour scheme. You can go into Porsche exclusive. You can have it in unfinished
carbon.
Unfinished carbon.
I think they should call that the LMP 2000 spec, with the Mobil 1 logos on the front of it. Just with the naked carbon with the white logos on it. You could have it in oak green metallic if you wanted. I would have mine in flying lizard colours.
Ah, that would look fantastic.
That would look brilliant. Yeah.
In the silver. In the silver.
No, I'll take that back. Fricadeli.
Oh.
I would have it in Fricadeli colours. Yeah. I know they're not. But they still are part of the Porsche family. They run a Cup car.
They still run the Cup car. Absolutely outstanding. And I said this earlier on, actually, and I know people are joining us all the time through MotorTrend YouTube stream presented by Michelin. I have not seen so many highly experienced and therefore somewhat cynical at times motoring and motorsport journalists cooing over this car. It was absolutely extraordinary, and the response has been superb. Coming up next, we have got our esports programme. That was hugely impressive last night. It is the Porsche USA esports competition. They're on site this week, and we had the semi-finals last night with a variety of Porsches on a variety of classic circuits around the world. It was 959s around here, and it was 962s at Road Atlanta, I think it was. That was fantastic.
And we had 917s at Daytona.
917s at Daytona.
Yeah, and then we had 959s at Laguna Seca. Yeah. So yeah, if you're on site, get down to the Bose Esports Arena, and if you're watching, stay tuned and watch that with Arjuna Kankapati and Tom Brooks to take you through all of the action.
They've got a very swish-looking broadcast booth with dark red velvet curtains behind them. If you and I were in there, it would look like Stadler and Waldorf. We would, honestly.
With our smoking jackets on.
Absolutely.
With a big goblet glass with some what would we say, some beverage in it, let's just say. I tell you what, Jorg is still going round in that 911 GT3R Rennsport, getting some important... do you know what? I don't think there's any wasted laps here.
No.
This is all development time.
That's actually a very good point, Peter. They are running data on that car, and they have got a specific crew to run that car.
Nürburgring lap time, that's what everyone's going to know. What are we looking at with if you're going for, of course, when we see the GT3R race at the Nürburgring, it's either on the 24-hour layout where it goes through one part of the Grand Prix loop, and then there's also the NLS layout where it goes around the other side, again through the Grand Prix loop. Trying to get an indicative time of just the Nordschleife would be quite tricky, but I'd love to see what it is, because it's got quite a lot more power. It's got at least 100 horsepower more, I would say.
And Michael Reiser was telling me yesterday probably 20 kilometres an hour higher top speed. It runs the Daytona gear cluster. It runs the Toyota.
It's screaming GT2 car to me then. I think it could get homologated into GT2.
It runs the Daytona gear set. Yeah. So they've got longer ratios in it.
Yeah, I think that's it sounds everything like.
Well, it's not what they're saying though. It's saying it's not competition. It's not for competition. It's a track car. You can probably see from our pictures underneath the Mission Foods, the brand new Mission Foods bridge, that we are setting up for a concourse in the pit lane. We've still got people going up and down to the corkscrew and a variety of Porsche machinery that is getting a big workout down there. Meantime, she's been with us all day and she hasn't deserted us. Amanda Misek, thank you very much for being there. And you, are you ready to... It almost looks like you're ready to run in with the big red book and give our juniors "This Is Your Life" moment out there.
The day is not over. We're going to be here through the night, starting first with the esports competition. I was talking to a father of one of the competitors. The semifinals was last night. The finals is tonight. He said, my son is leading the points. We're going to win this thing tonight, but I would be remiss if I didn't say hey to Mom that's been watching our live stream all day today. So good luck to the competitors tonight. That's going to start at 5 p.m. on the Twitch channel. But what we're excited for is we round out this last hour of the live stream. One thing, Justin Bell's going to come back and join us. You'll see a group of people lined up here on the fence. I absolutely love that the restricted area sign is there, but as we point down this way, you can see behind that fence, those are the Concours cars that are lining up, and it's been a fan favorite here at Rennsport. These are going to be the cars from history of year of racing in Porsche, and it is going to be spectacular, as I know our own Justin Bell has a very special interview lined up to talk about a very special car, guys.
Oh, how you pick that there. I've just found a third job that I don't want in motorsport. Number one, anything to do with race control or race stewarding. Number two, anything to do with schedules and calendars. Number three, having to be a judge at a concourse for Porsche cars at Rennsport. That is it. How do you pick between the type of cars and the fastidious presentation and preparation? You're talking, out of 100, you're talking a point here and a point there.
I definitely couldn't do that job, because if an IROC car was in it, it would be completely signed. There you go, there's the trophy. Thanks for coming, guys. Let's go for lunch. Oh, mind you, what maybe a car that would run it close would be an RSR with the Mary Stewart collar. The car that we had on the coverage yesterday with Gijs van Lennep and Bruce Meyer, the car's owner. It's a Le Mans RSR, but with the Mary Stewart collar. The reason why it was called the Mary Stewart collar, it was this big, wide rear wing, because it looked like Mary Queen of Scots' collar.
So into the pit. Actually, that was through the back way into the pits, because you can't get into the pit lane at the moment for Felipe Nasser. Now we catch up on some things that when we had cars out on the track earlier on, we didn't want to miss the track action. So let's catch up on one or two things that Kristen was getting up to earlier on today down in the Paddock area, proving that there really is something for everyone here at Rennsport.
So we've got something a little different for you here today. If you've been walking around the Rennsport Reunion 7, you'll notice that there is this little nail bar that has been set up near the tag tent. And upon closer examination, it is actual nail polish. It is a collaboration between Moxie and Porsche. Now, these are not shades that you can buy anywhere. They are only available to experience at the Rennsport Reunion 7, and there are 4 special edition colors. So this one is Speed Yellow, here is Mint Green, here is Ruby Star, and here is Riviera Blue. So I think what we're going to do today is we're going to sample a couple of these colors. I don't know. I'm thinking the mint green. You know, this is kind of like a nice vintage color. So we'll see how this looks. And as you can see behind me, people have been trying on these colors all weekend long. It's been really something fun that's been here. And upon first examination, I will say this formula is very nice. It goes on very smoothly. It has nice transparency. It's almost kind of like a Tiffany green. So let's see. I really dig this. You want to come in here and grab a look at this? I think that's a nice shade. Now, if you want to get creative, you can do all kinds of different colors. What's also been spectacular here is I've seen a lot of men doing this too. And you know what, men? Don't let us keep this from you. It is absolutely glamorous to have your nails done. And it's not really something you would expect to see at the Rennsport Reunion 7. But, you know, you walk around, you look around, there's all kinds of stuff here.
Well, don't know about you, Peter, but I'm taking the Ruby Star. I've always liked that. The blues, Riviera Blue, that's as close to Miami Blue as Shea would get. So I think she would claim that. So that leaves you with either the mint green or
Speed Yellow.
Or the Speed Yellow.
Maybe have to be Speed Yellow then. But I've got one that maybe for the next Rennsport reunion, because our wonderful producer, Amanda Busick, her trademark is our bright red lipstick. That's the Amanda Busick brand.
Oh, yeah.
And could we get her Guards red lipstick?
I like it.
Challenge for you, Porsche.
I'm thinking the GTS colour Carmine red.
Oh, the darker one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's the Mary Stewart collar I was talking about. Car 46 in the middle of the shot. Martini Porsche. That is an RSR driven at Le Mans by Gijs van Lennep with a Mary Stewart collar.
So which part of it is the Mary Stewart collar?
It's basically the entire back of the car, from the entire rear spoiler.
Oh, yes, with the Martini stripe on it that you can see on the...
That's right, yeah. So it's at the back of the car, and that's very important for the stability of the RSR.
Brilliant.
Oh, what a lineup of cars. Where to begin here? The Numero Reserve car there, the Porsche Kramer. That's the winner at Le Mans overall in 1979 with the Whittington brothers and Klaus Ludwig. It's a K3, yeah. Kramer K3. Le Mans winning. 1986 Le Mans winning Rothmans Porsche. Like you say, who would want to be a Concours judge in this situation?
Amanda has managed to completely ignore the restricted area signs, and I want to know about this idea about lipstick then, Amanda. Guards red or Carmine red? We were talking nail polish colours there, but your brand is lipstick. So is it the bright? Is it a slightly darker Carmine red? What do you reckon in Porsche world?
It actually is the darker Carmine red. It has that blue undertone to it, and it's funny. I cannot make this up. As you guys were having this conversation, I was talking to a lady over by where we're about to have the Concours. She asked me specifically what my lipstick was, and I had just told her about the different levels of red and why I like one with a bluer undertone. So you guys you hit it right on the nail with the conversation as we round out here.
I have to say, in all of the things I wrote down that I thought we might be talking about, nail polish colours and lipstick shades was not what I thought we would be. But, you know, we're nothing if not versatile to be able to go through. Porsche colours, just such a great colour palette that we were talking about earlier on, to be able to fire through. The Concours is getting set up, Peter, and as we said, how are we going to pick for that? which ones do you reckon are going to get the nod?
Well, there's a lot of very fine examples in there. The 1973 RSR Martini is right up there. Some of these cars have been out on the racetrack as well, including that 91710 of Bruce Canepa. So several we're going to see out on the racetrack tomorrow. But there's a Rothmans Porsche 962 lining up there, which our next guest has a little bit of experience of. We'll get a chat with none other than Jackie X in just a moment. How lucky are we, folks?
The original Mr. Le Mans joins us live next here at Rennsport 7, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for 2023. You will not want to miss the next half hour.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
Welcome back to Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 live here, presented by Michelin Tyre. Joining me in the commentary booth is someone very, very special indeed to Porsche, to Le Mans, to Motorsport, Mr. Jackie X. Jackie, a very warm welcome. How are you enjoying Rennsport 7?
I think it's quite unique because in a way it's a kind of Olympic Games. Because it's happened every 3, 4, 5 years. It's a fantastic philosophy, and the whole idea is very bright. It's to bring a number of people coming from different regions, different aspects, collectors, the fans, the owners, and you put all these people together, and it's about sharing. You share something incredible, is the history of Porsche, 75 years as you mentioned, but they have created such an incredible atmosphere, such a soul, I dare to say a soul, and the referee is the public. Yes, it's a success and it's quite unique in a way, because that shared passion made all that possible. Yes, we are together, and that's what is fantastic about it.
We often talk about the Porsche family, and it's very true. Tell me, Jackie, you drove for so many different brands and in so many different types of car, but Porsche is such a huge part of your career. Take me back to the very start. When was that first phone call when Porsche contacted you to acquire your services behind the wheel?
I think first you are right to say you mentioned that I've been fairly eclectic. The question, it's the timing, the luck, or to be at the right place at the right moment. Yes, in that history, yes, I've done motorcycle to start with, endurance racing, Formula 1. I was even here in '79 for the Can-Am series.
Okay.
So that was the first and the only time I came here. But the success and to join Porsche, for example, or Ferrari, because also you have to mention Ferrari for 5 years. Yes, 10 years with Porsche is very special. In the success for a driver is the top of the iceberg, in a way. You see the top, you pick up the light. It's very unfair sometimes, but you pick up the whole light. But you have to remember, to be successful, there is a large group of people underneath the level of the water, and 90% of the job is done by people you don't know. And these people have the passion for motor racing, they have the expertise, and also they do it at 100%. These give you the tools. That's what happened to me in all the aspects of my career. I was surrounded by unbelievable people. And then you have to add into that the referee of the success of a meeting and the referee of a racing organization. It's the crowd. Mm-hmm. The referee, it's them. You have nobody in the grandstand, no car in the parking lot. You just have to ask yourself where you are wrong, because these people are making racing possible. So with all the people who were here, for example, at Rennsport, all the ex-Formula 1 or endurance driver, all of them who have roughly a fairly important age, we have been invited in that reunion specifically, and I must say it's an incredible atmosphere. There is a lot of tenderness, a lot of respect, but we are surrounded by these fantastic people who are passionate by Porsche in particular and globally to motor racing.
I'm a huge fan of off-road motorsport, both rally and rally raid. Dakar was such a big part of your career as well, and competing with Porsche. For those watching around the world who might not have even heard of the Dakar Rally, tell us about your experience of that event, why it was so special and why it is still special to this day when you were at the wheel of a Porsche.
I have to say humbly that I am at the start of that story.
Okay.
I was winning and competitive enough in 82, 83. I was competing with the Mercedes G, and I was winning the 83 year. In those years, the discovery of racing in Africa was concerning everyone, and everyone was happy to follow it in Germany, in France, in Italy, in Holland, whatever. Because it was a race accessible for everyone. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, the picture was showing an unknown world for us. So when I came back to Stuttgart once, I saw a rally car from the East African Safari, and I thought that car could be the winner of the next Paris-Dakar. So I went to see Helmut Bott and Ferry Porsche, who was the head of Porsche at the time, and I say, why don't we try to do that? And at the same time, they were studying the first four-wheel drive Porsche transmission. So the idea came, we tried to do out of a sport car an off-road vehicle for the Paris-Dakar. It's a 3 weeks long race. Roughly 12,000 kilometers until 14,000 kilometers, with stages of 800, 700 kilometers in the desert. And it was the race to win. What is fantastic with Porsche, there was a group of people who study a 911 made for Paris-Dakar, that we tested in Algeria in those days for a large number of kilometers, and we enter in a race where nobody was ready to give us a single chance. And the amazing things, out of 3 participations, they won 2 times with a French driver, very experienced, who is called René. And that's the reason why you live today with this iconic limited edition of the Paris-Dakar car, 2,500 pieces, because it's just unique in a way. The race is unique, but the participation of Porsche into it was just outstanding, because the 911 and after the 959 was an evolution with a twin turbocharged engine and all these things, run in the desert, and the top speed of that car in the desert was 230 kilometers per hour. So
faster than a modern world rally car, that speed.
Definitely
Wow.
faster. And to make the distance affordable, you have to put in it 320 liters of fuel.
Wow.
So there were only place for a sleeping bag left in it.
But still luggage. The Concours that's going on the pit lane right now, Jackie, I've just spotted one car, the 936 in the Martini colours there. I'm sure you get asked a lot about the 936, but tell us about the relationship with Martini, because Count Gregorio Rossi, who ran Martini, how involved was he in the project? 'Cause I know he was a big Porsche enthusiast, but Count Rossi of Martini, what was his involvement in Porsche's racing at that time?
He started already much earlier with the first 911 turbo car already in long distance racing. So they had a strong collection. And these colors are incredible in a way. And the Martini colors are unbeatable. What is fantastic in these circumstances is to bring at the same place so many outstanding cars who are still alive, still running, still competitive. And honestly, the concours with all these cars is it's fantastic.
Well, when you see the Concours, Jackie, which, if you were given the keys to any of these cars to go and have a few laps, can you pick any out of these?
Well, don't be surprised if we'll take the 936 Martini car, huh? Because clearly the sentimentality goes to these cars that you have used and are winning cars. But the design is fantastic. But you have also the Can-Am Tensil. There is a car of Mark Donoghue in it, for example, who was such a talented driver. Very unfortunately died in Austria in those years. The best respected by Roger Penske in those years when he attempted to go into Formula One. But all these cars are unique globally. And if you look in the paddock, it's not only the concours, because some of them are behind the curtain, they are in the paddock. But this is totally unique. I think really what Porsche made here with his team, because it was organized by Porsche North America, they made something totally outstanding and fascinating, and that's what life has to be in a way, that kind of freedom where you can love all sorts of things. You join everyone here. The final word is it's human. This meeting, it's human. That's the reason why it's so successful.
That, to me, is I've owned a Porsche in the past and such an enthusiast of the brand. From all the brands that you've driven for, is that something that set Porsche apart in terms of the family feel? Because Porsche Motorsport is obviously huge nowadays, but when you drove for them, it was by today's standards, a small team. Was that unique to them, do you think?
Well, what is unique in a way is that a year apart, Enzo Ferrari started Ferrari, and Ferry Porsche started the Porsche right after the war. It was about dreaming and daring. Yes, someone says if your dreams doesn't cause any fear, it's not big enough. These two challenges were very big. But basically, I say, in all human situation, every dream is important, big or small. But yes, 75 years later, and you have these races up there. But one, it become industrial, a Porsche. You can use a Porsche 7 days a week. Ferrari it's a limited edition with 13 or whatever, 14 cars. Now Porsche produce 300 cars, all different types, and there are still plenty of new ideas for the future, especially because they do also electric cars today. So
tell me, Jackie,
that's a mix of motor racing and production. There are strong challenges in the automobile industry.
That was going to be my next question for you. I know you always think of the future as much as the past. You mentioned the dream and the big dream that both Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Porsche had in 1948. You're absolutely right. What are the challenges that are ahead of us? What's our biggest challenge now in, let's say, motor racing and for Porsche? What are the challenges that are going to be overcome in what are the next dreams, if you like?
For the whole automobile industry, it was the discovery of the mobility who gave everyone the chance to be totally independent, to leave when you want, to come back when you want. You don't have to ask the permission, anything, to enter in a new life and to make the mobility be able to continue to the years to give you that sort of independency. And because we are going to live major changes in the future, and there you need a crystal ball to know where we are going to go in the future.
And I don't think anyone has quite the answer yet. It's true. Now, at an event like this, Jackie, we see cars in static display like we are now, this concours, some in full racing action and some in parade. Have you brought your helmet with you to get behind the wheel this weekend, or is it full relax this weekend?
No, I was not suggested to come my helmet.
Okay.
But I would have loved to drive back as we did at Rennsport 6. We were competing with 936 and other things and running around. So okay. I know still what the feeling of the corkscrew up there. I remember using the Lola T33 from the Can-Am at the time, 79, a nice car. The continuity and the spirit who is involved on the track, thinking about Carroll Shelby, Roger Penske, Jim Hall, Ken Miles, Dan Gurney. That was the famous track of all that generation of the 50s and early 60s. So there is a lot of memory, and this reunion, it's about history, remembering those who made it possible, all the people who were at Porsche through the years. I don't speak about the drivers only. I speak about the people who were handling the development of new technologies and so on. And that's why Porsche is so famous in a way, because they did all that.
And who were these, if you were out of your time with Porsche, who were those brightest minds that came up with those developments? Who were the people that impressed you most in the time there, Jackie?
There are so many people. Mm-hmm. I cannot put someone into it, mm-hmm. but I know by meeting them, I know who they are. Mm-hmm. It came from a time where everyone at Porsche was called by his Christian name, because the company was very small. So in 76 and before 70, it was a limited number of people going into the same direction. It's just an incredible performance to last 75 years and to reach the size they are today. And you can count on them to have some ideas for the future as well.
I think we will. Well, down in the pits, getting all the atmosphere, is our presenter Amanda Busick, who's with a man who has a nice car or two in his garage, to say the least.
Bruce Meyer absolutely does have that, and it's been a memorable weekend for him as well. But you talk about the energy downhill, it's almost a bit surreal. You can see all the Porsche faithful just lined up around the fence waiting for this Concours to get underway. And Bruce, I've seen you at Dawn Patrol, and now we're on the pit lane here at Laguna Seca, but I just love this story because we were on site as it was happening. Here is your beauty, your car that you own. But what happened yesterday?
Well, yesterday I met the driver, Gijs van Lennep, and he told me about the story of racing the car at Le Mans and how the race director told him to go as fast as you can. Normally, a race director will tell you to, don't go over 6,000 RPM and be very careful with your shifts and make it last. But Gijs was very emphatic in telling us he went as fast as he could, because this was basically, hopefully, an RSR, but it was so modified that they made it a prototype and put it in with the prototype class. So he had real competition, but he still finished 4th overall, which was epic finish for this car. So it's very original, and it's so nice to share it with so many adoring enthusiasts. It's a very special car, and I'm so blessed to be here.
I think our camera is getting closer to it because you think about the Concours, it's all about the story that these cars tell, and now you have new ink in the back of that car. What happened?
New ink?
It's signed now, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Guy signed it for us, and of course he's very proud of the accomplishment of this car, and he won the Targa Florio. He was the last winner of the Targa Florio in R6, and this is R7, which is a prototype. So having this car here and being so original is quite unique for certainly a show field of beautifully restored cars.
I love that you just have something now that just adds to what that car means to you. But the guys asked me what the energy was down here. How would you describe the atmosphere?
Well, this could only happen with Porsche. And like you say, the adoring fans around here, the faithful. I mean, this is a very faithful group of enthusiasts, and there is no other mark on earth that could draw this kind of cars, enthusiasts, and energy other than Porsche. It's very special.
Well, I'm going to get back to the special conversation that was having in the booth. As you can see, guys, it's going to be a magical way to close down this day.
Thank you, Amanda. And, well, we're coming towards the end of our broadcast here, but Jackie, it's been a real privilege to sit and have a conversation with you. Thank you for coming in to join us, and most of all, we hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend.
I think it's a privilege for drivers to meet the race fans.
I agree.
Definitely they play a very big role into our career, and also for the organizers. So it's due to be connected with them and to have the time to share these moments, unique moments with them. Thank you very much for all of them for joining us today. As it was said by Bruce, it's an exceptional moment.
Thank you, Jackie. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
So we've got our esports competition coming up in just a little over 5 minutes, so make sure to be tuned in to that. The Concours still going on with some amazing machinery on show. I need to get myself down there and have a nosy at what is going on there. That's going to be very cool indeed. See which cars are going to win there. So, what could you pick out of that bunch there? A Barth Carrera, one of only 20 in the world. Amazing. The car that won Le Mans in 1994, the Dauer 962. The first ever Dyson Porsche. John Hindhaugh rejoins me. John, I've got a bit of goosebumps, actually, I have to say. Jackie is just a wonderful guy to sit and chat to, isn't he?
I never moved. I listened to all of that, and I was watching people outside just standing underneath the PA speakers doing exactly this. And I'm now sitting in Jackie Hicks's seat, which is fantastic.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. Another great day. The weather did its best to spoil things, but actually fell in the area when we didn't have any track action scheduled. The weather forecast for tomorrow is very much better, and I expect to see some cracking times in the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America races. We've got one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Championship still to be decided in the AM category, plus all of the other categories and all of the other grids that we have seen today. And if those qualifying races, Peter, were anything to go by, then tomorrow, my goodness me, when it gets apparently more serious.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the Visa Cup with Carlos de Quesada, Patrick Long and Bruce Canepa having a right old battle like they did earlier on today. With some better weather, we'll see much bigger grids of cars. You can understand the owners maybe not wanting to go out in the rain today. That's totally understandable, but great to see those who did go out and enjoying it. Tomorrow we're going to have a packed day of action. I cannot wait. The fun continues.
So the gates have been opened into the pit lane for a double row of Concours entered cars. Race cars entered in a Concours. That tells you an awful lot about the standard of preparation.
Well, the 91710, the red and yellow machine at the bottom middle of your shot, that car was racing about 2 hours ago in the wet.
Correct.
With Bruce Canepa at the wheels. So these are proper moving exhibits in the best possible way.
Huge amount of crowd has stayed on today for this, and we've got the Doobie Brothers playing tonight as well on the main stage. Guys, thanks very much for all your hard work today. We'll leave it with Amanda and the team down in the pit lane. Justin Bell's been talking to everybody today, and he still has his trademark smile and all of the, as usual, all of the enthusiasm. Thanks very much, guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you, John. And you know, I'll see you at the Doobie Brothers later. And Justin, I know you've had a packed day. We stole you on a couple of those panel discussions. I know there are more coming up tomorrow, but we recapped day one. Now we get to recap day two. And my goodness, what a day.
Do you know, it really was just to see the pace of the day was very different. I just heard John talking about the weather. It didn't put the damper on the enthusiasm or the passion. It just put the damper on the on-track activity. These cars, some of them, I mean, there's a 917 over there that I know someone just paid $60 million for. So there's definitely, you know, a little bit of, you know, I worry about taking a new car out when it's, you know, salt on the road. So, you know, I know that people held their cars back for tomorrow, but in general, they really didn't. But you're right. I think for me, the day was again continuing that theme of the stories, and you start talking. I've been hearing you guys on the show as well, and just to be able to go up on some of my panels and feel this intensity of the passion that's going on. I mean, maybe my favorite moment was really up on stage with Patrick Dempsey. Sure. We got the biggest crowd, as you can imagine, for Patrick Dempsey, and it was funny. A lot of females. I mean, 2/3 had dragged their men along to watch that, and it was just great because what a crazy thing. Patrick Dempsey with Tag Heuer and Porsche in La Carrera Panamericana, the most dangerous road race that ever happened in the history of cars going on roads. 4 years run before too many deaths were in it, and now, you know, it's been back for 30 years, albeit a bit tamer, and Patrick's doing it in this incredible car. So just so much fun.
I imagine we're going to have even more of those stories tomorrow. But Mac, you joined us here today at day two of Rennsport Reunion number 7. You were going around the pits talking a lot of stories. What caught your fancy?
I think the most amazing thing is this is day 3 of a 4-day event, and it still doesn't seem like enough time. Right? At a lot of these events, I think after a day and a half, you've had enough, you're ready to go home. Not here. We could probably do 2 more days and still not see every amazing car, speak to every amazing person. Everywhere you turn, there's something spectacular right in front of you. You don't even have to try to find it.
I know you've been lining up some of those conversations for tomorrow. Can you preview on us on a couple?
Stay tuned.
Okay. That's a good teaser.
Yeah, we like
it.
a bit of stay tuned. I mean, I had a moment as well earlier. I saw Jerry Seinfeld standing there, and I saw him just looking at one of the cars over there, and you know when you walk by, it's a very Rennsport moment. Like, that looks like Jerry Seinfeld. Oh, it is actually Jerry Seinfeld. And so, you know, and my dad was there and went up and tapped him on the shoulder, which apparently Jerry normally thinks is like some weird stalker. So he kind of started to bolt, then realized it was Derek Bell. And we had this great conversation, and suddenly, in that moment, he's not an ultra-rich, super Hollywood top world-class comedian. He's just a car lover, and he's standing next to some kid that is just, you know, is just so happy to be here. And, you know, those moments, again, Rennsport reunion moments.
I hate to one-up you, but I did see Dwayne Wade on a tractor today.
Okay, you did that just, okay, that's kind of, other than the fact that I had to ask who he was, because I saw this giant walking through the paddock.
Justin.
Such a
Shay
British
Adams
moment.
would be so mad at you
I know,
about that.
so crazy. But, I mean, you're right. Every time you go down another avenue of cars, you go, oh, I haven't seen that, and I've never seen that color of Porsche. If I was going to spec a Porsche next week for myself, I think I'd be absolutely messed up, because I've seen every color palette on the planet, and I mean, I've seen more cars than colors than you could imagine, and that, Mac, is a big thing about it, right? Porsche have had this brand identity, these incredible colors through the generations, and some of them are coming back.
Not only are they coming back, you're seeing, as you say, colors you still haven't seen before. Yeah. So there's all kinds of customization that can be done. There's all sorts of personalization. That's a great thing. Some people like to leave these cars alone, as you know, perfectly stock. But making it your own is so easy and so stunning to do, I think, with a lot of Porsches especially.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, you took that mic with a vengeance there. Boy, oh boy, first rule of interviewing, never lose your mic. Anyway, to wrap it up, for me is for today, I can't believe we're at the end of day 3. We have one more day to come, guys. It is more action on track. The sun is going to be shining. The passion of the people here, and there's just more Porsche Rennsport Reunion stories to be told.
I'm going to have a busy night because I have to make a poster because our JB is going to be in the tractor race tomorrow. But, guys, it's been a lovely day here at Rennsport Reunion. Again, we're going to head over to the Esports Arena for the Porsche finals of the Esports Challenge. For Justin Bell, for Mac Morrison, I'm Amanda Busick. Thank you for sharing in the day with us.
See you guys.
Held here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Listen to that. How amazing is it to have an audience in the Bose Esports Arena here for the Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 event here this weekend. Now, we had over 30,000 people qualifying for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. That was reduced down to 16, and in the semi-finals yesterday, we had 3 races in 2 groups, and then that was reduced down to 8 drivers who are here for the finals tonight. My name's Tom Brooks. Alongside me is Arjuna Kankapati. Arjuna, great to have you. We can't wait for tonight, can we?
You said more than 30,000 drivers try to compete in online qualifiers. Our 8 finalists were all here in 2022 trying to win as well. They're all trying to dethrone the reigning champion, Randall Haywood, and what better place to do it with the backdrop that is Rennsport Reunion, and we take center stage here on Saturday night.
Well, there's a prize pool of over 30,000 split 3 ways for the top 3 drivers and 3 Tag Heuer washes on offer as well. And, of course, the accolade of being crowned as the Porsche Esports Challenge champion of 2023 here in the USA as well. Anyway, if you didn't catch the semi-finals yesterday, have a look at this and get yourself up to speed. Haywood, though, comes through the final corner. He takes the win in semi-final 1 here for Group A. Dean Helt is going to come through the final corner and across the line to win semi-final 2. Randall Haywood on top ahead of Dean Helt here at Road Atlanta. What a drive it is from Andrew McCabe. Lights the flag victory for the American as he comes across the timeline here ahead of Robbie Heck. Robbie Heck, 5.5 seconds as he comes through the final corner to win semi-final 2 for Group B. Robbie Heck, the win semi-final race 3. Well, that was then. This is now. It's time for the finals of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. You join us here in the commentary box. 8 drivers ready to go head-to-head with one another. We absolutely cannot wait for this. Without further ado, then, let's welcome our 8 drivers onto the stage here tonight so you can meet them and we can see which of them are going to be doing battle. Please welcome from Gainesville, Georgia, it's Dennis Van Dell.
He may be the oldest driver in the field, but age is just a number to Cyrus Cross.
Welcome on stage from Tacoma, Washington, the 27-year-old, it's Danny Solis.
And the 21-year-old from Puerto Rico, say hello to Armando Rivera.
Next up from Reno, Nevada, it is Dean Heltz.
The 22-year-old from Fruit Cove, Florida, say hello to Donovan Parker.
And the man who's been taking the fight to the front all weekend from California City here in Cali, it's Robbie Heck.
And last but not least, say hello to the defending champion, the 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner, Randall Haywood.
So those are our 8 drivers who are competing for glory here tonight. It is going to be hugely exciting to see what happens. Lovely to have a live audience here in the Bose Esports Arena as well, Arjuna. Let's have a look, first of all, before we get into this one, though, at the leaderboard. As I said, we had 16 drivers. They were split into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. And in the semi-finals yesterday, 4 drivers from each group qualified. This is how it all went down, Arjuna.
One thing to note immediately is these points carry forward to today. There is a base that each of these drivers is working from, and 3 names to watch for. Haywood, Heck, and Helt, all with more than 30 points, are going to be the ones to watch. There's no qualifying as well for either of the 2 races that we have. It is determined from the results of previous races, so drivers don't have the opportunity to qualify well. Instead, they have to race well and fight forward with points doubled compared to yesterday.
Yeah, and it's going to be hugely interesting to see how it all works out. 2 drivers at the top, Randall Haywood, Robbie Heck, tied on points, as you can see there. But crucially, double points on offer here tonight as well. So where we had 12 for a victory yesterday, that's bumped up to 24 for a win. Second is 20 points, and so on and so forth, all the way down. So there's more at stake here, which I reckon is going to be a bit spicy.
And I think 2 races, it's not much time, right? The first race is going to dictate who is going to be the favorite to be crowned the champion when we head into that second and final race.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 races, as you say, here. Let's have a look, shall we, at the details for the first race. We're going to be in the Porsche Line 11 RSR at Spa-Francorchamps. This is a legendary circuit. If you know motor racing, even if you don't know motor racing, I'm sure you've probably heard of Spa in one form or another. 9 laps, the grid is set by the order in the championship, as we saw. But interestingly, for the first time this weekend in the finals, tyre strategy coming into play.
Yeah, this is a bit of a change from 2022, where tyre strategy played across in the semi-finals and finals. Yesterday was about sprints. Today we introduce the element of strategy, and note the tyre wear rate up to 7x. That's one of the benefits of the sim racing world. We can slightly tweak some of those parameters, and in what is expected to be that 9-lap race, drivers are hoping to use the soft racing tyre for at least 5 or 6 laps. However, on that 6th lap, they are very wary that the tyres may end up blowing. They want to minimize the time that they spend on the mediums. Tyre strategy in that first race is going to be really important.
And crucially as well, a grid start in this one as well. So all the drivers will be lining up on the grid. It'll be a standing start. 5 red lights will come on. When they go out, racing will get underway. That's going to really bunch the field up, especially because it's quite a short run, actually, down to La Source, the first corner.
And also because the Porsche RSR, not designed for a standing start, right? It's a rolling start in most endurance races. And so dropping the clutch and rolling up the hill as well, that's going to be something you're going to have to keep an eye on. If you jump the start, the game will catch you and penalize you instantly.
Yeah, I got talking to Robbie Heck actually before the start of this one, and he said that he wasn't particularly sure which way he was going to go in terms of strategy, and by that I mean whether he would start on the medium, the slower compound of the 2 tyres, or the softs or the faster compound. He said, to be honest, it's going to come down to when I sit in the rig and what I feel is best, because the thing is, if I go for the medium tyres and people behind me are on the softs, they're going to overtake me. I'm going to be mired in the pack. It might come to benefit me later, but if my first couple of laps don't go so well, it could really prove to be detrimental.
The faster strategy is to start on the harder tyre. You start with 100 litres of fuel, you burn that off, and you might refill some of that in the pit stop, but you are going to want to make sure that you spend as much time on the softer tyre as possible and as light a car as possible.
Yeah, 9 laps ready for the drivers. Then let's get our first race of the finals of the Porsche Rennsport Challenge underway. Randall Haywood lines this one up on pole position. Alongside him is the man who's tied on points in the championship, Robbie Heck. Donovan Parker heads row 2. Then you've got Dean Dean Helt. Keep an eye out for him. Fast-charging man yesterday on the second row of the grid. Then Armando Rolon lines up P5. Alongside him is Danny Solis. Next up, we've got Cyrus Cross in 7th position. Completing the grid is Dennis Van Dell, the 31-year-old. So the Porsche 911 RSR Pink Pig livery. It's eyes on the lights then for 9 laps of Spa-Francorchamps. 5 red lights on. It's lights out and we're racing here. Randall Hayward gets the field underway. Robbie Heck immediately darts into the slipstream, followed by Donovan Parker, and then Dean Helt down towards the first corner. Is anybody going to make a move? Keep an eye out in second place. Donovan Parker's having some action on the inside there, courtesy of Dean Helt. Robbie Heck on the outside, and Parker then side by side as they come on the run up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. But a clean start from the pole sitter. Randall Hayward, he leads the way, becoming through the top of Eau Rouge and Radion and on towards the Kemmel Straight for the first time.
It was really important there for Dean Helt to get the elbows out, to work his way forward into a podium spot. Donovan Parker's drop back though. Here's where the draft builds. Still climbing up the Kemmel Straight into the braking zone for the Lecombe chicane. Cars covering the inside. Who's going to be brave around the outside?
Yeah, it's all about who can... Oh, look at that! Contact Dean Helt! Wow! And the race lead changes as well. Danny Solis involved in some drama. We've got to see a replay of that. It all kicked off. It's only the opening lap. The upshot is it's Robbie Heck that leads the way. Dean Helt's mired down in 5th place. Randall Hayward's gone from 1st to 7th. There's contact there as Parker into the back of Danny Solis and biffs him out of the way. Down the hill in towards turn 8. It's all kicking off here. It is only the opening lap of the first race.
Madness here at Spa, and it's allowed Robbie Heck to almost break the draft. Look at Roland trying to cover the run from Dean Helt as they run their way down into Bouillon. Almost 3 wide they'll go, and Dean Helt's going to have to drop back just into line. Roland gets the elbows out for to Solis onto the marbles.
So Roland then up into 3rd place. Solis then just manages to hold on to 4th position. Here's Dean Helt's view as they come in towards the chicane. Solis to the inside of Roland, on the outside there as well. Moves being made. Randall Hayward trying to make some ground on Dean Helt, but can he make the move stick? There's an incident under investigation for Danny Solis, who sits in 3rd place. Here comes Helt to the inside of Roland as well as they come through in towards the right-hander and then head on towards the back straight. Blanchimont is the next corner after this one. This is where the slipstream will come into effect. A very long run as they head towards the bus stop. The upshot is at the moment it's Danny Solis in 3rd, followed by Roland, followed by Helt, and then Randall Hayward.
Let's for a moment focus on Helt looking to the inside of Roland with a fast left-hander of Blanchimont. Not going to happen there. Allows the opportunity for Randall Hayward to try and cover back down to the inside, breaking into the chicane. Aggressive move from Dean Helt to try and get past Roland. Hayward watches and now takes advantage through the final corner.
This is given an absolute dream ticket here for Robbie Heck. He's pulled out the advantage, nearly a second at the end of the first lap. On board we ride here with Danny Solis then. Down towards the first corner. Here comes Dean Helt for a dive on Roland at La Source. Can he make that stick? He's side by side with him, bit squirrely on the exit there, but Dean Helt manages to hold firm on the inside. One of these drivers is going to have to give way because you can't go 2 by 2 up through Rouge and Radion unless you're very brave. Roland on the inside, Helt on the outside. Helt manages to get the position and is up into 4th place.
Very smart there from Roland to tuck into line before Randall Hayward able to carry that momentum. Look how much speed our defending champion has lost as we run our way up the Kemmel for the 2nd time of asking, and you can see some frustration on the face of Randall Hayward right now. Cyrus Cross, red dot next to his name, has a slowdown penalty to service. Dean Helt overcommits.
Yeah, he's off onto the rumble strips on the runoff on the outside of the circuit. Comes back on just in front of Randall Hayward, who in turn has to get out of the throttle. Big slide there from Helt out of turn 7, and a penalty for Danny Solis for causing that collision, presumably on the first lap there as well. Dean Helt also picking up a penalty, and likewise Cyrus Cross. So it's a plethora of penalties on lap 2, and that's going to really change the complexion of this race.
And look at how Robbie Heck and Donovan Parker are the two that have stretched away from this battle pack that's continued to just battle. A reminder of what we talked about at the start. Robbie Heck's got the 34 points. Donovan Parker is 8 points back on 26. Robbie Heck is setting himself up perfectly to head to Daytona with a chance of the championship being already in one of his hands.
Just a reminder, of course, as well, there are still tyre strategies to consider. Everybody started on the medium compound, so they're going to be running very similar strategies you would assume to one another going on to the soft tyres. It's a case of when they do that, some might try and get the undercuts, some might try and get the overcut. The undercut basically means you hit a lap or 2 earlier than your fellow competitors around you. Try and then run a faster lap when you're hopefully in clear air, and then you can try and get the undercut when they make their pit stop, in theory, next time around. Anyway, Danny Solis has now served his penalty. He drops down from 3rd into 4th place. Could be coming under pressure from Hayward, who indeed does go up into 4th position. So Hayward now on the recovery and back through as Danny Solis just drops down into 5th position. I'll tell you what, I do want to see another replay of what happened down in towards the Lake Coombe chicane. Danny Solis going for a pit stop then at the end of lap 3. That's an early call.
That's the end of lap 2. Technically, we're on to lap 3 now, so he's expecting to do 7 laps on soft tyres that we believe can only do 6. And on that 6th lap, you're going to blow the left rear coming out of Blanchimont. There's going to be some tyre saving going on there.
Yeah, there's going to be really interesting to see if that works out there for Danny Solis. Let's keep an eye out on his strategy. Of course, he will be a bit faster now. He's on that quicker compound of tyre, but yeah, it's an early call there for Solis. Nobody else following suit. He's going to drop right back. I suppose the one advantage for him here is he doesn't have to worry too much about the rest of the field because he'll be in clear air. Now he's on that soft compound of tyre. That means he can just run his own pace. He's not getting held up by a slower driver. 5 points rankings you can see there on your screen. If the checkered flag fell now, it would be a 5-point advantage there for Robbie Heck at the top of the order going into the second and final race here tonight, but there's still plenty of time for this race to change hands.
One thing that Robbie kind of told me when I was talking with him today was that he wanted to win this first race, hopefully with Donovan Parker in second, and then Haywood and Helt third, fourth, or further behind. Guess what's happening right now? Playing out exactly what he wanted, and he knows that the tyre strategy with the mediums being run first and breaking away at the front, he's in control of whether he wants to come in early. This may be having to be a little bit more conservative with the tyres. I think we should maybe expect Robbie Heck not in at the end of this lap, but to go one more lap on the mediums and come in at the end of lap 4.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, what do you think Robbie Heck's strategy is going to be? I'd be keen to see what is going to work out for him. He's still got a 1.2-second buffer. You can see him there on the bottom left corner of your screen. Seeming determination and focus as he sits there with a comfortable advantage over Donovan Parker. In terms of the sector times between the two, actually Parker a little bit faster in sector 2 last time around, only by a couple of hundredths of a second. It's not too much to change the gap between those two drivers, but they're just keeping things nice and steady at the moment and just driving as they need to, really. It's going to come into life a little bit later on in this race. That's always what happens generally. It starts off pretty frenetic and fast. It sort of peters out in the middle stages, and then it comes right back into life when you get drivers on different strategies and different tyres and different levels of wear, because as you said, the tyre multiplier as Heck comes into the pit lane at the end of lap 3 is at time 7, so that essentially means that 1 lap is the equivalent to 7 laps here. So if you pit only a lap earlier, you've effectively done 7 more laps. It's not a short lap around Spa-Francorchamps anyway.
I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, that Robbie Heck came in on that lap and has potentially meant that there is going to be some conservative driving. Donovan Parker, on the other hand, is going to be able to run as hard as he wants on this next in-lap and then be able to push the soft tyres as well. You'll notice that they are all taking on some fuel as well, but none of the drivers, even with the 7x fuel consumption, so in effect, rather 5x fuel consumption, 5 laps is the equivalent of 1 lap. That's not a concern for the drivers. They are only thinking about managing the tyres in both the races today.
The chain reaction, of course, though, when Heck came into the pit lane, Roland Vandel, Cross, Helt, all going in there as well and trying to follow the same strategy as Robbie Heck. They'll all be taking a bit of fuel on board, some taking a little bit more than others. Roland picking up a penalty there as well as he emerges from the pit lane. Not 100% sure what that's about, whether that was due to exceeding track limits, perhaps on the exit, maybe he crossed over the white line, but either way, a penalty there for him is not going to be a welcome sight because it's half a second at the moment behind Danny Solis, who sits in 4th position. Of course, Solis made the early call, so he's now been elevated back up into 4th place. But the thing is, of course, he's going to be on older tyres at the end of this race, and that's absolutely critical for him because he might have no fight left.
And watch how smooth these drivers are having to be with this 911 RSR, of course, the GTLM spec 2017 machine. A car that had no driver aids, ABS or traction control. It was all about the driver, professional level drivers as well, being able to make the most of a 4-liter horizontally opposed flat 6 that put out 503 brake horsepower.
Yeah, we heard some of the 911 RSRs here this weekend because we've got the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, and also you've got a couple of the Le Mans specials here, and they are so loud, it's unbelievable.
You move the rear end, move the engine in front of the rear axle, you have a larger rear diffuser, and it's still naturally aspirated. It sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it really is wonderful. So Danny Solis will ride on board with him now up into 4th position. Roll with a 3-second penalty then, so that will be due to a pit lane infringement as we understand it. So that's going to really scupper any chances of a strong result here. This is where he'll be able to serve the penalty. You can see the bar just increasing for the slowdown. There'll be 2 yellow markers either side of the circuit, which is about to go through now. That's where the penalty will be served. It's not only the 3 seconds that you lose in terms of the penalty time. Your car, of course, is slower relative to those around you. So you'll be losing about 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds, if anything.
run like this through Blanchimont into the chicane, maybe 5 seconds as well. Both Parker and Haywood are into pit lane, as we would expect at the end of lap 4. This is going to mean they have the opportunity to push those tires as much as possible, but as Robbie Heck blinds his way up into towards La Source, where is he going to emerge relative to Donovan Parker?
Yeah, that's going to be really critical here for Robbie Heck. Down in towards La Source, he goes. Donovan Parker still in the pit lane at the moment, but is he going to be close on the exit of the corner? It certainly is. This is going to be really tight between the two, and of course the difficulty here for Donovan Parker is he's going to get heat into his tyres, but he does have the advantage of the slipstream, whereas Robbie Heck does not have that. 6-7 tenths of a second or so, that's about the sort of right range for the slipstream to be effective for Donovan Parker here, so this could be absolutely critical for him. I suppose the advantage though for Heck on the other side of the coin is he's going to have slightly older, for Donovan Parker is he's going to have slightly newer tyres relative to Heck towards the end of this race.
And the gaps come down from about 1.2-ish seconds before the pit cycle to under 7 tenths of a second. And so as Parker continues to close, coming to the end of the Lacombe chicane section, this is going to be the time where Robbie Heck can't afford to push his tires too much. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd, by the way. Cyrus Cross and Roll-On duking it out for 5th position.
Yeah, it's really close between those two drivers. Really want to see what's going on a little bit further back. We look here at Donovan Parker. I think that gap's going to kind of stabilise as it stands for now, but further back is where the action is ongoing, and Roll-On, Cross, Help, Vandel all really close to one another a bit further down the order, so that'll be an interesting battle to see how that develops over the course of this one. Here it is, live on your screen, Roll-On leading a train of cars down towards Pouhon, and this is going to be hugely exciting to see who's going to maybe have a dive to the inside at the Fangnier chicane in a couple of moments.
I mentioned that these cars had no driver aids, but they were upgraded GT3 machines in effect. They really had a lot of aerodynamic grip as well, and so running in a conga line like this 4 cars back, Dennis Vandel's going to be dealing with plenty of dirty air right now, and that's going to also impact how he manages those front tires. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the Georgia natives will be able to push on from the back of the 8-car grid.
Yeah, 3 tenths of a second is sort of the average gap between these drivers as it stands for now. So let's see what happens as we come down in towards Pouhon and in towards Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane. Need help there with Box off his seat at the moment. Look at him on board as he looks to try and find his way through on Cyrus Cross. He's going to have to dive to the inside. No, because Cross covers that line into the bus stop chicane. He might be trying to set something up, or the gap's kind of half opened up on the inside, but they're going to flick it into the left-hander. Help looking very menacing as we ride on board with him then as he comes out of the final corner. Despite that momentum that he had going through the bus stop, it's not close enough to have a launch down the inside in towards La Source as we begin lap 6.
But this is where on the power for almost 2 kilometers, and they'll be flat out through Rouge and Radion as well. It's just building that speed, using that engine, using all of the revs as well to get to terminal velocity at the very top of the hill and hope that you can make a move. Cross is a little bit far back though, half a second the margin as they crest over the top of Radion. Let's see how much and how quickly you'll be able to close.
Yeah, they're sort of just beginning to peter out a little bit at the moment. Roll-On now sort of getting his act together a little bit. The thing is, when you're under pressure like that, I imagine it's probably easier to fall apart than a cheap watch, but Roll-On doing a really good job of just soaking up that pressure quite nicely.
Take a look at the live points. Just a reminder, Robbie Heck, Randall Haywood entered this race tied, but with how things have played out, Heck leading, Haywood now down in 4th. It's a 5-point swing with the points doubled compared to yesterday. Parker and Helter tied for 3rd and 4th positions as well. With Helt running down in 7th, we saw him have 1 charge through the field yesterday in his first semi-final. He botched his qualifying run, had to start from the back, finish that race up in 2nd. He might have to do something similar here in the closing 3 laps.
I wonder if Solis might be in a little bit of trouble towards the end of this one, because he's got Randall Haywood breathing down his neck at the moment. Those two separated by only a second, which is a comfortable enough margin to be out of the effective slipstream range. But of course, he's on older tyres, so when you come in towards the last lap or so, he could really be on the back foot.
And remember that Solis just made it into the finals. Well, he was so emotional at being able to be part of this 8-car grid, and so what's the emotions going through his mind right now, being chased down by the defending champion who will be on a charge?
Yeah, only for the thoughts of Donovan Parker here. They're sitting in 2nd place, kind of in no man's land really at the moment. Doesn't mean to say it's going to stay that way, I should stress, towards the end of this one, but Robbie Heck is doing a phenomenal job of just soaking up that pressure. We're keen to see what the lap time difference is between the two, because last time around, of course, Parker was coming out of the pit lane, so relative to Robbie Heck, he was a few seconds slower. Through the final corner, out of the bus stop we go. So 3 laps now remain here. And look at this. Dean Held looking to the inside of Cyrus Cross. Is he going to get that stop? He is, and just about manages to make the apex of the left-hander as well. So that was a nice dive to the inside there for Dean Held. Cyrus Cross demoted down to 7th.
Nice executed move there in what is one of those primary passing opportunities, and Held will be picking up positions and, most importantly, picking up the points. Looking at the lap times as well, Daniel Solis is really falling into the clutches of Randall Hayward. That gap now down to half a second as they once again thunder down the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge and crest their way over the top of Radion. Hayward with some more momentum and looking a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, Solis is going to try and defend this line here as much as he can, but it's all going to be in vain here because Hayward's got great overspeed coming through the top of Eau Rouge. Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. It's mightily close between the two. Both of them not giving any quarter. A bit of contact actually as they head in towards Lake Coon. Solis is not giving this one up easy, but Hayward drives cleanly around the outside. Absolutely inspired move from Randall Hayward. What a bit of overtaking, what a bit of driving between those two competitors. And now the question is, does Solis have anything left in his locker, or are those tyres just going to fall off the cliff and he's going to fall back possibly into the clutches of Roland? I mean, there's 5 seconds between Solis and Roland, but it's not out of the realms of possibility.
And the reason why Solis is struggling so much is because of that very early pit stop. The rear tyre is now down below 50% tread. The left rear, even worse than that. Compare that to Robbie Heck, who at the lead of this race still has the tyres above that 50% threshold. That 1 lap difference might make the difference from Solis, maybe having to come down pit lane an additional time in this race.
Yeah, I can't describe what it's like though when you're driving on tyres, rear tyres especially, that are knackered, just sliding around like a dog on a polished floor. You've just got absolutely no grip underneath you, and there's just so little you can do. You feel absolutely helpless. So Randall Hayward is going to clear off into the distance. Danny Solis, meanwhile, I think is just going to drop back slowly. I suppose the one from a comfort is, like I say, he does have a nice comfortable advantage over Roland. There are 2 laps though remaining, 7 times tyre wear, so 1 lap is the equivalent to 7. And as I say, it's not out of the realms of possibility that Roland could close up. It just depends on how rapidly Solis's tyres fall off the cliff, but 4th is the best he can hope for now at this point in the race as they come through the bus stop.
And let's focus on Randall Hayward after making that pass as well, because the margin now to Robbie Heck will have come down in the live points, but more importantly, Randall Hayward is also now in a better starting spot for the next 30-minute race with the 917K at the Daytona Road Course. That will be a rolling start as well, so the drivers will know that every position matters there. And so Hayward's done all he can so far. Robbie Heck will be hoping 2 more laps to hold on to that left rear tyre that continues to dwindle his tread.
Yeah, Heck with a nice comfortable buffer. He's driven absolutely superlatively. We saw this yesterday though, didn't we, in the semi-finals. Let's not forget when Heck was able to get a nice clear bit of air, he was in a different postcode compared to everybody else, and exactly the same as what we're seeing here tonight.
You know what happened though?
What's that?
He forgot to brake into turn 1 at Road Atlanta, almost threw it away.
That is a good point. It's a very good point. Look at this though, further back. This is Roland Helt, Cyrus Cross, and to an extent as well, Dennis Van Dell, all involved in the action. Roland then looking a little bit slow through the second part of Lake Coon. Helt just closing up ever so slightly, but then in turn he had to get out of the throttle, and that just drops him back close to Cyrus Cross. So this is really exciting, and this is exactly what we're used to seeing here. And I suppose if nothing else, it's going to be a sigh of relief possibly for Danny Solis as well, because 3.3 seconds is the gap that it's come down to. It was 5 seconds if you remember last time around. But if they start squabbling amongst one another, it might just allow Danny Solis that little bit more breathing room to hold on to 4th place.
You do see, by the way, warning there to Roland for blocking illegally, so that will be something to watch out for as Dean Helm continues to work his way on forward. There were 2 ways to qualify for this 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Either the online route, the time attack qualifiers on Gran Turismo 7, or the offline route, heading to a Porsche Experience Center, to a Porsche dealership, jumping into one of the rigs that you see in front of you, and setting one of the quick times. One of our drivers today did qualify in that offline round, Dennis Van Dell, the Porsche Experience Center in Atlanta. But the thing that they will all be dealing with, no matter what setups they have at home, no matter how comfortable they are at home, every single sled in this Bose Esports Arena has identical equipment. There's no driver's excuses there.
So let's have a look then, shall we, at the 9-point standings in just a couple of moments' time. There we are on the screen. Robbie Heck would have a nice 4-point buffer. Oh, as Dean Held runs it a bit deep there. Roland looking to his outside. Is he going to hold it around the bus stop there? He's off the track. He's going to struggle with traction there. Cyrus Cross seizes the opportunity to get involved in the party as well. Cross now ahead of Roland. So Roland goes from attacking to losing places as they come to start the final lap here. And Cross really close into La Source on the back of Dean Held, but he's not close enough to mount a challenge at the moment. But coming towards Eau Rouge Raidillon and the Camel Straight for the final time, this is where it's all going to get pretty spicy.
All four of these drivers have pretty similar condition of tyres at this point, so they all are struggling for grip in equal rounds. Roll-on slides one way then the other as they come to the top, but look at Held trying to break the toe. Cyrus Cross has got the overspeed and climbing up the Camel, looks to the outside.
Is he going to be able to make the move stick though? That's a crucial question. Held is going to try and squeeze him in the braking zone here. He's able to do that. He's kicking off a bit behind there with Roland and Van Dell as well as they go 2 by 2 in towards Lake Coon. They managed to emerge that corner in the same way that they entered. So now Cyrus Cross, you've got to really think about this and try to find the opportunity. I reckon it's going to be down in towards the Bank chicane. It'll be the next meaningful chance for Cross to mount a challenge, but that's if he can get close enough through Pouon.
I am wondering if Dean Held's going to be able to break away slightly in this next middle sector of the lap, because this is where the toe plays maybe a less important role. The confidence, the bravery through Pouons is so important, but then through that piff-pass chicane, the ability to feather the car with the tyres where they are, this might be a chance for Held to solidify his hold on 5th position.
Meanwhile, up in front, Robbie Heck is 2.5 seconds, 2.7 seconds actually ahead of Donovan Parker, and he is not far away from the checkered flag. 2 victories that Robbie took yesterday in race 2 and race 3 of the Group B finals, and he is continuing in exactly the same vein as he finished yesterday. So let's see whether he's going to be able to build on that momentum. A 4-point buffer he will hold over his nearest competitor in the championship standings as these drivers run nose to tail for 5th position. But Robbie Heck then, what a commanding way to start the finals for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. Out of the final corner and across the line to win race 1 here at Spa-Francorchamps is Robbie Heck on top in Belgium ahead of Donovan Parker and Randall Haywood, who was mired down in the pack, if you remember, in the opening stages of the race following the incident on the first lap. And he manages to recover to 3rd place at the checkered flag ahead of Danny Solis, Dean Held ahead of Cyrus Cross, and then Roland and Van Dell completing the 8-driver strong field here tonight. Our junior is going to go off and have a chat with a couple of our drivers in just a couple of moments' time. But what an absolutely superb bit of driving there for Robbie Heck. Managed to command that one really, really nicely. Well, still kicked off behind him on the opening stages. He didn't look like he was flustered at any particular points over the course of that one. There is, of course, still one race still to come, which is the final at Daytona. And just a reminder to anybody who's in the Bose Esports Arena watching us here tonight, please do remain seated because we are still going to be competing for one more race, and that will decide the champion, which is along the way in just a couple of moments' time after we've gone and spoken to some of our drivers who Arjuna will be over there and having a chat to in just a couple of moments' time. Arjuna, who have you managed to find over on the floor?
We've got our race winner, Robbie Heck, and Robbie, let's just talk about those opening couple of laps and your perspective of the chaos.
I just keep looking up my inside, and I'm just like, uh-oh. Like, I got hit twice. Managed to pretty much avoid the second collision going into Lake Home. Yeah, that was... I got really lucky to have seen it coming. Yeah, like I thought, I mean, this is going to be a really important race to... really take the lead early and just chill. And just run good laps.
You and I had talked before. You said, ideal race 1, you win, Donovan Parker 2nd, anyone else in 3rd position. How do you feel going into this final with a 4-point buffer in the championship points?
I just got to go and win. That's all I got to do.
Simple task, it sounds like, for Robbie Heck.
Yeah, cheers, Robbie. Thanks, Arjuna. Let's have a look at confirmation of the results then from race 1 of the Porsche Esports Challenge finals here tonight. We'll get those on the way for you in just a couple of moments' time. Here we go then. Robbie Heck takes a 24-point advantage over Donovan Parker then in 2nd position. Then you've got Randall Haywood in 3rd place ahead of Danny Solis, Dean Helt, Cyrus Cross, and then Armando Roland and Dean Dennis Van Dale. Just a reminder, the point standings that are on the right-hand side of your screen are actually incorrect. It's 24 points for the victory, 20 for second, 16 for third, etc. Let's have a look at the live point standings, which should hopefully have the correct tallies there. And in fact, they don't, according to those standings, because the graphic I've got, or the information I've got in our commentary box, is that the points tally is 24 for the victory in the finals. So it's double points, effectively, of what we had here yesterday. So hopefully we'll be able to get you the updated and correct standings in a few moments' time. I beg your pardon, actually. I apologise. I've had some information come through. Actually, it's double points only for the second race. So that is the correct points tally. Apologies for that. So 46 points then for Robbie Heck. A nice 4-point buffer in the championship standings over Randall Hayward. Dean Helt in third place ahead of Donovan Parker. Then you've got Danny Solis down in fifth position ahead of Roland, Cross and Van Dell. So very much all to play for at the top. And, of course, as we know, double points on the final race, as we've just confirmed here as well. Let's head down to our junior, though, before we get that final race underway. He is with Danny Solis.
Yeah, I think we wanted to ask a little bit about the tyre strategy, and how close were you to blowing those tyres at the end of that race?
Honestly, it was a bad decision. I wasn't worried about the tires. I figured maybe I could get an undercut on Randy and try and keep him off, and then I realized, oh crap, the fuel. So it was the fuel that ended up being the problem, not the tires. And even though I just made it to the end, and it would have been the wrong choice anyway. I mean, I got fourth. There was a little bit of chaos. It was a bit messy at the start. My bad. Tried to dodge, and that was not a good decision.
Well, practice underway right now. We'll let you get back to the race underway.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Arjuna. Thanks to Danny Solis there as well. So then, double points for the final race, if that makes sense, coming up in just a few moments' time. Let's have a look, shall we, at the race details, though, for the second one of the evening, the final one of the evening here as well. We're in the Porsche 917K from 1970 in the Salzburg livery, the car that won Le Mans back in the day, giving Porsche their first overall victory at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Racing hard and soft tyres available. They must use each tyre type once. 17 laps though, so about a 30-minute race duration. And this is going to be hugely exciting, Arjuna, especially, look at that tyre wear multiplier, 16 times. So one lap is the equivalent to 16. They're going to have to really be sensible with strategy here.
And we're talking about a track with such high speeds. You put such a high amount of load as we use almost all 2.5 miles of banking here at the Daytona International Speedway. It's a fantastic track, but I think tires here, we're expecting maybe 11 or 12 laps on the soft. That's going to be the stint that determines who wins this championship.
So 4 points of an advantage in the championship standings then for Robbie Heck. Do you think he's got as much pressure as he's probably imagining, or do you think it's, you know, relatively good that he's going to be able to get the result that he needs to?
He has some unfinished business from last year. He thinks he should have won last year. He's here to be the 2023 champion.
Well, let's have a look then, shall we, and get this one underway. So here is the grid then. So Robbie Heck starts on pole position, Donovan Parker alongside him. Then Randall Hayward lines up P3 with Danny Solis alongside on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is Dean Helt in 5th position. Ahead of him, just behind him rather, I should say, is Cyrus Cross. 7th place is Armando Roland. And completing the grid is Dennis Van Dell. So the Porsche 917K, it's going to be hugely interesting, this one, to work it all out. And in terms of tyre strategy, Robbie Heck is the only one who's gone for the soft tyre at the front.
That's an interesting call as well, but we said earlier the faster strategy is typically to use the harder tyre at the start. Robbie Heck thinks he can be a bit of a blocking 917 here at the Daytona International Speedway. It's going to be a really exciting 17 laps of action getting ready to get underway.
So through the banking we go, ready to come across the timing line. 17 laps of action to decide the champion of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA as we go green and go racing. Robbie Heck leads the field across the line, through the banking and down towards the first corner. Expect him to have a nice cushion over the rest of the field, but behind it's anybody's guess as to how this is going to work out, because they're all on the same combat of tyres in exactly the same cars. It's going to come down to who is able to get the most out of the package that is underneath them. So Heck leads the field into the hairpin bend for the first time, followed by Parker, followed by Hayward. Some drivers going slightly wide through that right-hander, especially Parker on the exit of that hairpin. That could leave quite a bit of pressure here from Randall Hayward.
And already Robbie Heck taking advantage of the soft tires. 1.2 odd seconds clear, heading into the second of the horseshoes. This infield section rather complicated. It's very bumpy. Daddy Solis gets slightly caught out under braking. Dean Helt slides it up the inside and is through to fourth position.
Side by side in the background there with Gross versus Rollon, as well as they come through into the left-hander. Who's going to be last of the late breakers in that skirmish? Well, Cyrus Gross on the inside. Was there a bit of hip and shoulder between himself and Rollon? Certainly looked like it from that camera angle. Either way, they managed to get out of the corner in the same positions that they entered. So Robbie Heck making hay whilst the sun shines. 2 seconds of an advantage he has over Randall Haywood, but as they come through the banking and on towards the back straight, they're going to hit a chicane, which can be an overtaking opportunity, but only if you've got a very willing dance partner. Parker deciding that discretion is the best part of valour, as there's a bit of contact in towards the left and then the right-hander in part 1 of the bus stop.
Of course, that chicane, renamed the Le Mans chicane, seems like quite fitting for us here today, but powering out of that. Already, I get the sense, Robbie Heck is putting these drivers in the spot they can't afford to fight. Fighting costs time. Donovan Parker gets the warning for colliding in the concertina effect. But we're not going to see too much side by side. I think these drivers are cognizant of the fact that Heck is building the margin.
Parker to the outside, he's going to try and switch back to the inside here as they come off the banking. No room at the end for him for now. Keep an eye out for Dean Helt in the background. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile. He's not afraid of a late lunge down towards the corners that they're approaching now, and Helt is all over the back of Parker. Then he's going to have a look to the inside into the hairpin. Well, he's certainly close enough. He's tipping a wheel, but he's not quite there. Parker, though, is a little bit wide, and that allows an opportunity for Helt to go through and into third place. 2 by 2 they run on the exit. They're going to flick it through into a left-handed kick for now. Helt has got the overspeed and has got third place, but does Parker have anything left in his locker to retaliate? All the while this is kicking off, it's music to the ears of Haywood, who's just able to pull out a little bit more of an advantage over the 2 squabbling behind.
We're on a lap time comparison between the softs and the hards. A 1:49.1 for Robbie Heck last time around, a 1:51.6 for Randall Haywood. 2 and a bit seconds there. That is crazy to think about, but again, it's all going to be compressed back in the second part of the race, and this is what makes this type of racing so interesting. When you have the strategies, people diverging and then converging back at the end, and hopefully in wheel-to-wheel racing.
It's amazing to see this Porsche 917K absolutely flat chat here at the Daytona International Speedway. Of course, as I said earlier on, this car took Porsche's first ever Le Mans victory back in 1970. It wasn't an easy berth, though, for this car. They brought it first to Le Mans in 1969, made quite a few changes to the car for 1970, and Randall Haywood's picked up a penalty there, so that presumably is for track limits, because we haven't seen an investigation that's popped up on the screen. Only be about half a second or so, but especially when you're absolutely on the rev limit, as these drivers are, that could prove to be pretty costly, and it might allow an opportunity here for Dean Helt to strike coming down towards the first corner. Look at the overspeed that Helt's got, and already as they come across the timing line to begin lap 3, Helt's through and into second place.
We do have a slight reduction in the power of this car for this race today, so that also means that the drivers aren't reaching terminal velocity as quickly as they would be given the immense power of this car, but it does not mean it is any easier to tame. Just look at how the body language changes. The nose ducks under braking and then lifts back up as the power gets applied and the weight gets moved to the rear of the car through the kink. Just watch as the body rolls as well. These drivers are having to be so careful with every little input of the wheel.
Well, this is a car that was developed when health and safety was something you probably read about in a dystopian novel. And Randall Haywood sitting there in third position. Do you know, I was doing some research on this car earlier on. The fiberglass that it's made out of back in the day was 0.2 millimeters thick, which is, I can't describe how thin that is.
You know what's just as crazy as that? The only other place where you can see this many 917s out on track is at Rennsport Reunion.
It's a good point, actually. It's a very good point, and it's amazing to see so many cars from different eras as well. So many different Porsches, 917s, 963s, 962s. Name a number that begins with 9, and you've probably got a bottle of a Porsche in there in one form or another. Down in towards the Le Mans chicane we go, though, as we ride on board here with Donovan Parker. Sits in fourth place for now, keeping a watching brief on proceedings. This is the live point standings. Of course, double points in this final race here tonight, and it would crown Robbie Heck as the Porsche Esports Challenge USA champion of 2023. We see Dean Helt and Haywood tied on points for second, and at the moment it will be Helt who took second place, courtesy of his better position in the race as it stands for now. But there's quite a few laps remaining. There's plenty of time for the complexion of this race to change.
And let's talk a little bit about the banking here as well. You can see it's about 18 degrees of banking on the start-finish straight, 30 plus degrees working through NASCAR's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. If you stood up on the top and you didn't hold yourself on the wall, you'll be tumbling down as quick as you like. These drivers are trying to stay as low to the yellow line as possible, minimize their distance around the track. Not fighting too much up in the first group right now, but Cyrus Cross and Dennis Van Dell have separated themselves from this lead pack and now battle for 7th and 8th at the back of the field.
So coming through this infield section, we go then nose tail running. Robbie Heck's cleared off 6.5 seconds. The advantage he has over that battle for second place. So the drivers making their way through that tight hairpin on the infield towards the left-hander. They're making the moves at the moment, just sitting pretty in second, third, and fourth place. Hayward there looking menacing though. He's in a really unfortunate position here. He's having to try and look at making an attacking move on Dean Helt in front, but of course he's having to keep a watching brief in his mirrors. Robbie Heck looks like he's made a mistake. In 6.5 seconds the advantage. It's dropped right down to 2.6 seconds now. So something's gone wrong here for Robbie Heck at the sharp end of this race. Whether he's made an error or not, I'm not quite sure, but either way his race lead has come crushing down to 2.5 seconds. It's not too much for him to worry about in terms of the gap because no one's in slipstream range, but either way that could be the first warning sign, the first chink in the armour.
He set a purple sector in the first sector of the lap and then lost 4 seconds in that second sector, so putting 2 and 2 together, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, but I'm going to assume Robbie Heck went off the track for the second time in the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Look at the overspeed from Randall Hayward and looking to the inside of Dean Helt. Don't expect Helt to fight this one too much because we've still got a long race to go and they can see the leader in their sights.
Great drive there from Randall Hayward, great momentum and a good overtake down towards the first corner. It's such a tricky first turn that here at Daytona where you've got such an incredible amount of speed that you're carrying. You've got to scrub it all off whilst turning left. You've got a load of lateral load effectively on the outside tyres going through there, and it's so difficult, especially as these tyres get more worn, to get that car slowed down, especially when downforce wasn't really a thing with these Porsche 917s. Then you can see how aerodynamic it was and how slippery it was in a straight line, but in terms of the aerodynamic grip, it's pretty much non-existent.
And don't forget, we're talking in the days as well where one hand's off the wheels, changing gears as well. The amount of different sensations these drivers are dealing with is quite remarkable. And it's such a different experience that two of the race cars that we competed with in the semi-finals, we had the Cayman GT4 Club Sport and the Porsche Vision GT, which if you're in the Bose Esports Arena, you can see in front of you on the stage. That is a concept car. Polyphony and Porsche designers came together to design a car for the future. They were relieved of the constraints of the real world, and boy, did they deliver something spectacular.
So down the back straight we go in towards the chicane. On board we ride here with Danny Solis, nice and cool and calm for him at the moment. Just up the road there was Robbie Heck. 3.9 seconds to be able to build out that advantage too at the moment. So Donovan Parker sitting right on the rear wing now of driver in front of Dean Helt. They come through onto the banking once again. This is what we were expecting to see, the race petering out for the time being. 2 tyre compounds available for the drivers. Cyrus Cross getting a 1-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin after the incident. Let's have a look and see if we can piece together what happened. On board we ride here with Cross. Oh, he has a big tank slapper, spins it round. What's going to happen? Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's an unsafe rejoin, and exactly why he picked up a 1-second penalty.
As Danny Solis once again is going to be slightly early with a pit stop call. He comes in at the end of lap number 5, which is going to be asking for, if I've done my math correctly, never trust a commentator on their math, 13 laps on the softs?
Yeah, it's a long time. It's a good amount of time on those soft tyres. And just a reminder, of course, the tyre multiplier is times 16. So that means 1 lap is equivalent to 16 laps. So it's, again, so hard to overstate just how worn those tyres are going to be just because of 1 extra lap.
You didn't want to try and do 13 times 16 there.
I did not want to do that. You're quite
the track, by the way, the Daytona International Speedway, has hosted racing for so many years, but only joined the Gran Turismo ranks back in GT5. They're racing in a car that only joined the franchise with Gran Turismo 7. It's great to see these drivers competing in cars that maybe they would not be so familiar with, but of course, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, the home of Rennsport Reunion 7, has been in every Gran Turismo since Gran Turismo 2 in 1999. It was the very first real track to be added to the game.
What's your highlight bit of this weekend in terms of the cars and machinery that's on the track?
RSRs, 917s, RS Spiders, the brand new 911 GT3 Rennsport. I can't quite pick one, as Dean Helt got a little bit squirrely through the chicane there.
Yeah, he just about managed to keep it on the straight and narrow, did Dean Helt. It's amazing. There's still 1 more day's worth of action left to go. We actually had Porsche tractors doing a lap here earlier on at the circuit, which was something.
Race?
Quite, yeah, a race, quite spectacular. spectacular it was too. Anyway, back to the action on track here in Daytona then. So down the start-finish straight we go. Anybody going to blink? Yeah, they're all coming into the pit lane then. So Hayward, Helt, Parker all coming into the box. Roland continues on. Robbie Heck on that soft tyre. He needs to extend the use and the life of that soft tyre for as long as he possibly can. It's the front, so the rear tyres that are going to be wearing a lot for these drivers, and Robbie Heck with 43% left on his right rear, so you have to be a bit careful of that.
It's much like in a Daytona 500, the Great American Race. On the bank, the right rear is taking the enormous amount of load that you bring with the speed, and so it is the one that takes the hardest hit. Robbie Heck down to 41% on that right rear tire as Danny Solis slides in front of Randall Hayward on that pit merge. Hayward's going to try and look back underneath us. You've got Helt in the mix. Parker's not far off. These four cars have to make sure, once again, just to reiterate, they don't battle too hard with one another and let Robbie Heck start to build that advantage once again.
This is really impressive from all of these drivers to be running so close. I can't imagine what it must be like to look into your mirror and see so many 917s with this iconic Salzburg livery on the car. Riding on board, we are with Danny Solis then. Helt, half look to the inside, into the left-hander. No room in the in for now. 10 laps to go of action here at Daytona to decide who is going to be crowned as our champion of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. Robbie Heck with a 10-second buffer over Armando Roland in second position. But of course, Armando out of place at the moment because he hasn't made his one and only pit stop in the race so far.
Just keeping an eye on the sector times for Robbie Heck compared to those drivers that have swapped on over to a brand new set of softs. And Heck's not losing that much time in any of the mini sectors right now, which is trending well for him. The one thing that I'm sure in the back of his mind, we don't know if it was a mistake a couple of laps ago that lost him 4 seconds, but the mistake that he made yesterday at Road Atlanta was uncharacteristic. Another mistake? What's going on?
Yeah, that's the thing, is he made one mistake. Okay, fair enough, you made a mistake. If you keep doing that and continue down that pattern, it could be really, really detrimental. Look at Randall Hayward looking to the outside of Danny Solis. Oh, moving on the banking there for Danny Solis. I'm not so sure about that as they go down to the braking zone of the first corner. Solis has got the inside line, but does he manage to get the apex? He runs it a little bit wide, but Hayward has still not got the opportunity to find his way through as the last two hard-shod runners of Armando Roland and Van Dell go to the pit lane. Hayward going for the inside line of the hairpin. Can he get the car stopped? Yes, he can. Helt comes through there as well. Hip and shoulder from the two. So Solis losing 2 places in the space of a corner.
And you could just see how detrimental it was for that initial contact to push Solis wide. Helt took full advantage, and Donovan Parker might join the fun as well. On the grass, 2 wheels, and sliding through that second hairpin. Look at the bravery from Solis to go the long way around and almost make a move for third.
Is he going to be able to do so, though? Into the left-hander, Helt decides to defend that line. Solis has got no way to go through, has to go to the outside line, which is going to compromise his exit and allow an opportunity for Donovan Parker to come into the action as well. Parker's got the tighter line on the inside there, and now fancies a sniff at Dean Helt's rear end as they come through the banking and head on towards the back straight. Through on the outside he goes. Can he find his way past here, Donovan Parker? It's side by side between these 3 drivers. Solis is not done with this either. Into the Le Mans chicane. Solis has got the inside line. Can he be last at the late breakers on Parker? Yes, he can. Does he make the apex? Yes, he does. He's back through to 4th.
Wonderfully executed sequence from all 3 there. Parker to see Solis coming. Solis again is slowed down in time without running into Dean Helt, who also was able to close back up to Randall Hayward. The gap slashed in half from 0.8 of a second to 0.4, and the draft feeding itself once more. What's the lap time going to be this time by? Robbie Heck with a 1:43.796 onto the 9th lap on the soft tires, compares to a 1:44.5 for those behind. All this fighting is costing them time.
Oh, Solis on the outside line here. Helt's going to really push him to the outside of the circuit. Again, Donovan Parker decides to get himself in the action and muscles his way through on Solis for 4th position. On board we ride with Solis, who's being really kicked and beaten at the moment out on track. It's very aggressive stuff between these drivers, and all the while it's kicking off, it's allowing Robbie Heck that nice, comfortable cushion. He's already got a good advantage of 26 seconds in hand, which is effectively a pit stop at this point, but it's not over yet. The thing is, if they continue to knock 7 bells out of one another for 2nd place, it's just going to be even sweeter for Robbie Heck. If he can keep it on the straight and narrow, then he's in the pound seats.
So probably, what, 2-3 laps or so before we see Heck dive his way down onto pit lane as Randall Hayward leads 2nd, 3rd and 4th back onto the banking. into NASCAR's turn 1 and 2.
Well, the thing is, you don't want to do as many laps on the soft tyre and as fewer laps on the hard tyre as you possibly can. That's the crucial element here in this race, and that's why Heck is going so long in this first stint. And that is why this race is really proving to be very interesting here. Danny Solis, of course, made that early pit stop from the hard tyre on to the soft tyre. And the thing is, he's in contention for the time being, but he's got Armando Rolon right on his left-hand side as they come down in towards the chicane. Solis just manages to retain it for now. No, he doesn't. He's off and into the wall. A mistake for Danny Solis, and that, unfortunately, is his race run. He's down in 6th place. Oh, what a shame. And look at this, with 3 wide down the start-finish straight here as well. This is going to be absolutely amazing as we come across the line. Haywood on the inside, helps at the top of the course. Down in towards the first corner we go. Parker's on the inside as well. They run nose to tail through the first corner. The upshot is it's Haywood from Parker from Helms.
Did I just see Donovan Parker with almost all 4 wheels below the yellow line and not coming down into pit lane? You can tell how much all 3 of these drivers want it. Remember, all 8 of our finalists were here in 2022 and want to become the champion. They want to dethrone Randall Haywood, who leads that second pack still. But Robbie Heck with a 1:44.076 last time by, lost some time. The tyres are starting to go off.
That's the thing, isn't it? These tyres are starting to come towards the end of their useful shelf life, and it's great that he's got this buffer and this advantage, but the problem is he going to put Robbie Heck on the back foot? Double points to remind you, of course, in this final. So if he comes under pressure from Haywood, Parker and Helm, who are all running nose to tail with one another, this could be a really interesting end to the race here for Robbie Heck. 26 seconds is a good advantage, but given the pace difference between the hard and the soft compactive tyre, he could be up against it in the closing stages of this race. It is not over for Robbie Heck. It is not over for who is going to be crowned champion of the Porsche Esports Challenge in 2023. And he comes into the pits at the end of lap 10.
And the 4 seconds that he lost on the lap a couple of 5 or so laps ago might just come down to see who's going to win this race off a pit road. We saw Solis and Haywood very, very close. Robbie Heck is trundling down the lane and getting ready to slide into his box, hoping things will go perfect and he'll emerge in the race lead.
So into the pits he comes then, soft tyres off of the car, hard tyres onto it, where he's going to emerge in relation to everybody else. Keep an eye out for the Porsche 917s and Parker, Haywood and Helms, who are all very close to him. Have they managed to get past Robbie Heck though? That's the crucial question. Down in towards the first corner of the pit exit, feeds out, he's ahead, but what's the advantage? 5.7 seconds. That's not a comfortable cushion at all for Robbie Heck. There's 6 laps remaining, and the thing is, those hard tyres are going to be, what, 1.5, 1.6 seconds a lap slower there and thereabouts. If he'd not made that mistake 5 or 6 laps ago, he'd be all right. He'd have a nice comfortable advantage. As it stands, he's going to be right with these 3 Porsche 917s of Parker, Haywood and Helm up his chuff.
Parker's gotten up to second, leads the chasing peloton now. But remember what I said at the start, where Robert Heck maybe thought that he could have the most blocky of blocky 917s. He's going to be trying to make his car the widest car in the world and trying to make sure no one can get the run on him. The problem's going to be the runs off the corners that the soft tires are going to give you, the purchase onto the ground. Heck's going to have a real struggle to be able to hold on.
Well, look at this. The gap's already come down to 3.8 seconds. At this point, it's kind of proving to be a bit of a lost cause here for Robbie Heck. I don't think he's going to be able to take the victory, but is he going to be able to accrue enough points to be crowned the champion? That would be such a disastrous twist in the tail, given the fact that he's driven so superlatively, but for those mistakes. But those mistakes can be costly, and they can cost you an opportunity of the championship. There are your live point standings. A reminder, double points on offer. 24 for the race victory, 20 for second place. So it's all to play for here. If Heck falls behind these 3 drivers, it's anybody's guess as to how this is going to play out.
And I think the really interesting thing, Heck lost 9/10 trying to get his tires up to temperature as 3 wide once more. Haywood gets on through, Helm stumpers past Parker as well, but now onto the brakes, diving off the banking, side by side for second. Haywood holds on.
Parker then on the inside manages to hold firm. Can he have a sniff at Randall Haywood? I suppose the best thing here for Heck would be if these guys continue to battle amongst one another, but I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to play it sensibly. The gap now with 5 laps or so remaining, 2.1 seconds. He's a sitting duck at this point, Robbie Heck. There's nothing that he can do. All he can do is damage limitation, hope that he can save the slipstream, and hope that those soft tyres get worn out for the drivers behind.
Haywood just punched in a purple Sector 1, almost a full second faster than Heck. Behind the defending champion, they battle for third. Helt scampers past Parker once more. The gap between first and second is down under 2 seconds, though. Boy, it's coming down.
Yeah, it is all to play for then here. Onto the banking we go. There it is, 1.6 seconds. They're going to get into slipstream range, and at that point, there is nothing that Robbie Heck can do. All he needs to hope for is, as I say, and I put my teeth back in, that those three drivers start squabbling amongst one another, and that they will slow down later in the race when those soft tyres come towards the end of their useful shelf life, which of course is the advantage of the hard tyre. They're not as quick, but they are more durable. They'll have more life left in them.
The benefit that Heck has, though, is on the banking, when you're up to speed, he's not losing as much time. If he can be defensive in the infield, there'll be a chance for him to potentially hold on, but it's going to get physical, and race control might have to intervene potentially. Robert Heck went high on the banking, lost some time. He knows the train is coming.
Yeah, it's going to be down to under a second on this time. Here comes Helt looking to the outside of Randall Haywood as we come across the timing line to begin lap 13. Helt easy, like candy from a baby, down towards the first corner. He's through and into second place. Does he get the car stopped? Oh, a little bit of a wobble on the entry to the corner, but just about manages to slow it down. It's under a second, though, in the battle for the race lead here. It's going to come down to these three drivers in the battle for victory in this race, but is it going to come down to four drivers in the battle for the title?
It's almost like we're back at Indianapolis where we were for the 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA, because these three drivers have been slingshotting one another to even faster lap times. A 1:42.593 punching by Dean Helt is the fastest lap of the race now. They have worked together to close down this advantage, but again, a reminder, Heck on the banking is just as fast as these three soft-tired machines. How good a run can he get back onto turn one?
Well, the thing is, it's all about the exit out of this corner. He's going to struggle with traction with those hard tyres, and look at him already as they come on towards the banking. He is a sitting duck. Dean Helt's going to go through and drive by like he's in reverse at the moment. Going wider on the high line into the banking there. Heck's trying to defend this one as best as he can, but the thing is, there's going to be nothing that he can do coming down this back straight and in towards the bus stop. Look at the advantage and the overspeed that Dean Helt's got. He's got the slipstream, he's got the momentum. Has he got the race lead of Robbie Heck? No, he backs out of it at the last moment, so no sail we sit here between these four drivers. It's surely going to be out of this Le Mans chicane and on towards the start-finish straight, where the complexion and indeed the lead of this race is going to change hands. But Haywood's not ready to give this one up. Oh, there's contact on the banking. No, surely not. Helt's off. He's off to the infield. Huge drama here. Dean Helt with contact of Randall Haywood, and now it's Haywood challenging for the lead to the outside of Robbie Heck. Can he challenge down in towards the first corner? No. Heck tries to challenge the line, but on the inside goes Haywood. There's contact between the two. Haywood leads at the start of lap 14, and through goes Parker as well.
What does race control have to say? Instantly under investigation, but the race leader now has the opportunity to break away with Donovan Parker. Robbie Heck might be forced into a battle for Dean Helt for third and fourth positions. What a crucial moment of the race we have right now. Dean Helt didn't lose as much time as he could have. He's only 3 seconds off the back of third spot, but my word, race control's got to work quickly.
Yeah, it's anybody's guess as to how this is going to work out. What a shame for Dean Helt. He did so well. He's actually sitting there in fourth position, some 3 seconds off the back of this one, so managed to recover quite nicely. But Robbie Heck there on the hard compound of tyre. Could he be set to lose that third place, the final position on the podium to Dean Helt? I'd love to see the point standings as they sit now, and then see what that would look like if Helt was able to find his way through. Hopefully we'll get that for you on screen in a couple of moments' time, because my maths while we're commentating on the racing that's as frenetic as this is absolutely non-existent. Parker is now close onto the back of Randall Haywood here too. In towards the Le Mans chicane we go. The gap between Helt and Heck is also coming down. It's back under 3 seconds as Helt, of course, on the quicker compound of tyre begins to close up.
Helt, red dot next to his name. Slowdown penalty is coming his way, and that will put any chances to bed in this championship fight. Robbie Heck's losing some ground as well to Haywood and Parker. Those hard tyres, as we mentioned, not digging into the surface as easily. Haywood and Parker still have plenty of their tyres, but let's look on board with Donovan Parker, who had a great view here. Helt went up high, which was, in my opinion, a mistake on his part, and then from there, bump, 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 and spat down to the inside went Dean Helt.
What do you make of that? Do you think racing incident, or do you think it was a bit further
like Dean Helt made the initial mistake to go up high. Randall Haywood saw his opportunity and slid up the inside. Other than that, race control's got more views. The advantage of sim racing that we have is not only can we place cameras wherever we want, but if we missed it in real time, well, we can always rewind the tape and do it again.
Good point. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of feeding you to the Lions with that question there, to be honest with you. Haywood there, defensive line in towards the hairpin bend. Now look at this. It would change the complexion of this championship. If it stays as it is with Randall Haywood taking the victory, he would be crowned as the champion. But the crucial thing is if Donovan Parker can find his way through, there's only a 4-point swing between first and second place in the points tally. There's 24 points for first, there's 20 points for second, and I'm sure, given on countback, because Heck has had more victories, it would go the way of Heck for the title. And Parker is going to do everything he can to try and take that away from him as they come onto the banking.
A tiebreaker will come down to the result of this race. That is why they're all going to be pushing that hard. Race control will determine their result of the investigation, and from there Donovan Parker will then determine how aggressive he needs to be in these closing stages to try and work his way on forward. He might not have the full picture of how the championship points are playing out. He might be hearing us in this Post Esports arena, but ultimately he's going for the lead, coming out of NASCAR Turn 4 once more.
So look at this, no further action there between Dean Helt and Randall Haywood. Side by side we go across the timing line. 3 laps now remain here as Donovan Parker comes across the timing line to take the lead away from the defending champion, but Haywood's not giving this one up. He's going back through on the inside at T1. Can he hold it through? Oh, he runs Parker out of road, and Haywood goes back through into the race lead. This is absolutely amazing racing. 2 laps to go here. It's anybody's guess as to who is going to be claiming this title.
But this fighting did allow Heck to close in slightly. If there is any more fighting on these final 2 laps, could the hard tires, which maybe still have a little bit more purchase, maybe a little bit more confidence that you can bring in the car, does Heck still have something to fight for? Donovan Parker looks very calm right now. We've noted this over the course of the 2 days of competition. Never really looks flustered, but right now in his element, pushing for the lead.
Dean Helt's tyres have gone off the cliff. He's some 3.9 seconds off the back of Robbie Heck. So Heck's going to sit there in 3rd place, sitting pretty at the moment. It's Haywood then versus Parker in the battle for the victory. We've got to get the live point standings up again in just a couple of moments' time, because I need to see how this one is going to play out here between Haywood and Parker. If the race lead changes hands, Parker again looking for the outside line here on Haywood as they come through onto the banking side by side. Who's going to be on the brakes latest as they head down into the chicane? Well, Haywood manages to hold firm in the race lead as it stands for now. Through into the chicane we go, and on the exit of it once more, Haywood there punching a hole in the air for Parker. Nothing that he can do as it stands for now. The thing is, Robbie Heck is actually beginning to close up a little bit. 2.5 seconds to go. We've got 1 more lap of racing then left as it stands here. We've got to get some championship points on your screen in a couple of moments and just see how this race is going to look if the checkered flag fell now. As we come across the timing line though, Parker is going to try and challenge for the lead down in towards T1. No way through for him there. Haywood holds the line and holds the lead for now.
Much like any race at Daytona, it comes down to using the draft on the final lap. If I'm Donovan Parker, it's that run into that Le Mans chicane where I want to make my opportunities happen. Maybe even waiting after that. Just a reminder on the live points, it's 4 points difference between first and second. If Randall Haywood drops behind Donovan Parker, the championship would still be his on the tiebreaker as long as Robert Heck does not join this battle and make his way up into second.
Oh, Robbie's going to feel like he's won the lottery but lost the ticket at this point as he comes through this hairpin bend then. So Donovan Parker keeping a good eye on proceedings. The best he can hope for is the victory in this final race, but it won't be the title for him at the moment. It is set to go the way of Randall Haywood. Look at this battle further down though. Dean Helt versus Amando Roloff.
And Dean Helt finished 3rd in our 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA. He'll be very frustrated to have not been able to return to the podium after what had been such a strong fight back after a disappointing qualifying. But up towards the front, it's the blast towards the line.
This is absolutely amazing. What a final we've been treated to. Haywood then versus Parker. Part 2 down in towards the bus stop. So Haywood holds firm in the race lead for now, and unless Parker's got anything left in his locker, he will be coming through to take not only the victory, but also the title here for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. Through the banking he goes, and there's nothing left in the locker for Donovan Parker. Randall Haywood comes through the final corner and across the line to become the Porsche Esports Championship Challenge winner of 2023 ahead of Donovan Parker and Robbie Heck in third place. It's 2 titles in 2 years for Randall Haywood as he claims the championship here at Laguna Seca in California. What a drive from the American. What a season. What a weekend's worth of racing.
And instantly going over, celebrating with the rest of the team, going over to Dean Held and apologizing for the moment. There is so much camaraderie between all of these competitors, and it's great to see as they now celebrate the 2023 King, Randall Haywood.
Amazing job from Randall Haywood. What a performance from him. Robbie Heck, penny for his thoughts after that race. I mean, so difficult for him to swallow that. You know, 3 victories here this weekend, 2 in the semi-finals yesterday, 1 in the final here today. It looked like it was all said and done, but unfortunately that mistake in the mid-stages of this final race really cost him dear. The advantage swung in the favour of Randall Haywood, who managed to keep himself calm and cool under pressure, and the upshot is that Randall Haywood manages to become a double Porsche Esports Challenge champion here tonight. Let's go down to Arjuna, who's going to be catching up with our 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge champion. It's Randall Haywood.
Randall Haywood, the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner. How does that feel right now? How are you feeling? $15,000 richer.
I don't even know what just happened. It hasn't sunk in yet.
So, of course, a little bit of a moment in that race with Dean Held. Race control, no further action. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Well, he left the door open and I went for it, and I guess we bumped doors and he got loose, and I don't know what happened. I got to see the replay, but I can't tell you.
What are you going to do with the $15,000 this year?
Give my sister some of it because I've been using her house in my P.O. box, and then pocket the rest.
Congratulations, Randall, the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner.
Amazing job from Randall Haywood. Thanks, Arjuna, for catching up with that one. Let's get confirmation of the race results from the second and final race here in California and find out exactly what went down. That was absolutely spectacular, wasn't it? Randall Haywood managing to soak up that pressure like a sponge, and right when it mattered, he was there for the taking. 24 points. That's the jeopardy with those double points. Donovan Parker in second position ahead of Robbie Heck, and then Armando Rolon, Dean Held, Cyrus Cross, Danny Solis and Dennis Van Dell. Here are the final point standings. You can see Robbie Haywood wins the title by 4 points over Robbie Heck in second position. He'll be sick as a parrot after that one. Ahead of Donovan Parker, Dean Held in fourth position, Armando Rolon, Danny Solis, Cyrus Cross and Dennis Van Dell completing the point standings. Let's head down to Arjuna, who is with Dean Held, who of course ended up facing the wrong way at one point during that race.
Finished on the podium in the 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA, but unfortunately it wasn't to be repeated. Dean, talk us through the moment on the banking.
Yeah, you know, the three of us, Devin, Cooper, and I, or Devin, Randy, and I, we all did a really good job working together, making sure that we could stick together. And we knew with Robbie making that mistake early on, we would have an opportunity to get him later on. So we played nice, and Robbie moved up the track. I took the bait to go get him, and then we got side by side. And unfortunately, it was a 1,000 IQ move because I came back down and just wasn't quite clear. I tried to save it. Obviously, did a cool little drift, which maybe I'll look back fondly on, but. Congratulations to Randy. He absolutely earned this. He was stout the whole way through, and needless to say, I'm a little disappointed, but it is what it is.
At least we're glad to have you back for 2023. How much fun was it to be here at Rennsport Reunion? Sports Car Together Fest was a lot of fun, but so many classic Porsches here today.
I mean, this definitely topped all the races from last, or the race that we did last year. It's been phenomenal. Porsche's treated us like royalty. Obviously, we got a lot of big Porsche people here that are here supporting us, and it's good to see that esports is alive and well.
Alive and well indeed. Dean Held, unfortunately not on the podium, but another fine run in 2023.
So then, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to take your seats here in the Bose Esports Arena as we get ready to introduce our top 3 finishers from the Porsche Esports Challenge USA from 2023 here tonight. What an amazing weekend's worth of racing we have had here, and we do crown a double champion. Randall Haywood managed to do it back in 2022, and he repeats the same feat here in 2023. So let's get ready for the top 3 drivers to make their way on to the podiums here and to be presented with their trophies. So then the top 3 drivers making their way on to the top 3 positions here for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023. We'd invite them to make their way on to the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the podium ceremony. We ask you to please take your seats. In 3rd place in the Porsche Esports Challenge USA, it's Donovan Parker. And the trophy being presented by Scott DeVault, who is the e-performance marketing manager for Porsche North America. In 2nd place for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023, please give it up for Robbie Heck. The 2nd place trophy being presented once again by Scott DeVault. The 1st place trophy will be presented by the producer of the Gran Turismo series, Kazunori Yamauchi, and it is presented to the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA champion. Please give it up for Randall Hayward! Randall Hayward is crowned as the 2023 champion. It is now time for the Tag Heuer watches to be presented to our drivers. And of course, it's not only the trophies and the watches that they are presented with, they also get a share of the $30,000 prize pool for the top 3 drivers. $15,000 for Randall, $10,000 for Robbie Heck. And further on, now time for the photographs, with Bibendum on the right-hand side as well. What delight for our top 3 finishers here tonight at Laguna Seca. That was absolutely fantastic. Brilliant racing, and very much looking forward to going again for 2024. Let's head over to Arjuna, who I think is just going to catch up with Randall Hayward once again and get his thoughts after that trophy presentation. Arjuna, down to you.
We'll actually start with 3rd place Donovan Parker before we get underway. Donovan, talk us through your race, your championship, and how the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA went for you.
I have no words. I tried not to battle as much, save my tires as much as possible. I could have got 2nd overall, but I've never podiumed a live event, so I'm happy. I'm blessed.
How do you feel after returning after 2022 as well? A very different sort of a environment it felt like. How did you feel like you coped with Rennsport Reunion?
2022, the event, I was unlucky, so I really spent, the last month just practicing and trying to make sure I didn't make any mistakes. And I'm so happy that I didn't, and I made sure that, I ran my race clean. I didn't make a mistake as far, but I mean, we don't talk about that right now. But I'm happy. I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Congratulations, 3rd place in the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge USA. We'll quickly come over to Robbie Heck as well, who was chatting with Randall Hayward. Robbie, I've got to ask you first, where did you lose 4 seconds?
Oh, well, going into, let's see, I think it's turn 5. Just really weird what happened. I mean, I was just going through the corner like normal, like I did every other lap, and the front of my car shot up, and I went straight off track. So there's nothing I could do. I've taken that corner a lot of times, did a lot of preparation, and that never happened once to me. So the fact that it happened during the final, I'm not surprised.
You had some unfinished business after last year, I think it's fair to say. How's it feel to be able to get onto the podium? Yes, it's not the win, but at least some validation for all the effort.
Yeah. Better than last year, but it's unfinished business for this year, so I'll be back next year.
Back with more unfinished business. Robert Heck, 2nd in the 2023 Porsche Esports USA Challenge. And once again, we'll quickly catch up with our winner, Randall Haywood. Randall, I'll hold the trophy for you for a sec. Let's open that watch as well. Show everyone what you've now got. Talk us through the emotions coming as a second now winner of this Porsche Esports Challenge USA.
It feels great, especially this win, because everything felt more hard fought, especially after what happened in race 1 where I got taken out, and then luckily Robbie made a mistake, and I guess I benefited from an incident. So I don't know what else to say.
How cool is it to be able to be part of this Porsche Esports world? Last year was really cool being at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You celebrated on the podium at IMS. You're going to be here with the Doobie Brothers playing tonight and celebrating. I mean, it's such a cool experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it's such a great experience. I never would have thought I would have gone to Rennsport in my life before, and I guess it's a dream come true.
We'll give you 2 more seconds to open that watch because I know you've been struggling with it. All 3 of our podium sitters win a Porsche Tag Heuer connected watch. And so as Randall Haywood finally is able to crack the case, there you go, $15,000, this wonderful trophy as well, and the Porsche Tag Heuer connected watch. Say congratulations once again to the 2023 Porsche USA Esports Challenge winner, Randall Haywood.
Well, that was absolutely amazing. What a Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023 we have had here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as part of the Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 event here. 1 more day's worth of action to go. We hope we'll see you here tomorrow. Thank you so much from Arjuna and from myself, Tom Brooks, for joining us here tonight. Huge congratulations to our top 3 finishers and especially to the double Porsche Esports Challenge USA champion, Randall Haywood. We look forward to your company. We'll see you again very, very soon. Take care. Thanks again.